Kyoukai, also known as Garden of Sinners, is one of the pillars of TypeMoon, right up there with Fate, Tsukihime, and Girls' Work if you ask my pal MP. It also has notoriety for being one of the big mushrooms, read Kanoku Nasu's, harder to understand works, something which demands discussion on the meanings of, and even what's going on in the plot. Which makes sense, as it was legit one of the first things ever published by him. Who amongst us doesn't struggle a bit on their first attempts at anything, right? Speaking of, this video you're watching comprises segments I made sometimes up to 5 years ago. Jesus Christ. So please do bear that in mind when you're watching or listening in the background while you grind out levels in a shitty anime game. My voice, for instance, is probably gonna change a bit as I get more used to recording stuff. By the way, if you can't tell, I'm a little under the weather right now. I promise I don't usually sound like this. Anyway, as K&K is one of those works demanding discussion, I saw fit years ago to properly tackle it with a series of videos going over every film. Specifically, film. If it's only in the novels, it's not getting covered here. When I started this project, there was no good translations of the novels out, and though there is now, the focus of this series was, and always will be, on the movies. Fully going through Kyoukai took many years, but we're finally here. With the Ultra compilation video containing the whole host of videos I've done, plus a little extra at the end. If you're just here for what's new, you can skip to the second to last chapter on the vid, though you really should watch the whole series again. I put a lot of work into these things, man. All that said, I won't hold you any longer. See you at the end / the Kyoukai 8 discussion. Hope you enjoy the video, like and subscribe and all that.
Fukan Fuke has a death at the center of it. Within the first 5 minutes, a girl falls to her own. The subtitle of the movie is Thanatos, or Death Drive, and the main plot talks at length about what goes into the decision for someone to take a life. It digs into its subject matter well, but in regards to death, particularly the suicide of Kiri Fujo, there is no conclusion on if it's justified, or rather, if it gave Fujo any kind of freedom in doing it. Mikia comes away sympathizing with her decision to do so, thinking that all humans have some kind of inherent weakness, and if he were put into a kind of situation he couldn't escape from, he might do it too. Shiki views what Fujo does as her not being able to overcome her pathetic self. Toko, as pragmatic as she is, simply views it as a shame that someone died instead of contributing more to the world. Asuka simply doesn't understand at all. This round robin of sorts at the end, though it might feel a little tacked on, serves two main purposes. First, it gives a little insight onto each character. You see a clear difference in how Mikia and Shiki view human nature, for example, with Shiki placing more stock in overcoming the adversity that Mikia conversely views as omnipresent. But more importantly, this discussion at the end then raises the question to the audience. What do you think about Fujo's suicide? Was she flying, or was she falling? That line, that damn line, I've made fun of it myself in the past, but upon a rewatch of this first movie, I've grown to appreciate it. Flying, floating, and falling, the three states of where one can be. It's a simple little metaphor, and Toko lays it out pretty well. Someone who's flying is doing their best in life. They're not necessarily at the top of their game or succeeding, but they have the ability to, and recognize that. To those in the lower strata, they look to be a mirage in the desert heat, something they can claw their way to reach, but gets a little further with each passing step. Kokoto is a good example of someone who's flying. His passions and interests are at the forefront of his life, and he's chasing them fervently, even with a few hitches in that path. To most people, he's relatable in that way. To someone like Kiri Fujo, though, he's an unattainable dream. She is the best example of someone who's floating, sitting in a hospital bed for the better part of a decade wishing for some facsimile of a life tends to put you in that mindset. Someone who's floating is teetering between life and death mentally. They haven't given up, but no real effort is or can be made to get them out of that state. Fujo has no urgency to speak of. Her days consist of wake up, long for what life used to be, go to sleep. It's depressing. She doesn't know that though, for a long time at least. She lives unaware of what it is she's feeling because she's going through life in an autopiloted haze. She can think about what life on the other two sides might offer and long for it desperately, but she'll never really know unless she either sees it or experiences it. Hence why it is so difficult to get out of that mind space. To those of you who have watched my video entitled Hisui Kohaku and Overly Personal Nonsense, a Tsukihime Far Side of the Moon analysis, I do have to apologize for the repeated points that I'm about to make. But for those of you that haven't and are just here for K&K, then I implore you to listen. Forget everything K&K tells you about spirals, for this and the next few videos at least, because I have a concept that I want to introduce now that will be a bit of a recurring thing. You know the phrase, downward spiral? Well, at a really low point in my life, and still apparently high off my Gurren Lagann watch from when I was 13, I started to equate things with that. To visualize a bit, think of it like a vortex with sand swirling towards the middle. At that center is a void of sorts. Negative thoughts and self-harming actions are what pulls one closer to that inescapable hole, but the drive to be alive and the passion for achieving things in life are the rope that's used to get back up. To put it in K&K terminology, someone who's flying is either climbing up or soaring above this pit, while someone who's falling willingly tosses themselves into it. Fujo is in one of these spirals. It's stagnant and non-moving, but she's rather deep down, no way out in sight until she eventually dies of old age or medical complications. Seeing Mikia deliver flowers to Shiki every week for 2 years eventually does shatter her days. Eyeing him in the hallway makes her realize her pitiable state. Fujo probably used to have loved ones and friends who would have visited her like Mikia does Shiki, and that idyllic dedication to a loved one is just one of the many, many things she lacks. Her overlooking view, which made her complicit for a time, starts to stretch into an endless horizon and becomes flooded with things she can never do. Looking out at an expanse like that can be calming. It can reassure someone that the world really is here, and it can ground them. It's a double-edged sword to someone who thinks about it too much, however. This film has beautiful shots of its scenery, in particular the landscape shots of the city. That city looks beautiful in said shots. But once you get closer and look at things like the grimy Fujo building, you see the ugliness of it all. That's just one building. There's an uncountable number of them out there, and no matter how far someone's eyes can see, there's just no end in sight. While it's nice to know that you're a part of it, the world is immense. To toss it back, Fujo is simply a speck in comparison. She's just a fly on the wall, watching everyone live their lives without her. Someone whose eventual end is to be a bug trampled underfoot, forgotten, existing as nothing but a sap because no one cares enough to visit. What does anything really matter in the grand scheme of things? No hope, just hope. An endless cacophony of thoughts that push towards one eventual endpoint. To change gears completely, Araya Soren is Kanoku Nasu's self-insert. He comes into the story, fucking with it in an innumerable amount of ways, all for one purpose: to understand the character of Ryogi Shiki, which I don't think I have to say is pretty much the main point of this series. To do this, he sets the plot into motion for literally every movie by instigating an inciting incident that Shiki gets wrapped up in. I don't mean this as a critique of Nasu's writing. Stay tuned for 2022 when I cover all of FSN for that, because I find the way Arya shows up, does his thing, and says "K-bye" engrossing. It makes the viewer think about what his deal is without giving away too much. After all, he sets into action these events that let us see a new side of Shiki. How can we not at least appreciate him a little bit? He operates as a sort of monkey's paw. He gives Fujo her wish of wanting to go into the outside world by giving her another body. Now, this body, it's not an actual body, more of a spirit or ghost that someone would need mystic eyes to see. Still, it's a form that she can go outside with, which, as contradictory as it might seem, ends up putting her back into her floating state, hovering just above her conclusion. Shiki is someone who is intrinsically tied to death. It's expected that the events that follow pique her interest enough to seek out the cause. Events being that 7 schoolgirls fall to their deaths in the coming weeks. In regards to Fujo, nothing has fundamentally changed. She haunts the building her family used to own and still covets to live in the outside world. Her feelings of want manifest into a grudge that does nothing but take the lives of those who have what she desires. It's most apt to say that all Arya did was give form to her wistfully destructive thoughts. She entices the girls to come live in this world and play here, because if she can't go over there, then they must cross over to where she is. And that way she can have a hollow companionship beyond looking out of her window and wishing to be them. The 7 spirits that surround Fujo never speak and seem to only be there to show that regardless of what Fujo does, she'll never attain the everyday life they had. In the case of Mikia, she takes his consciousness because if she can't have him, no one can. Instead of overcoming her own weaknesses and keeping a bit of hope, Fujo falls back on all of her worst tendencies and simply continues to exist instead of living, to float instead of fly, to stay stagnant instead of moving. I don't know how many ways I can put it, but hopefully you all get the point. Ryogi Shiki makes a rather nice contrast to Fujo. The first time the two encounter each other, Shiki loses an arm, which, while not on the same level at all, still gives her a disability. The way in which she copes with said disability sets the difference between flying and floating in stone. The movie stays here, in Shiki's apartment, focused on her eating for a whole minute. This isn't to drum up sex appeal or to sell that strawberry Häagen-Dazs is fucking delicious. This is to show what it's like living with a disability. I have a heart condition. Some of you might know this already, but to those of you who don't, surprise I guess. Anywho, this condition essentially means that the bottom half of my heart is going on strike, leaving the top half to do most of the heavy lifting. When I was 15, it started worsening. I couldn't walk to the end of the driveway to catch the school bus without feeling like I had just ran a marathon. When I was at school, I was habitually late or dead last to classes because going from place to place exhausted the fuck out of me. Best of all, I had what was essentially a permanent cold. Like, my immune system was god-awful. There wasn't a week from the ages of 6 to 14 where I didn't feel sick or extra sick for at least one day out of them. It only got a bit better at 15 because I was trying real damn hard to make my heart last longer by getting exercise. Something that was abysmal to do and made me feel like a death, but I thought the effort was paying off. I went to medical checkups regularly, and each time I got hooked up to a ton of machines to see how my condition was progressing. Which, as I said, was progressing. For the few medical students out there, it went from 2-1 AV block to 3-1 AV block. At least I think that's what was stated. It's been years at this point, so I am a bit hazy. All the jargon out of the way, that news hit hard. This heart condition had already meant that I couldn't partake in any kind of sports or social activities that required physical exercise. It altered my ability to do simple things like walk a slightly long distance, and I am undoubtedly a different person than I would have been otherwise without it. That heart condition was just getting worse regardless of what I did. I didn't know the reasons for the condition, it just popped up one day, and that made me feel like I was being outed for no particular reason. I'm not bringing all this up for sympathy points. I'm bringing it up to say that living with a physical disability, be it minor or major, changes the way you live life, changes a person fundamentally. I have a pacemaker, which mitigates most of the problems now. I mean, I can't stand too close to microwaves, and I really do miss playing with magnets, but I'll get over that. It's because of my experiences, though, that just like Shiki getting a new arm, I'll always have a certain level of sympathy for anyone who goes through something similar. The scene of her sitting there and eating ice cream is important for that alone. Despite a major setback, Shiki pushes on. This scene lets you know more about the character of Ryogi Shiki than any line of dialogue spoken by her. To get the obvious out of the way, she's the type to not let setbacks stop her from living how she wants. That's cool. But there's a deeper layer to all this, and it centers around 2 scenes before this one. The first is the very first scene of the movie where Mikia leaves the ice cream in the fridge with the comment that strawberries remind him of Shiki. The second is the scene right before this one where Toko notes that Mikia's favorite doll Toko made was the one that looked eerily similar to Shiki. All that in tow, wordlessly, this scene conveys Shiki's thought process. Mikia was on the mind, so she eats the ice cream he gave her. Her expression until the end is a blank, contemplative look. She might have even grabbed the Haagen-Dazs subconsciously, which then leads her to the conclusion that, yeah, she does care about Mikia, and only went out in the first place to get him back. A realization that gives her pause for a moment, wiping her face off before she accepts that reality and strengthens her resolve. She went out last time half because of her fascination with death and half because Mikia was in a coma. Her mixed-matched motivations led her to losing a limb. Here, she decides what's going to drive her on her return visit. It's notable that after all is said and done, she asks Mikia to stay the night for the first time, cementing what she was thinking about here. Scene's good. Wonderful direction and shot composition from Aoki. On the topic of staff, though, this entire series knocks it out of the park production-wise. The visuals by Ufotable are the best work they've ever done, don't fucking at me, and I can't go this video without mentioning the music by Yuki Kajura, which, coincidentally, I think is also her best work. Definitely better than the Heavensfeel movies, which honestly feel like they're trying really hard to recapture the lightning in the bottle that these movies have. I intend on focusing more on the music in a later part, but for now, just know that buying the OST has changed my life in the best possible way. Hardly a day goes by where I don't listen to at least one track, and the way these songs are constructed specifically for the movie means that each scene has an ebb and flow. Take the climactic fight at the end. The music, which had largely been piano chords and religious-like chanting, picks up into a bombastic rendition of Shiki's theme. This is Shiki at her best, and the music immediately tells the audience that she's going to get things done. To no one's surprise, I'm not a music major, so I can really only tell you what it makes me feel. K&K has good music. Point end. I kinda got on a music tangent, so let me go on an art one real quick. From a stylistic sense, I adore everything about this movie. Its grungy urban aesthetic and especially character designs set the tone about as well as the music does. Take Shiki, for example. Her void-like eyes and facial proportions let you know immediately that though she was cute in this opening scene, something's up with her. Her eyes getting pupils when the mystic eyes of death perception are used is also a very nice touch. It hasn't been revealed what those are yet, but that eye change signifies a switch from her casually doing things to being serious. As stated, the music changing to a fever pitch when she activates them is simple, but it is effective. Also to note, these eyes are the eyes of death perception. The core of Shiki's character is a fascination with death. She literally only gets a light in her eyes when death is there. The specifics of why Shiki can grab Fujo's spectral other body are in movie 3. Spoilers, Toko just says that she can now, but that's not important. Her grabbing Fujo is emblematic of the power someone who's flying has over someone who just meanders throughout life and lives vicariously. The difference between Shiki, who's resolved to find her own inner strength, and Fujo, who just hasn't. She laments right at the end that her death won't be that beautiful scene of Shiki's knife passing through her. She regrets that her death will be mundane, but it is a death of her own making. There's two main ways I think one can view Fujo's suicide. The first is that her death is liberation from her life of simply being, that she finally made a choice for her own self and that she really was flying in her last moments. Which would be a beautiful ending for her. Her life of melancholy was ended by her own hands, and because of that, because she made a choice for herself, she was ultimately happy. The second reading is a bit more dark, that all Fujo is doing is deluding herself. She dies the same way all those high schoolers did, falling from the building. She was in high school when her crippling accident happened and lived in stagnation for 10 years. She dies coveting that idyllic life she is robbed of until death and conflates this choice as her own, when in reality, all she's doing is falling. Once the viewer passes the initial gateway of if they can understand her actions or not, the movie then leaves them to decide which ending is the right one. It doesn't give any clear answer, as death isn't something one can come to a definitive answer on until they've experienced it. In that regard, Shiki's response might be the closest to a real answer, which is the more negative outlook that Fujo couldn't overcome her weakness and put the view that had swallowed her into perspective. So she fell. That is an answer informed by Shiki's own lived experiences of overcoming her own fragility after all, so there is some merit. But there's merit to everyone's answers. Even Asuka's non-understanding of why someone would do it. That mindset isn't childish or anything. If you look at life and see it as worth living in spite of all the bad, of course you'd reach a similar conclusion. Mikia's answer is one I'm willing to bet most people share, and that they can understand her actions because they might do something similar either in her position or in some kind of dire one. Toko viewing it as a waste is for the more utilitarian in the audience. One that comes from a desire for human life to not be extinguished if it still has some inherent value. This is just the template. Someone could easily come up with any number of conclusions based on what they've experienced in life. And that way, I really do appreciate this movie. Hell, thinking it's overly pretentious is a viewpoint I see as interesting to the whole conversation that can be spawned from it. After all, Nasu has admitted embarrassment over the first chapter of K&K, and the film makes fun of itself, calling its main theme of flying or falling something from a cheap novel. Personally, I get why Fujo did what she did. Living in stagnation for 10 years is going to warp anyone's mentality, and I find it important to note that it's only in her last moments that despite her frail limbs and failing eyesight, that she stood up, took in her overlooking view one last time, and was content. That vast landscape didn't overwhelm her, it embraced her. I find it difficult to condone her actions, but at the same time, I don't have the heart to say that she should have lived the rest of her pitiable life out on the off chance she doesn't spend the rest of it being overwhelmed by that view. Could she have lived a decent life, found drive and passion for something that makes her truly happy and flying above her own spiral? Maybe. Though who's to say that that life's worth more than her last moments, which truly were her own? A detail I didn't notice until this viewing was the trippy imagery at the beginning. It's the dream Mikia talks about at the end about a butterfly who was chasing a dragonfly and flapped its wings so hard to emulate the dragonfly that it ended up burning out. Saying about it, if it floated, sure, it could have lived longer, but it knew what it was like to really fly. It couldn't go back after it cleared that vault. Jeez, they're getting on thick, huh, Nasu? Ryogi Shiki requires the presence of other people to live. She violently rejects them because she doesn't know how to deal with them, but she does need them. The first scene of Satsujin Kozatsu concludes with her smiling at another's presence, a smile as captivating as it is eerie. She leans towards isolation so that no one stops her from partaking in her peculiar habits, and so the lid on her softly uncoiling mind remains shut. Conversely, that's why she heads out into a peopleless town, on the off chance that there might actually be someone, a person like her who has odd interest and will peep into the puzzle box that is Ryogi. In line with this conflicting thought process, her entrance in this film is immediately indicative that she is an entirely different person than the Shiki seen in Fukan Fuke. Her movements are contemplative, and the gentle smile she gives, which lingers just a bit too long, belies the feeling that something is off. The track played here is fittingly called Something and Nothing. Karano Kyoukai is musically scored with each scene in mind. This works to make each one feel important, and after enough listens to the OST, the pace of every little section starts to have its own rhythm. With regards to the initial scene of Satsujin Kozatsu, it's the shining moment of visual and auditory collusion across the entire series. What happened on the snow-lit street is simply two people meeting in the hours of the night. It's practically mundane, and though I find myself intrigued by the gorgeous scenery and Shiki being barefoot, it doesn't get any particular emotion across. However, when those piano chords cascade down gently like falling snow in time with Shiki looking back at Mikia, expression tinged with fascination and euphoria, it all immediately clicks. And I'm left stunned on the verge of tears sometimes. The air in my lungs dissipates, my eyes glaze over, and my heart turns into a hollow drum that beats along to a percussionless melody. There's something in that nothing. Put another way, events that might seem ordinary are the ones that can change a person indefinitely. Applied back to Kara no Kyoukai, meeting Shiki on that snowy path undoubtedly changed Mikia Kokoto. An encounter with a stranger is usually something one tends to forget, but Shiki is just too vexing. The feelings felt when one first watches this scene are the same ones Kokoto has. Shiki's mode of dress, her non-existent footprints, and her blank stare into a town lit only by reflective light from the snowfall makes him feel compelled enough to at least greet her. It's not anything special, it's just some initial curiosity. It's her wordless response that ignites a burning passion from both Kokoto and the viewer to find out more about her. Within the first 2 minutes and 5 seconds, the impetus for the plot, sympathy for the characters, and most importantly tone, are all established. This isn't going to be an overly philosophical look at the concept of death with a bombastic climax. No, this movie is more or less the first of 4 that are a character analysis of Ryogi Shiki. Obviously, that doesn't mean that there isn't a plot or that it's structured like one of my lovely videos, but the attraction to this story is to find out more about her. Back to that intro scene. Following the somber chords, innocent-sounding strings begin to dance around that initial piano medley, symbolizing Mikia wanting to interact with and find out more about Shiki. It playfully sings along with the piano until both start to sing the same upbeat tune, which only gets more affectionate as it goes on. It's all very cute, and puts the audience into the headspace of Mikia as opposed to leaving it to a boring monologue. His life has taken a total 180, but that's not a bad thing. He's having fun after all. Well, right now he is. Unfortunately though, this sweet little tune ends on a depressingly dour note. Which is brilliant because it's indicative of the plot of the film. If Mikia keeps interacting with Shiki, it is only going to end horribly. It gives away everything while being subtle enough to not even notice. I know I've said it before, but this is 1000% Yuki Kajira's best work, and it's not even close. Hopefully, it being in this video doesn't immediately get it taken down. Thanks, Sony! Video making grievances aside, like with the music, Shiki's vacant stare in the opening belies all the intricacies of her character. She appears to be empty, judging by her out-of-it expression, but that's not quite right. Those eyes may be hollow, but there's still something in them. Pop off her self-imposed lid, and what she keeps under wraps will start to overflow. Shiki, due to the circumstances surrounding her birth, see you in like 6 movies for that tangent, compartmentalized to make up for things that she felt she lacked, such as basic human emotion. I can't really get into it without getting into everything about Shiki due to the way these movies are structured, so I'll introduce concepts here to expand upon later. If something doesn't make sense right now, I can assure you, by the end of this series of videos it will. And if it doesn't, just like, beat me over the head in the comments. Anywho, Shiki initially existed as close to nothing as one can be. By that I mean she had no emotion, no intention, hardly anything. She simply was. However, she had enough to recognize how boring that all was. So, be it a dream or something she did consciously, Shiki started gathering things that codified someone as human and put them into different boxes. 2 specifically, a male personality that accepts and a female personality that denies. From here, the original Shiki disappears into herself and lets those 2 take over. 3 personalities, 2 of which were invented inside the singular Shiki. It's a pretty out there concept, one which takes a good bit of exploring, and as Shiki themselves did, these films compartmentalized to make it easier. Satsujin Kosatsu explores the 2 invented personalities and how they can't maintain their cohabitance. For the sake of clarity, for the remainder of this video, I will refer to the character of Ryogi Shiki as a they, unless I am indicating the female or male personality explicitly, so hopefully that's not confusing. The movie conveys the shift between the 2 personalities rather narrowly through changes in movement, eye shape, and tone of voice that make things feel different from the Shikis shown before, but not entirely divorced. In specific, the voice. Maya Sakamoto does fantastic work across all of Kara no Kyoukai, but her performance really shines here. You don't have to speak Japanese to hear that the male personality is ever so slightly rougher in his speech patterns. It contrasts the more reserved half perfectly, and in line with what was said about them, the mannerisms in all caps' style of speech are the kind that whisk you along into what will undoubtedly become an unforgettable memory, he affirms. Likewise, lowercase's tone is harsher than ice. She's described as such by her classmates and is exceedingly so to Mikia because all she knows is rejection. The little date shared between Mikia and Shiki in the early half of the film serves to introduce both this dichotomy and its eventual endpoint. After picking up some epic Sukiverse references, happy birthday to Lynn as of writing this by the way, all caps tells Mikia that something strange is happening to the female personality. Thanks to Mikia taking an interest in her, Shiki's bottle has started to twist open, and the two within are contradicting their pre-designated roles. The female is the dominant personality of the two. She controls the body and is seen for the majority of the film, and unless she says so, the will of the male stays dead. #femdom is based BT dubs. She only uses him as a coping mechanism of sorts when something comes along that she can't deal with. She can only deny, so when she needs to affirm, they swap. Unless that is the case though, they retain their distance. It's not really sustainable in the long term to keep swapping like that to keep up the illusion of being normal, nor is it sustainable for one to rely on the other like a parasite. Something is going to break, and our boy Mikia is the hammer. He comes in, eyes full of whimsy, just begging to find out more about Shiki. He's attracted to people who are peculiar to say the least, and of everyone he's met, yeah, Shiki tops that list. She's a bottomless pit of wonder that you can lose yourself in trying to figure out, and that's exactly what Shiki fears, yet craves more than anything. They're not blind to the reality that the person of Ryogi Shiki will eventually become one person, nor are they blind to the fact that Mikia is one twist away from opening them up. The male personality concedes to this after meeting with Kokoto, but the female one continues on, rejecting the fact that she wants to accept what Mikia has to offer. The character of Mikia Kokoto is that of a static one. That's not a bad thing, mind you. It just means that there's little change in how he is in this film to how he is in the last one. His biggest character moment in this movie is saying, "Oh geez, I do love Shiki, wow." And it's brushed off as to be expected the moment it arrives. What makes him great is how others interact with him and develop from that. I touched on this a bit in the last video with Fujo, but Shiki takes it to a different level. Those eyes may be just as empty as Fujo's, however Shiki is too afraid to embrace change. Change is needed, of course, it's just that it means abandoning everything about how she's lived a life. It means being alone. Is it that I want to be alone, or that I want to feel alone? That quote has stuck to me like glue. I first watched these films back in my good old Hiki days, and hearing that line was a heart piercer. Shiki likes the feeling of having options, of always having someone to fall back on and protect her. She is weak, living half a life when she is ultimately human, and becoming more so after each conversation with Mikia. The male personality, by comparison, doesn't need any of that humanity stuff. He exists solely for Shiki, and as he's always done, to affirm her existence. He'll sink into her after that. That's the end result, no if, and, or but about it. It's easier to ignore that reality and keep living as is, though. I doubt that there's a single person who wouldn't kill for a built-in support system when things get tough. The only problem with something like that is that it makes forward progress impossible. I know if I had someone to feed into my bad tendencies, I probably wouldn't be here today. It can be preached to damaging degrees, but personal responsibility when it comes to how you yourself live life is important. Taking care of yourself is important. You can't let someone do it all for you, which is what Shiki does time and time again. Until Mikia came along and threw a stick into her gears, she stayed stagnant. She's never been lonely. She's always had her other self. As that other self withers and dies as she becomes more actualized, she's confronted with true isolation. Mikia comes into her life and plays into those fears. She does seem to legitimately enjoy spending time with the boy. However, more time spent with him means the more she loses her only coping mechanism. He brings massive instability to her life, while conversely opening it to exceedingly positive change. Essentially, it's the hedgehog's dilemma. Getting too close means losing half of herself with the chance of warmth in the future, while staying far away means dying slow, cold, but not alone. So kinda not like the hedgehog's dilemma, but I don't think Schopenhauer was accounting for headmates. On topic, the choice she has is to either take a leap of faith into something she's totally unsure of, or to keep things as is until they break. Regardless, from all this, one thing is certain. Shiki's kinda weird. As such, they have strange interests, like being super into murders, specifically being around them as they happen. The movie never outright states if Shiki is the killer, however, it heavily implies that they aren't. There's one scene where a killing happens underneath some train tracks, and the lights from the tracks are shown as Shiki is walking to the scene of the crime. And then the same lights are still there when she stumbles across it, with no indicator of any substantial change in time. Most of the scenes involving Shiki and death are like this. They get positively ecstatic at the sight of murder, but have never actually committed it themselves. I do have to fault the movie for giving it away a bit too much. I know that she's not the killer all this time later, obviously, but I do recall that first watch from way back when I was only pretty sure that she didn't kill anyone. A bit more uncertainty to it all would go a long way in making Mikia's actions feel a bit more iffy to the viewer. They'd want to trust his faith in Shiki naturally, but putting it up in the air would cause conflict within them, thus making the film more compelling. Though that's nitpicking, the point of the work still comes across. The freshest body Shiki is ever around, notwithstanding all this, that scene is done wonderfully. The blood trickling down the pavement, giving you just enough time to register what's happening before it's shown in a fountain of blood spurting out of ripped viscera. What's notable is that Shiki doesn't have a weapon when she'd clearly need one to make such a brutal scene, which, to be fair, not a detail anyone would be focused on when they see this for the first time. No, the killer has to be someone who knows Shiki's affliction and wants to bring her out. Someone who asks specifically about her midway through the movie and whom she blatantly ignored. Solid setup for part 2 of the murder speculation duology, Nasu. It's so brief yet so apparent on a revisit, as all his best writing is. Speaking of which, the character of Ryogi Shiki can't bring herself to kill when faced with the person whose killing would return her to how things used to be. Mikia never once gave up on Shiki despite seeing them covered in someone else's blood, and with a knife to his throat, he's still placing his trust in her. Man's insane, they really are perfect for one another. As a quick aside, this movie handles facial expressions really well. I talked at length about Shiki, but Mikia doesn't need to speak most of the time for us to get to know his thought process. On the train to Shiki's, conflicted but resolute. Figuring out how he feels about her, a tad shocked and happy. When he has a knife to his throat, terrified, but still trusting that Shiki won't follow through. After all, she's been killing her other will all her life. She knows how isolating murder can make someone. She knows what it does to people. The male personality may come back, but she's killed it over and over again because it wasn't convenient for her. As stated by the male personality, to Shiki, that act is murder. She fears losing him but keeps pushing him away. It's like a toxic relationship that she can't let go of because it will literally leave her half the person she used to be. She's gotta rip that band-aid off someday though. Shiki knows that, she just doesn't know how she's going to reconcile once her coping mechanisms are gone completely. It's a natural reaction, and honestly, though her actions aren't justified, I think from that lens, they're 1000% understandable. Shiki will be more hollow than she ever was before. As a side note, movie 4, which picks up after this one being named Garan no Do, or The Hollow Shrine, is positively peak nomenclature. She wants to kill Mikia for peeking in, yet she can't because him peeking in was what she wanted. She cares more about the human connection she's made to Mikia than about her own dual personality. She also wants to actualize and become more human, as any person logically does, honestly. Developing a full personality was something she had started to do in this film, but it was still a long ways off from being complete. She started out as half of what was supposed to be a human being, and has only started to fill in the gaps. What to do once the more subservient side folds is still up for debate, which is terrifying. Just imagine for a second losing half of what makes you, you. Half your interest, half the way you talk, your passion about things. That's all gone. Scary stuff. It's easier to run from, and death is a mercy. She can't kill Mikia, so she opts for the only other way out. Kind of a bummer point to leave out on, but the future movies tap into this stuff and really go places. This film is a bitter one. It has notes of jovialness, but not every story has a good ending, which this definitely did not. It ends on such a sour note as to leave one breathless, or at least me. The Ryogi Shiki half of the Kara no Kyoukai movies are all one flowing story and not multiple different narratives like the other half is. It's due to this that the film is left with tons of open threads and feels kind of incomplete. It is a part 1 after all, which does make talking about it rather strange. This movie has a definitive beginning, middle, and end, however that's only from a filmmaking point of view. Plot-wise, it's only just started. But that does mean it has room to go anywhere and everywhere, which, considering how this film ends, is pretty enticing. I'll end with this though. Shiki giving up and jumping in front of a truck being retconned is so stupid. It borders on Angra is responsible for Ilya being mean and Fate's Stay Night levels of asinine. Go away, you cheap Nervenskier knockoff. Let Shiki choose the sweet embrace of truck. This dude being here adds nothing to the plot and makes a powerful ending sigh-inducing when you know what really happens on a rewatch. All in all though, a pretty alright movie. Smiley face. Next, however, is my favorite of the entire series. So I am looking forward to it, and I hope you all are too.
やめてください。とても嫌な感じです。ケイタさんにお会いしなくてはならないんです。
Exactly as Mikia does. In the moment, I would have begged her not to do it, but the moment she did it, I'd probably give her a high five.
答え。言ったろ。俺とお前は似た者同士だって。私、泣いてしまいそうで。泣いていいですか？
Pain lingers. I get this weird pit in my stomach when I cry, which is only more prevalent if someone's around me. I feel an insurmountable sense of guilt for not being able to control my emotions when I get like that, which usually only ends in me whining harder for being such a weak person. Tangentially related, a few weeks ago I laid in my lover's arms a shaky, sobbing mess. I was a tad intoxicated at the time, and while I'm usually fine with that sort of thing, it weakened my ability to deal with the intrusive thoughts that wouldn't stop pouring in. To spare the specifics, I was a wreck for about an hour and just kept sinking deeper into that mental spiral I've brought up in the past couple videos. The real world subsided into one of irrational sentiments. In the moments I could recognize where I actually was, it reminded me of a similar time when I was in my mother's room years back, which in and of itself was linked to a particularly intense event that had happened in the weeks prior. A moment that had etched itself to scratchy vinyl, playing back without pause over and over. It happened back then, and it was happening again. It's weird to disassociate. No part of you is there except for the emotions, those visceral, unkind emotions that have no care in the world for your crumbling mental state. I'm stuck in my mind while all my body does is panic and fear of where my brain is. It's hard to get out of that state unless you have someone there to bring you down from it, an anchor to ground you back to reality. Thankfully, I did have someone there with me at the time, love her for that, and I was able to eventually calm down and profusely apologize for ruining the mood of the night. She said it was fine, and though it literally was from an outside perspective, I still can't see it as such. I was with the one I loved, and the night was going wonderfully. I should have been happy by all accounts. But I was so far from such that I wouldn't even put the feelings in the same strata. There's nothing rational about that state. Those thoughts, emotions, and utter self-deprecation can strike whenever it wants. Every time I think I've finally overcome that trauma, it plays back in my head at just the wrong time, and I enter that same frantic state where I can't even conceive of myself as a real human being. Most of the time, I don't have anyone there and I get stuck. I've spent hours in that headspace recently. It's the same song and dance until my mind tells me I'm stupid for feeling like that and to just get over it. Similar brain chicanery leads me to not calling anyone either. I tell myself emotions are fleeting and you'll be back to normal soon, which is a bad, extremely unhealthy habit. One that leads to me entering a null state where I stare up at the ceiling, just existing. Thankfully, as I lean more into accepting those emotions as a part of myself, that preclusion towards self-destruction has started to fade, though I'm not certain it'll ever be something I can erase completely. Like with the pivotal moment that a good bit of this all stems from, I just have to learn to live with the demons and try my damnedest to not let them win. Opening the video with all this isn't to drum up sympathy. I don't want pity. This all serves a purpose towards the point I want to get across. No matter how much one is self-actualized, where their life is at, or who they're with, pain lingers. The clip I opened this with, as opposed to the past two videos, and probably the rest, is a bit from the artist formerly known as Digibro's 8 Nights of Kara no Kyoukai series. Now, regardless of your opinions on Trixie, God knows I certainly have a few, I find the video on the third movie particularly intriguing because of its focus on morality. As she said, in the moment, I'd beg her not to do it, but after she did, I'd probably give her a high five. Each video in the series raises interesting points like that, and I rewatched it all to make sure I'm not just repeating things that have already been said on this hell site. A link will be in the description if you're interested, though they are by all means not integral to this video series that I'm making. Out of everything in B's vids though, that line about Fujino's the one I remember most. Well, that and Sukaku-zan Ryu is a film of outrage. Shout out to all and none of you who understood that reference at the end of the last part. To loop back to the point, the fixation on right and wrong within B's video got me thinking about where my stance on Fujino's actions lie. And honestly, when I first watched this movie back in my Hikikomori days, I largely agreed with Digi and Mikia. I would have begged her not to do it, but conversely would feel nothing for the men she killed after the fact. A stance I'm pretty sure is the common consensus, as it's literally just common sense. However, as I grew as a person and omoried my way into remembering some real funny events, my stance has changed a bit. I honestly don't think I'd have the heart to tell her to stop. If anything, I'd struggle not to neg her on. I think it's childish to hold such idealistic views about all of this. For one, Mikia's views, though nice in theory, ultimately accomplish little. Put a pin in that. There is a little something, but he ultimately accomplishes nothing himself, as he spends most of the film running around like a chicken with its head chopped off looking for Fujino. He can't put a stop to her actions, and Shiki is right. If he keeps pressing his luck, he could very easily die. For two, what Fujino does in killing all of her assaulters, though gruesome, is ultimately readily accepted by most people who don't sympathize with one of the aforementioned rapists, which I don't think I have to say is the vast, vast minority of people, I'd hope. Lol. However, lest I get ahead of myself, it could be argued that if these rapists dedicate their lives to doing good after everything, can you really justify the stance of not stopping Fujino? To which I still think the answer is yes. My stance largely aligns with Shiki's in that until the point it reaches indiscriminate slaughter of the innocents, and/or Fujino takes joy in killing, I find a lack of any reason to be angered with her. These people are repugnant. And though they might have gone on to do good things, unless it's something completely earth-shattering, the cost-benefit says that they're better off twisted into pulp. They deserve what Fujino does to them, from both an outsider's standpoint and of course her own. The feeling of pain welling up within her may never truly subside, and though it might sound contradictory to the point I'm trying to make, holding grudges never helps anyone, but her actions of lashing out in this film aren't counterproductive to her getting over it. This is gonna get weirdly esoteric, but bear with me for a bit. I despise the notion that someone who kills a killer is somehow morally dubious. It rings the same tune as forgiveness will lead to salvation. There are some acts that, no matter what happens, can't be forgiven by the victim. Like, say someone spills your fucking milk, yeah, you can forgive them for that, but rape dehumanizes the person being assaulted. It deprives them of their urgency and puts them in an endless mental battle against themselves. It's something, like murder, you can't really undo, and the memories will follow them to their grave. To loop back around to Fujino, and by extension this whole discussion, knowing that the person who assaulted you and made you feel lower than the worms in the fucking dirt is out and about and living a normal life is, and always will be, a subject of contention within the assaulted. A point that springs up at the mention of where the person lives or works, or just as a realization the mind conjures up to be mean. Let me tell you all a short, sleepy time tale from middle school, and strap your seatbelts in. This one's fun. To set the stage, I had fully repressed everything. But every now and again, I had moments of lucidity where I would recall what had happened. It was in my 6th grade math class, and I was reading one of those dumb-as-a-brick questions about some guy with 40 bottles of dish soap or something likened to that. I solved the problem quickly enough. This was before they added in the alphabet, so I was still semi-decent at math, but something looked off about the question. So I read it again, and again, until I realized that I had skipped over the name on the 3rd or so read-through. Immediately after reading it though, my mind started peeling back the thin layer of masking tape I had stretched over that part of my psyche. It was just a name, but I broke out in cold sweats. It was just a name, but I grabbed myself to stop the shaking. It was just a simple name, and my eyes averted everyone's gaze as I looked down at the ground to not call attention to myself. I struggled to find mental footing as my brain hazily recalled the various details for me to beat back down into repression. Pain lingers. Even via copious amounts of coping mechanisms, it will always remain. In theme with this little ideology, the title of this film being Remaining Sense of Pain serves a double meaning. One, it has the overt meaning of Fujino's pain intolerance and how she recalls the sensation throughout the movie, though most of that is appendicitis, but two, it hones in on how this is something she'll never truly recover from, emotionally I mean. The two sides of pain, physical and emotional. This whole series has really good titles that, though they sound chuny as hell when translated to English, I can't help but adore. Remaining Sense of Pain serving this function with its title, as well as just how cool it sounds in both English and Japanese, you know I'm right, makes it by far the best. Just in general, like, the titles that come up and compare to Zukaku Zanryu, It's My Own Invention, Subihibi. Yeah, Zukaku Zanryu, It's My Own Invention, title pending, top 3. I'll think of a third later. If I don't, I'll just put like title pending in big large fucking text on the screen. Speaking of Zukaku Zanryu, the series raises an interesting point in this film. A point that was touched on a bit in Satsujin Kozatsu, but comes to the forefront here because of Fujino's actions. Someone can only kill a human once before losing their humanity themselves. What Fujino does is left up to the viewer to decide if it was the correct thing to do or not. As with Fujo's suicide in the first movie, K&K doesn't tell its audience what to feel, but it does state one thing perfectly clear with no room for misinterpretation. No one views the people Fujino kills as humans. The closest a member of the cast ever comes to doing so is when Mikia helps Keita. But that's out of his moral belief to help those in need, and he does it begrudgingly. Toko and Shiki then accost the fuck out of his actions when they find out, to which he can't do anything but acknowledge that they're both correct for doing so. The one time these people are viewed in a helpless light, the main cast moans and begrudges the person who helped them. There's a clear bias against these people, and though it's warranted, the way they're treated by both the actual characters and the film does dabble into a nice little gray area. You can't feel bad for Keita and his friends considering their actions, and though their death scenes might make one cringe, it's out of imagining what it would feel like and nothing else. Still, that cringe factor is pretty high, and seeing them squirm and beg for their lives to be met with malices activates the part of the brain that evokes at least a shred of empathy. Looking at it removed from those initial gut reactions though, as those emotions are typically the most irrational, these scenes take on a new light. They're violent and terrifying. They're oddly beautiful in a way, and hear me out on this. Their beauty is the ugly kind, and can be found in how it parallels the opening scene of Fujino being raped. These men deprived Fujino of her humanity, and now she's doing the same to them. The scenes are all accentuated with horrifying music and the same camera techniques used during the opening scene that let you see just enough to get a grasp of how utterly inhuman and cold it all is. It's that way that Sukaku Zanryu creates that little gray area I brought up earlier. Just talking about it makes it easy to say that Fujino is in the right, but actually seeing what she does to these men and how she renders them in pieces makes it uncertain. It's because of that moral ambiguity that the film offers various different outlooks. For instance, Toko looks at it with indifference, Shiki with a little empathy, and I've already talked about Mikia. No clear answer is objectively stated to be the best, and hell, you don't even have to have a conclusion shown in the work. Karno Kyoukai doesn't talk down to its viewers. It wants and requires them to think about these things to an almost uncomfortable level to get any kind of enjoyment out of it. And I love this series for it. The writing, specifically in the early half, can be a tinge headache-inducing with how #deep it attempts to be at times, but that's undoubtedly due to Nasu working out the kinks of his writing style. K&K was essentially one of the first things he worked on, for an audience at least, and it's gonna show its age in parts. A growth process every artist experiences. I mean, hell, if you go back to the earlier videos on this channel, the uptick in quality is palpable, I think. It's the same way someone starts out drawing stick figures and can end up drawing the Sistine Chapel. That early level of proficiency in mind, I find it amazing that Sukaku Zanryu works as well as it does. It's certainly far from perfect, but there was a clear passion behind this one, and this is where I think Nasu hit his stride with writing. I say far from perfect because while I do love this story, it's clearly too all over the place for most viewers. Can't tell you how many "explain what was happening please" comments I've seen regarding it. Furthermore, the reasoning for Fujino's pain intolerance is explained in a monologue, her motivations can appear odd, and the film's most upbeat parts are tinged with melancholy. There's not really a reprieve, and it's thus that it can be draining to watch. Though, if I'm being honest, those are all things I love about it, which I will get to in due time, no worries. On the subject of Nasu's works, though, in each of his big three works, Karano Kyoukai, Tsukihime, and Fate Stay Night, one of the characters from each respectively is the subject of sexual abuse. Of course, the success of how each character is handled is going to vary from person to person, but I think Nasu typically handles the topic well. I'm of the persuasion that art shouldn't have any limits with regards to touchy subjects, and furthermore, showing them on screen in all of their grotesque nature isn't inherently bad taste either. It's all up to what the work is trying to get across that determines how necessary said components are. In the case of Karano Kyoukai, Fujino's assault is clearly something vile, which is shown in the dismal lighting, scattered framing, and lack of any music. It's deeply uncomfortable, and not in the stock sense of rape is inherently such a thing. Everything just feels lifeless. Fitting, considering Fujino's disposition. Being the center of the scene and having this forced upon her, she's barely reacting whatsoever. The answer might be that she's drugged, but there's no real indicator of such. Her pupils aren't dilated, and she is fully cognitively there to recognize what's happening. And she's still disconnected somehow. Either she's had this done to her an uncountable number of times, or she's an interesting person in the same vein as Shiki Ryogi. Both of which turn out to be true. Asagami Fujino is a peculiar character. She's by far my favorite in this series of films, and though a part of that, as you might expect, is because I can relate to her feelings of lashing out on some fundamental level, it's also, conversely, because of the huge disconnect I feel when I see her. Pain and sensitivity. It's a fun concept to think about. Everyone who's viewing this video has probably been told a million times not to put their hands on a hot stove or put their finger in an electrical socket because it'll hurt. Of course, as a kid, you don't know what that means, so like a young, precarious sleepy, you might do both these things just to get a rush, only to find that, yeah, it kinda stings. Same goes with things like hammering a nail in or using a knife. You want to be careful because otherwise you'll spend the rest of the day coping. However, when you're in pain, especially and hopefully at that age, you have someone there to console you and help you get better. I know most of the attention I got as a kid was because I did things like break an arm playing tag or skinned my knee running out the front door. There's a bittersweetness to it all. On one hand, pain helps you learn not to do those actions again lest it be absolutely necessary and with precaution. As well, pain usually means unbridled kindness from others. Inversely, it can ache for hours. And on the mental side of things, sometimes years afterwards. In line with this side, if you don't have anyone there with you, dealing with pain alone is isolating to a numbing degree. Humans form a lot of their actions and ideologies around this sensation. It's instilled in a lot of us from birth to do so. So what happens to someone who doesn't have that? There's a flashback scene in Zukaku Zanryu that shows a young Fujino cutting up some kind of pretend food with an actual knife. She's covered in her own blood because she slipped up a few times, but due to her pain and sensitivity, she isn't fazed by it at all. Until her mother comes in, she continues slicing merrily. It's all to be expected, and this scene would have been fine ending there. After all, Fujino's condition is displayed clearly, and that sets the precedent for why she is the way she is as we see her. But this story aims to go above the bare minimum. The scene continuing into Fujino bursting into tears at being embraced despite not knowing why she's being embraced is the most well-executed bit of this little section. Fujino may not feel pain, but she does know that being cared for still feels really, really nice. The reaction is indicative of Fujino not really being loved much as she was growing up. Not intentionally by the parents, mind you, just by happenstance. After all, when do you show the most compassion for someone? When they're in pain. Unless the wound is obvious, like Fujino's cut-up hands, it's gonna be hard to notice if someone never reacts to it. While she probably had a fine enough upbringing, Fujino likely had a scant amount of times where she was held after falling down or twisting her wrist. It's an experience, as far as we know, that only happened twice. Once here and again with Mikia. In both, she doesn't necessarily get it, but she does let her confused emotions out and acknowledge that it feels really good. Like, there's just nothing quite like being held or being cared for, you know? It's a nice sensation. It's why mommy fetishes are a thing. All you fucking strangers. Ah, God. Fujino MILF. Unimaginable. Lol. She knows that pain is a bad thing due to being cared for like that during times she should be in it, Yet there's still a disconnect between her and other people. A disconnect that is literally shown in the sports festival flashback before Mikia shows up. She's with a group of friends and interacting with them, but look where she is. Life as a normal person is something she can emulate, but the true experience, it's just out of reach. Fujino can't be on the same level of emotion because a lot of emotions are informed by pain, getting angry at stubbing a toe, sad at falling on your face, or happy at avoiding a painful situation. All things that make someone more expressive. It's why she barely emotes in the flashbacks. She doesn't have anything to inform those emotions, so the best she can do is copy what she sees, which you can see her struggling to do when her friends ask her why she's lagging behind. Her face looks more distressed from not reacting properly than it is strained from a twisted ankle. It's a nice little bit of framing. It isolates Fujino and puts into perspective why Mikia showing up, giving her a piggyback ride, and telling her it's okay to cry had such an effect on her. When Mikia picks her up and makes her feel genuine emotions and starts walking along, she can catch up to people more. She can get that genuine human connection, and she's on the same level. She just needed a little help to get there. It's beautiful. It's mwah. It perfectly establishes why she fucking has a crush on him. It's not just fucking gay plot bullshit because everyone has to have a crush on the MC because Nasu only knows how to write fucking visual novel protagonist. I mean, that's definitely part of it, but there's setup for it, you know. It's alright setup. It's similar in function to what her mother did and plants the idea in Fujino's mind that being in pain is desirable in some small way if it means feeling that warmth. It's tougher for her, but she can still make those human connections. There's a small, indefinite sting she feels from not being able to react or be comforted like everyone else is when they're hurt, but that fades a bit when people still care for her regardless, which is clearly a rare thing for Fujino, hence why she cries. Oh my god, it's just like the fucking OST says, Fujino's track is If I Cry. Oh, it's so deep. Oh, there's your soundtrack tangent for this episode. Isn't it so good? Isn't it so wonderful? Isn't it fucking great? I hate myself right now. I hate that I went into this with this mentality and this is the best I've ever recorded a fucking script. Even when she's insensitive to it, pain lingers. Still though, for a large part, she is just emulating. For example, while she's being sexually assaulted, she recognizes that it should be an uncomfortable and pain-inducing experience, so she tells them to stop, but there's no emotion in her words. Pain induces things like shock and anger in people, but as someone who's never felt it, she doesn't know how to express it beyond basic phrases. Her words are cold, as are her movements. As Keita said, it was like fucking a doll. The assault isn't the impetus for Fujino's rampage. No, that comes when they hit her in the back with a baseball bat to make her feel something. To which her insensitivity to pain is temporarily cured, and oh, she definitely does do something. Fujino feeling that sensation for the first time is intoxicating as it is, well, painful. After not feeling it for pretty much her entire life, it creates a frenzy within her, and she lashes out on anyone in sight, literally in sight. Fujino's Mystic Eyes of Distortion, in addition to having a way better aesthetic than the Mystic Eyes of Death Perception, were suppressed at around birth or a bit later. The specifics aren't important. What is important is that it's what caused her intolerance to pain in the first place. Now that she feels it, she also has those back. It's so much more visceral in function, and it's a concept that reaches its full potential from the first moments it's seen. For clarification, I do think that the Mystic Eyes of Death Perception are cool as well. Let's just say when it comes to Shiki's, Tono is the one that capitalizes. That's for a later date to discuss though. Fujino's beautiful, vibrant eyes are the subject here and now. As I was saying, her hunting down all the rapists could just stem from them being around when she finally felt pain and her wanting to cover up her massacre. Though that might be what the film outright states, I find that reasoning is incredibly surface level and, well, rather shit. Here's what I find the more interesting, better interpretation. Fujino, upon feeling pain for the first time while being raped, indirectly realized what it was these men were actually doing to her. It all clicks, and it overwhelms the fuck out of her. The stain of every single time they assaulted her all comes barreling in at once, and she snaps completely. The cliche of the long hot shower after being assaulted only comes into play after this happens, so I think that was the intention. To show that it's only now that Fujino really gets it. Also, the whole was she stabbed, no not actually plot thread, though kind of stupid in execution, like, I think this is one of the weakest points in the movie. Like, how you're gonna show her clothes with a hole mark where a knife was, but oh no, she wasn't actually stabbed, it's just appendicitis. It's a stupid plot point, and I dislike it greatly. Like, where else did that whole... back to the point. It ties into that whole concept by making Fujino have an always present reminder of what they did to her. It may not have been from actually being stabbed, but that pain refuses to leave, and that, in tandem with her now present emotional trauma, results in a Fujino that is barely identifiable to the one seen before. The more she ruminates on everything, the worse she feels, and the more she wants them all dead, no matter the cost. Her decline is a gradual one, and I appreciate that it isn't instant. This is all clearly something Fujino tried to move on from, but just couldn't forget about. She started on one end of the emotion spectrum, being distant and reserved, but winds up on the polar opposite side by the end of the film, letting her emotions take the forefront. It's a complete and utter mental breakdown, and seeing it translated so perfectly to screen is kinda cathartic in a way. I hope that's not just me. Fujino is usually rational and an in-the-moment person. She uses her right brain to estimate how she should react in certain situations, and as shown, that has netted her a good school and friends. Here, though, she depends entirely on her left brain, and all the negative aspects of that reliance. Fujino, past this point, is typically seen walking around in a daze, disconnected from reality save for the sentiment of murder ringing about her skull. She's going to inflict all the stored up pain she feels back, no matter their consent. It's like rape, but murder, you get it? Pretty forced metaphor. I promise I'm not just saying this because I happen to agree with her ideology the most, but Shiki is right about everything. Taking the last film into account, she knows that murder is a slippery slope, and Fujino's really close to sliding. That's why Shiki encounters Fujino 2 times in the movie before they actually fight. Fujino hasn't tumbled into being a delusional murderer yet, but the moment she does, Shiki will be there to kill her. Shiki, being an actualized person now, recognizes where Fujino is. Kinda. Shiki killed her own will in the same way Fujino kills her assaulters to make things easier on themselves. Both were shells of people with an interest in the macabre. Both have mystic eyes. Both have an impulse for destruction. In Shiki's view, until the threshold for slaughter is reached, she can't judge Fujino's actions. It'd be hypocritical for her to. Where Shiki didn't cross the line is in choosing not to kill Mikia, who was an innocent person. When Fujino does go that extra step, Shiki, who had been stagnant the whole movie, gains every right to judge Fujino's actions and go in for the kill. She can empathize with her. She can never be close to Fujino because Shiki sees parts of herself that she hates in her, but she does feel for her. Which all culminates in the bridge scene. Oh, the bridge scene. Shiki doesn't kill Fujino with her eyes here, more so her words. After killing one innocent person, Fujino is on the precipice of becoming the very thing she set out to kill, a monster who takes the utmost pleasure in depriving people of their humanity. A precipice she's heavily leaning towards one side of. Shiki points out her smile in the midst of them trying to kill each other, and Fujino is surprised at the revelation about herself. She's so far gone that she's taking joy in trying to kill someone. Acknowledging that gives her a brief bit of lucidity from her mental breakdown, during which she realizes what exactly she's been doing the entire time. She might not be morally reprehensible for the rapist she killed, but she is for the one innocent person she slaughtered. Nothing can change that. It's an act she can't really take back, and though it can be argued it was in the heat of the moment, that doesn't alter reality. Having just felt pain for the first time recently and having a violent mental collapse that resulted in crime scenes so gruesome, the question of who is the real victim becomes dubious. Fujino was already in a very precarious mental state. Throw in the bitter pill of re-illusion into reality and the fact that she was getting off to all this, and everything just starts to break, twist, mend, call it what you will, the end result is all the same. The final gasp of a struggling existence that shreds its vocal cords and crying out, hoping for the comfort she had been afforded a few times before. But no one's here for her this time. She's just left with her accuser and cruel, unkind thoughts and emotions. Which of course results in pain lingers. After everything is said and done and Fujino has gotten her revenge, it still hasn't faded. If anything, it's only gotten more potent. When Shiki finds her amid the rebel, she takes Mikia's words into account, which is that little thing he did accomplish in the story, remember I brought that up earlier, and does something we haven't seen her do yet. An action that's a tad unexpected given her earlier conviction. She reaches out to Fujino and tells her that it's okay to cry if she's in pain. The film shows Mikia fade into Shiki as that phrase is said, showing that though other people can be cold, they can also be warm and accepting, in places you wouldn't expect, and people you wouldn't expect. To which Fujino, now also comprehending the full meaning of those words, starts crying her eyes out. For the person she killed, for how her life is going to change, for her broken body, for being reminded of a pleasant memory, for still being alive, for herself. Bittersweet tears are the hardest to get out. They feel almost irresponsible because they're conflicted by their very nature. Fujino cried because of various depressing and happy reasons. All those feelings were odd to her, so she held it in as long as she could. The entire second half of this movie, after she can feel pain, where she displayed a wide variety of emotions, not once did she cry. They'd be bittersweet tears if she did, and though she had been told in her past that it was okay and did cry earlier in the movie, she still couldn't allow herself that. Which is something I feel a lot of people can understand. Fuck, at least to me. Let's hop back to that story I brought up earlier about me crying in my girlfriend's arms. I mentioned the pit I felt in my stomach. I was having a breakdown and recalling all this messed up stuff that had happened in my past, which was sad. But above all else, I was just happy to finally, after years of dealing with it by myself, have someone there who consoled me and understood. I felt guilty for taking joy in that, for taking joy in being sad. Is it really right to take pleasure in being sad if it means getting the affection of someone you love? It's a moral dilemma, and the answer I found, informed by Fujino's own tears, is this. Those bittersweet cries are the most important ones to get out because they're the hardest to get out. It's not emotional manipulation to want someone there to comfort you, nor is it weak to need someone. It's human. We all have bad days where things just become unbearable to deal with, so sometimes we lose it a bit. Now, using people as a crutch all the time is bad. It drains the other person and makes them feel like they're never enough. Speaking from experience on that one, that's why I'm big on the whole complementary, not supplementary when it comes to relationships. But two people helping each other out every now and again is a beautiful thing, exceedingly so even, which is a lesson Fujino learns here. Pain lingers. That's okay. She'll have to live with the sin of what she did forever, and that is her compensation, but she's still a person who deserves to live by the end of it all. Kara no Kyoukai's own logic is that you can only kill one person before you go into the realm of slaughter. If we factor that the men Fujino distorted into chunks were all monsters who were beyond saving anyhow, then Fujino did only kill one person. A bit of logic that I think was intended because Fujino cries for herself, accepts her indelible sin, and continues to live life. Unlike the scene with Miki at the beginning of the film, she won't have to ask for permission to cry, she just will from here on out. She cries here instead of dying the monster she was moments before. She was on the precipice still, and she chose humanity. Maybe I'm over-explaining this, but what the fuck is analysis but over-explaining it? I don't think an epilogue is needed because there's nowhere for Fujino to go but into that wonderful everyday, one where she can sympathize with others on a deeper level and put actual emotions into her words because of her experiences. One where she'll be an actualized human. Pain lingers, but because of that, Fujino can care for people like others have cared for her. More importantly, she can do the same for herself now. Sukakuzanryu is a film brimming with these negative feelings, and it's only upon rumination that any ray of hope can be seen. The last shot is Fujino being taken away by an ambulance, and that's not exactly hopeful. But she will live, which is inspiring in a sense. Everyone by the end will continue to exist regardless of the pain. It's how you deal with it that codifies you as your own person, which is the journey Fujino took. Character arcs and all that. I love this movie, if you couldn't tell. I was worried that writing the script would send me reeling in a similar fashion to the Maid video. Thankfully, as I started writing, though it was tough at parts, I didn't have nearly as horrible a time. The pain may stick around, linger, if you will, but it's becoming a bit easier. I like to think Fujino has a similar experience. Garen no Do is a film drenched in introspection. In particular, what happens when you reflect when there's only an endless void to meet you in the mirror, a nothingness that Inshiki's attempts to cover up and run from has grown and grown and grown until it devours her ability to escape. The story picks up immediately after the ending of the second movie, and, as you might expect because these films balk at the idea of telling things in a chronological order, Shiki is alive after attempting to kill herself. Herself. Singular. Before she awakens again, the male personality is shown sinking into either the root or Shiki's subconscious. Actually, it might be more apt to say that that's the only reason she can wake. She's in a coma until that personality forcibly removes himself from the equation, trading his life so that the more complete person can live on, just as he said he'd do in Satsugen Kozatsu. Regardless, Shiki experiences isolation for the first time, the scope of which that compounds with her already broken mental state to create these vivid nightmares and hallucinations is delved in beautifully within this movie. Being that all this stuff happened to her at once, I view a lot of what goes on in this film, i.e. the hospital at night with grudges walking around, as Shiki losing it a bit. Before I get wrapped up in that though, I should mention that there is a whole other B-plot, honestly, the main plot considering it takes up substantially more time, of Toko antics which does have some effect on the A-plot of Shiki hospitalization. But it's all really surface level stuff. It's literally a therapy session for Shiki where problems are brought up at face value. Shiki sitting in a bed, eyes wrapped up so that she's forced to look inward is what makes this story compelling and fun to talk about. She ran from herself so fervently as to attempt to kill Mikia and herself, and her punishment is fitting, reflection being the only avenue of which she can continue existing now. This is the second of 4 films that, as stated previously, are a character analysis of Ryogi Shiki. Satsugen Kozatsu covered the dual personality and danced with the idea of popping off Shiki's lid. Garen no Do then is the natural continuation. The lid is off and the audience is looking in, being absorbed like all caps into the now shattered psyche of Ryogi. The male personality gone, the scale is tipped wholly in the female's direction, and she's lost on what to do. People within the hospital try and nudge her towards self-care, but what does that even mean? Shiki, up to this point, has always looked within to solve her issues. That's her form of self-care. What she thought was the go-to in any kind of pinch. When she goes to do so in this movie, though, there's nothing. Her attempts show her figure floating aimlessly around her own head in a way that's suspiciously similar to the last 2 episodes of Ava. Her self-image is formless and all-encompassing. It can take the shape of anything, and that lack of structure makes the brain tend to panic. In Ava, Shinji was given ground to stand on, but Shiki has no such thing in Kara Kyoukai. She has to take this journey wholly alone. Ava parallels are always a lot of fun to make, especially with works in the Nasuverse. There was a clear influence in a lot of the writings, especially Kyoukai, which would have been in the early drafts a little after Ava was unleashed out to the world. Not a bad thing, mind you. Ava's fucking great. There's a reason it shaped the anime sphere even 20 years after, and I'm all for artists wearing their inspirations on their sleeves. As already stated, Nasu takes the concept and does his own thing with it too, which is what anyone should strive for. It's impossible to make something creative without your influences having some sway. If you've seen Ava, you'll know what I'm talking about, considering the journey of self-actualization Shiki takes here and all that. I'm off topic. I just need to make some kind of Ava video at this point. Who cares if the market is oversaturated? It'll be fun. Anywho, Shiki looks inside and sees nothing but how hollow she is. It's dark, terrifying, and she'd really rather not. When she can finally look to the outside world, what could be her first escape from all of this introspection, she sees this. You know the prologue to Tsukihime where Aoko helped Tono Shiki cope with things and get a grip on his new mystic eyes? Okay, cool. That's why I call this movie Blue Blue Glass Moon Under the Hollow Shrine. Because this film is literally just that, but with Toko and Ryogi. In addition to being inspired by Ava, Nasu was also inspired by himself. Go figure. Yes, I know this came first, but Tsuki brain rot has powers over my mind. Appealing to the niche subsect of Tsukihimers within my audience aside, the plot is eerily similar, down to the fear of the eyes breaking the world apart. I said in the last video that though I found the mystic eyes of death perception cool, they were lacking in fulfillment of the concept. Like, these things are neat as hell, but nothing is really done with them other than Shiki saying the lines that people look at her and say, "Rock, my for. Which is important, don't get me wrong, but there's no real weight to those words when the audience has no reason to think, oh shit, she's using them. There's no sense of tension, it's just to be expected, you know. It was a problem that Fujino's eyes mitigated because her usage of them was linked to her feeling pain. There was an emotional element, most notably felt when she destroyed the bridge. Every time she uses her eyes, it is directly linked to her emotional state. It's compelling. Here's a controversial take, and before I continue, Shiki is a lot cooler in the way she animates. But the way she uses her eyes has always felt ripped straight from the Tsukihime anime. And not the cool OP for Tsuki-ri, the one people pretend doesn't exist because it's so god-awful. For clarification to those who haven't seen that cursed series, Tono has no adverse effects with his eyes other than being kinda scared in the Aoko flashback, which he gets over immediately. They essentially function as a delete button. He's never in danger, and the eyes are never shown to scare him or make him lose his grip on reality. They just exist so that he can lightly nudge his enemies to death, followed by Arcoade calling him a combat genius who must have it in his blood. Speaking of Arcoade, the whole Nanaya subplot is glanced over, and Tono attacking Arcoade at the beginning of the series is the only time he loses himself and acts like he does in the VN. Which is the real crime in this anime. It makes it feel like a what the fuck was that about moment and not a what the fuck was that about moment, you know? Perfect way to describe the series as a whole, actually. Everything moves at a snail's pace, yet it goes horribly fast because it's adapting like 3 routes in 1 and in 12 episodes. Yumitsuka in the hot springs, though. Coomer brain, 60 FPS steam, hair up in cute buns, water splashing actions with bashful expressions and subtle movements that accentuate that this is indeed the only good-looking character design in the series. This is where the budget went, and there's nothing you can do about it. You didn't give the route, so we fucked up your anime, Nasu. People will meme on this for eternity. Also, fuck the English dub for calling her Yumitsuka. Yumizuka matches the lip flaps and is way more pleasing to say and hear. What the fuck was I talking about? Ryogi Shiki's Mystic Eyes, right. Her eyes are like Tono's in that funny anime. A delete button to further the plot, and though cool for a brief moment, without any limiters, it strips tension. I think this is an issue Nasu sympathized with me on and resolved in Suki, which is why Tono always had the better execution to me. His eyes fuck him up to use. It doesn't strip tension, it strips his sanity, which is very compelling. When it comes to the impact that the Mystic Eyes of Death perception should have, Garen no Do is the stark exception to the rule within Kara no Kyoukai. Shiki losing the bandages and seeing the people and world around her break apart, causing her to be sent reeling, is legit the best this concept has ever been visually. It makes her attempt to gouge her eyes out feel like the logical course of action, because if the world is going to look like this, why see it in the first place? It leads to her having her eyes bandaged up for the majority of the movie as she's forced to look inward. Being as mentally fragile as she is, she needs to do that, to stop running from what makes her, her. Until she does so, the outside world will never be an accepting place. It'll always look terrifying and like everything could break apart at any second. There's no rhyme or reason to it, that's just how it is. You can't help yourself until you help others is a statement I live by. But just as true is that you can't help yourself until you stop escaping, be it escaping into your personality disorder in the case of Shiki, or in a broader sense like escaping into media or other people. K&K up to this point has been a very character-focused and insular work, a trend that will continue a bit until the rest of the series, but this film marks a shift. Movie 1 introduces the world and the focus on the self. 2, how problems can stem from within. 3, how the outside world can cause pain. And now 4 hones in on overcoming it all to self-actualize. It's the first arc in a sense and brings with it a temporary conclusion to the interpersonal side, which is a good thing, honestly. It's healthy to have that focus for a time, but turning that positivity outward is equally so, both from a writing standpoint and just a real-world advice standpoint. Nasu was a 20-something when he wrote these stories, an age which is filled with stuff. I am a 20-something now, which I think is the perfect age to consume Kara no Kyoukai, as the little details can be picked up and characters sympathized with on a deeper level, removed from the broader perspective that growing older can bring. Apparently, I mean. There are some people who don't exhibit signs of such, but I like to think it's possible. I'll keep you all updated on if I do that myself in the coming years. Regardless, at some point, the message of these films becomes less relatable and more so nostalgic. As is self-evident from the last video especially, these stories can touch a personal level for me because I feel in a similar state of actualization that Nasu likely was in whilst writing them. A person following a very uncertain path towards something they love doing. The world looks off-putting, and if this doesn't work, I'm ultimately fucked in terms of having a career I actually like doing. Which leads to a lot of looking inward to make the outward more clear. Once that actualization stuff is accomplished, the outside world can be tackled a bit at a time. If you're a smart cookie, you'll notice that Shiki takes a very similar journey throughout this movie. Not saying that any of this was going through Nasu's head, this is just what I see in his work, what I think his thought process might have been. Art is always about converting your feelings, and that's something that's seen all over Kara no Kyoukai. The first film deals with death and how to cope with it, a thing literally all humans go through. As I talked about in that video, it's a concept which Nasu discusses well, but it requires some digging to understand what it was he was actually trying to convey. Likely because he was doing the same as he wrote it. hence why he's embarrassed about it all these years later. It's a work that can be all over the place because feelings, especially in the realm of the macabre, tend to be that way. His whole just getting started as an author definitely also has a place in that embarrassment, don't get me wrong. But I think there's more to it than that. Maybe I'm reading too much into this. Maybe it is just a funny story about how Ryogi Shiki is a cool concept for a character and Nasu just wanted to explore every facet of her. But if that's the case, I don't care. It's still an interesting angle. Evangelion, to of course reference it again because brain rot, is a series that's been explored in about 1 million different ways. I don't know, the director, the creator, the person given all the credit for Eva, though a lot of people worked on it, of course, sure as hell didn't have any of those ways in mind, but that doesn't make the interpretations any less valid. K&K has spent all this time focusing on individual characters, how the world affects them, and their little intricacies. Garen no Do turns the focus to the most introspective point, literally Shiki and the nothing within her. Yet it's also the story where the outside world has the most sway. She perceives it as terrifying, so she claws her eyes out and stays in the room. She has all these influences trying to push her in a certain way, but she can't go along any of those avenues because it has to be a choice she makes on her own. There's nothing in the hospital but lingering spirits and regrets. They want to merge their consciousness with Shiki, no doubt, and as enticing as just laying there and letting someone else fill the vacancy left by All Caps' death might be, she doesn't want that. Shiki is human. She's unclear of what it is she's searching for and thus can't really fight them off, but what she wants isn't to have her fledgling humanity taken. I like the spirits in this film. Be they genuine or just a visualization of her own mental battle, they push Shiki into making a choice for herself before someone else makes it for her. Had they not been there, she'd remain in stasis forever. She needs that impetus, a self-defined drive to get her anywhere. I'm gonna say the line. It makes Shiki realize that she has to skip point B. It gives a visual element to a purely mental battle so that it's more understandable. Not to mention, it just looks really cool. Spirits, this ugly-ass thing crawling under her bed and choking her out. I've read a few doujins like that. They were pretty good. I mean, horrible, disgusting, All this introspection, spirits possessing her and attaching themselves to her in some pitiable attempt to cling to life, and fear of the outside leads to Toko coming in and saying, "Your eyes are Kino, actually. Use them. Yes, silly girl." She doesn't tell Shiki what to do. What I said just now sounds like that, but she doesn't, trust me. But she nudges her in the right direction. RPG time. Okay, so Toko gives out a quest marker with the description reading, "Yo, this hospital is whack, and if you don't do anything to get better, you're going to be home to some very undead things. So, do that, you goof." Shiki has to help herself in the end. A detail I like not because I'm Oshino Meimei from Monogatari, but because that's often how things work in the real world. A fictional story doesn't have to do things like that, of course, but the story has more naturalistic flow because of it. Again, Nasu was a 20-something converting his experiences, feelings, and questions about life into the work that is Kara no Kyoukai. The subject matter is going to tend to loop back on reflecting the real world in some form or fashion. Totally unrelated side tangent, Toko shouldn't even be here. And not in the plot sense of, bad plot, but in the sense of, earlier in the movie it said that her doctor is supposed to be Araya Soren. A fact that makes me overjoyed that Toko is here, because if I had to sit through this lamer forcing his way into another story too, I'd want to ask Mr. Nasu to let me off this ride. No vision is worth that. Talking about the 5th movie is gonna make for a fun comment section. One step at a time. This thank stand here, though, is just a cute detail that I, at least, didn't pick up until this rewatch. Closest to being an actual threat Arya gets in this series, but you didn't hear that from me. You definitely heard that from me. What am I talking about? You definitely heard that from me. Nobody hates this motherfucker as much as I do. Fifth movie. When it comes to analysis of this film, there's really nothing more to be said. Its visual storytelling is supplemented perfectly with Toko's words of advice to Shiki, that she has to choose her own path like Merida, or essentially die. Gives stakes to what most humans normally go through, which is focus on yourself and grow up, or suffer eternally. Shiki may be hollow now, but she just has to fill the emptiness herself with whatever it is she wants. A point Toko literally brings up at the end of the movie in conversation to Mikia. For as trippy as it gets inside Shiki's head, I find this film incredibly straightforward, which, while fun to watch, doesn't really leave much to talk about outside of a summary. Everything I could want to say is stuff that I've already said. However, as needless as it is to talk about, Shiki killing off the spirit that tries to possess her in tandem with her weak do-nothing self is such a raw moment. As with most things in this film, it gives a tangible aspect to those mental trials, and as K&K is such an inward work, this is the perfect kind of antagonist. The characters against themselves. I love it. One last thing. Blue glass moon under the hollow shrine. Ryogi and Tono naturally have differences in how they function as individuals, but the motions they go through are more or less identical, and if transferred to a visual medium, I could easily see the revelation of what the mystic eyes of death perception are, looking eerily similar. There's also of course differences between Aoko and Toko, but what they do is more or less the same, telling a Shiki to appreciate their gift, helping them cope with it, and nudging them in the right direction before disappearing. They diverge heavily in Ryogi's interpersonal narrative of filling the void, but more or less, they share the same beats for the first half. Now, all that said, and for the sake of needless comparison, which did it better? The Tsukihime remake. Probably. I mean, I still can't read Japanese, but look at these CGs and tell me it doesn't. This was a shorter, I think, video than the last few, but my god, will the next one give me a good bit to talk about. Will probably make me a few enemies too, knowing TypeMoon fans. However, before diving into the Paradox Spiral, there's a detour that must be made as I have something special planned for Halloween, as well as a super secret project concerning another series near and dear to my heart. If you can guess what that series is in the comments, I'll give you a heart. I appreciate you all for joining me for the first half of Descending the Spiral of Kara no Kyoukai, and I hope you'll join me again when the second, more hot take-filled half begins. And hell, hop on those detours too, they're going to be great. I am biased. Life is a painting. If it's too out of focus, then there's not really any sense to make of it. If it's too close, then all the mistakes come to the surface and the real point is lost. It's the middle ground, taking in what matters where things come together and can be appreciated at their deepest level. There's a character in Mugen Rasen by the name of Tomoe Enjo. A good bit of the plot focuses on him, holed up in a room, struggling to come to grips with where his life is going. During this ever so contemplative part of the story, he's recently killed his own mother. In self-defense, but that still doesn't change the facts, nor that his life is essentially over when he gets caught. It's his violent retaliation that serves as this movie's hook. The scene evokes shock. Enjo's movements are frantically kinetic, and what he has blaring in his head is clear. Kill her before she kills me. As an opener, its slightly confusing nature and morbid actions set the tone going forward. This tale is called The Paradox Spiral, and it's going to indulge in its namesake. The direction, done by Takayuki Hirao, doesn't shy away from making things erratic and nonsensical in order. Yet, by some stroke of genius, the scenes flow together in a way that makes everything click. Take the brief moments before matricide. We see Enjo waking up, followed by fragments of what's going on outside his room, before returning back to it with a quick panning shot of some of his belongings, of which contained study supplies, a medal, and a picture of him running track. This is a school-age boy with a promising athletic future ahead of him. What prevents that from being the path our boy takes is the very thing that jarringly cuts between the view of his belongings. Tomoe Enjo's parents. This is less than 10 seconds, and it gets across the vast majority of Enjo's backstory and motivation. Not only for why he can defend himself so viscerally against his Okasan, but for what he does from there on out. He's a relatively normal, if mentally fragile, lad who was pushed to the brink and is running from the consequences. The shot composition in this movie is chock full of stuff like this. Now, that's not to say it doesn't know when to slow things down, it does. It's just that in the intense moments, it's purposefully overbearing. In those quick snippets brimming with information, it's not expecting you to take everything in. It's just planting little seeds. Take that photo Enjo has of him running track. Later into the film, when he's watching ads on a billboard, he sees himself in the runner on screen. Aside from the overt symbolism of Enjo is literally running from things, it's something that doesn't seem odd or out of place because of his track picture in the intro. That idea of, oh, Enjo is a good track runner, fully blooms at this moment, even if only subconsciously in the viewer's mind. This movie is like a puzzle. Most of the pieces are dumped out in quick bursts, but then the plot takes its time coming through every detail one by one so that it all comes together. The viewer's involved in this as well because it's up to them to put a few things together all on their own. Take our lad Enjo. Regarding his depressive and oppressive home life, no one states the obvious to reiterate how bad it was, nor does Enjo go into his feelings about it all. The audience is expected to get why he reacts to stuff the way he does, based on his experiences and, well, how he acts. Despite this being the longest Kara no Kyoukai movie, it doesn't waste its time with the needless chatter. This film demands attention, and it respects its audience's ability to parse simple things like Enjo's feelings about his life. During the scene where Enjo's attention is being zapped up by advertising, Enjo looks at the billboard, sees Runner, and gets entranced with the nostalgia. It's really simple stuff, but damn if a lot of anime don't fuck it up. Scenes like this are a dime a fucking dozen in the realm of Japanimation. Most, however, make the brazen, horrible mistake of making the protagonist monologue to themselves about the blatantly apparent. The direction and script in a visual medium isn't just meant to be how the story is conveyed. It itself is a storytelling method. That's something criminally underappreciated in the medium, and KNK5 knocks it out of the park. On that note, Shiki's introduction. She shows up obscured by steam billowing through a grimy back alley and stomps some curbs. Just her gentle caress is enough to make someone vomit. Wish she'd do that to me. Shiki is a neurotic, adorable, sadism-loving angel, and this movie is her at peak form. Seeing this, as capable as she is cute goddess before him, makes Enjo fall to his knees. To him, who lacks stability, it's only completely and utterly natural that he asks Shiki to take him in. She has herself all together. Doesn't matter that she's terrifying or outright says, "I'm a murderer," in a way only a true psychopath could do, charismatically as to make it endearing. This story was originally where Kara no Kyoukai ended. Relevant point, because through that framework, it makes Shiki's flashy kimono-fixing antics, God I love this shot, and complete feeling depiction start to make more sense. The first 4 stories are the bulk of her development. They center around a little ways she grows and is influenced by the world, all of which mostly relate to her inner self. After all that introspection, she's self-actualized. What do now? That's what her arc is all about here, which is plenty fine, but it doesn't require her to be in the driver's seat anymore. I mean, literally, she's not in the driver's seat anymore, she's on the sidecar, get it? Ha. Hence why from this movie onward, she either takes a back seat or is paired with someone else. In place of the introspective nightmares of Shiki Ryogi, this time around there's about a 30-minute stretch that's just her and Enjo living their lives together. The music played during this part starts off uneasy, asking a silent question about the duo of murderer housemates. Question being, is this situation okay or going to work out in the slightest? Shiki's never been one for hospitality, and Enjo is spiraling in panic more every day. But then it gets calm as those worries fade into a peaceful doldrum. The tune isn't outright jovial or anything, it's actually quite melancholic. But it's a relaxing kind of malaise. It signals that though there might be turbulent times ahead, for now the characters get to rest and go about their meaningless days. There's a snag to the ephemeral comfort Enjo and Shiki share that can taint it a bit in retrospect though, at least depending on your outlook. Our boy Enjo technically isn't real. He's a replica made to fulfill a specific purpose, which he does to a T. Everything down to him having feelings for Shiki to killing his mother was all preordained to happen. It is the objective truth that his actions were never his own. Can you really call that human? Or maybe it's not as simple as that. Was every action he took predetermined? From eating ice cream to opening a door? If he did have some control, then I'd say you can't write him off entirely. We, by which I mean us as a species, are told what to do at jobs by our parents or our influences. It may not be set in stone and you may feel like you can deviate, but do you ever? If it's okay to write Enjo off because his actions and feelings are all given to him, then where's the line? If being 100% organic is the ticket, then that'd rule out someone who has artificial limbs, you know, like Shiki, who at this point in the story is mostly doll parts. Also, as someone with a pacemaker, I'd take a little bit of ire with saying that someone is a lesser because they have mechanical stuff as a part of their body. There's a moment midway through the film of Enjo looking at a puppet that looks just like Ryogi. He stares at it with this profound gaze too. The film wants you to know that he's pondering it deeply, and that by proxy, you should probably think about it as well. This isn't just a neat callback to the first movie, it's showing that Enjo and Shiki are the same. They both have artificial parts, yet both retain ample humanity despite it. All it takes is a look at Shiki in the first movie, eating ice cream on her bed while waiting for a new arm, for that to come to light. She takes parts that were given to her and makes them her own. Shiki is more than a little straightforward with her thinking, mind you, but why couldn't Enjo do the same even if it's with his very existence? Writing this line and waxing poetic about what it means to be truly human is fun. Or, you know, maybe it's just pretentious, let me know in the comments. But in reality, it all harkens back to what I said at the start. It doesn't matter if Enjo is real or fake, if his actions were his own or not. As he so eloquently puts at his end, I was here. There's a reason that one little line is the most quoted in all of Kara no Kyoukai. It's one of those things that I think, for a large number of people, speaks to them on this deep, intrinsic level. It takes this broad, contemplative idea about what it means to exist, and wraps it all succinctly with one utterance. It's also the culmination of Enjo's entire arc. Everyday life is a cyclical rut. To our lad, the same things happen again and again, and he finds himself stuck in the copious days. I don't think it's an out there statement to say that doing the same things every day can be mind-numbing. but there is an underappreciated beauty to it. At no point are Enjo or Shiki shown to be unhappy with how things are going. For Shiki's part, she's got that pragmatic way of thinking. To her, it's just fun to have someone around. She gets to prod him, ask him if he's got a girlfriend. It's very wholesome. But for Enjo, though he looks a tad out of it sometimes, his comfort in the situation all comes back to the one thing he lacked. Shiki and his new environment provide structure. For every scene of him sulking or staring blankly into the clothes dryer, there's one of him doing things for Shiki or enjoying genuine conversation. It should be noted that he does those things, not out of any kind of debt that's owed by him, but because he cares about Shiki. He has this person in his life, and though she's more than able to take care of herself, he wants to show that he can help her in a small way too, his own way. It's wholesome moments like that between the times Enjo spends meandering the streets, isolated from the world despite the crowd surrounding him. It can be easy to get lost in the bitterness of feeling like you're not doing anything worthwhile, especially as the days keep passing and passing with a little change. I think repetition and the mindset that comes with it is damaging to the brain. Not like actually, but even if you do something that makes a positive impact on tons and tons of people, at some point along the lines of performing the same actions, it's going to be harder to see any effect you're actually having. Repetition, in most cases, leads to losing perspective. Maybe I'm off the mark, but that's the trend I've noticed with people and myself. Sometimes I get in the headspace that my life is worthless, that everything I do is ultimately a waste because it will never amount to anything. My brain's been on that kind of gridlock for more than I care to recall lately. If you're wondering why this video is, coming out hopefully late February, maybe the last day of February sometime, maybe even in March, that's why I've spent the better part of a month just utterly mentally incapacitated. Oddly enough though, I find that following that nauseating routine when life is nothing but black pills often is what lets me return to some semblance of normalcy. Things get sorted, perspective on my actions return, and the gears of life start turning. It's a hell of a trial, but it's never a losing battle. What I'm writing and in the future will be saying right now was all started because I leaped up in a fever-pitch bid to get out of bed and actually do something before I go insane. It's been about half an hour since, and yeah, I feel way better because I did what I normally do every day. Yet, what put me in bed in the first place was listlessness about doing just that. Outside of this antidote though, it's something you can see all around. It is a trend permeating our society. Artists getting burnt out and wanting to give up. Students flunking because they can't see any reason to work for it tomorrow that may or may not be there. Or just a bad day when nothing feels right. Anyone can lose motivation and perspective on their life. However, anyone can also gain it back by doing the same actions they have been doing, just with a new mindset. Mindfulness, just practicing mindfulness. It's an incredible thing. But more importantly, it's a paradox. Plain and simple. Everyday life is a paradox. This all ties into what I think Nasu's mindset was with Mujun Razin. Disillusion with his day-to-day life and everything he wrote. This little idea really gets going when looking at Enjo, a character who is revealed to be someone who never had an original thought or idea, a total, unabashed fake. If that isn't my boy Kinoko projecting, I don't know what is. This is a man who wears his influences on his sleeve to a point that fringes on plagiarism. Case in point, Kizuato, a visual novel by Leaf which hinges around the plot of an estranged relative going back home after the death of his father, whereupon he starts having homicidal impulses, the murders he envisions in his dreams being reality the next day. Compare that to Tsukihime, a work released by TypeMoon only a few years after. wherein the plot revolves around an estranged relative going back home after the death of his father, whereupon he starts having homicidal impulses, the murders he envisions in his dreams being reality the next day. It's not even subtle. Ergo, it's understandable that Nasu writes stories where the main characters are quote-unquote fake. He probably felt like that himself. Especially during the era Kara Kyoukai was written, a time when he was a new author just trying his best to make a good story. How do you do that? How does one spin a good yarn? Well, subconsciously or not, you take from the stories that you like and rearrange the pieces, adding in your own elements and changing what you didn't like about the original. The plot of Kizuato shares many similarities with Tsukihime, but Tsukihime does have elements that makes it unique. True ancestors, magic, dead apostles, and the mystic eyes of death perception. All that stuff. Not to mention, though I haven't read it myself, I have heard from sources that I trust that Tsukihime is generally considered to be way better. Nasu took things from others and made them his own, in a way not dissimilar to the character he writes in this story. Tomoe Enjo doesn't have anything unique to his name at the start of this tale. Not even his abusive past is technically his own. What does Enjo do when he realizes he's a fake? He ignores the truth and preps himself to go on a suicidal bum rush in an attempt to save Shiki. That's not a selfless act, though. He takes absolutely no time to consider how Shiki or others would feel about him throwing his life away. In other words, Enjo has no perspective. Compare that to a burnt-out writer prepping to scrap a story because they feel it can't live up to expectations. That what they're writing is just a ripoff anyways. Not even taking the time to revise and see what's not working, and not thinking about anyone else their decision might affect. In that situation, the writer has to take a step back, breathe, and remember that there are people who care about what they write, and that it'll be good as long as they put their heart into it. From that point, they just have to get back to it. I'm not saying Nasu even did anything remotely similar to the events I'm describing, it's just the metatextual reading of the work that I have. I'm not gonna pretend like it's anything more. On that meta note though, the level of separation between replica Enjo and actual Enjo is a good indicator of how Nasu, maybe, writes and views his lovely characters. He knows what an abusive home life can do to someone. I mean, he majored in human science, and that clearly has an influence on all of his work. But even so, he can't draw from his own experience. He can only imitate it in what he writes. Replinjo is doing the very same. Though it's assumed that he's close to the original, he ultimately is just a facsimile of what the real Enjo would have been like. Similarly, Nasu is only making estimations with his characters and how their environment would shape them. There's a good way and a bad way to go about writing characters, and I think Nasu's are something that shines so wonderfully because he knows how to make them feel grounded. An author may not have lived experiences they can draw from all the time, but what's important is that they write the characters as if they did. They put on the characters' shoes and anchor them not to reality, but to themselves, asking things like, if I were this person in this situation, what would I do? See, in most any good story, the characters within are just different reflections of the author. Drawing from oneself is usually a pretty good way to ensure that a character is fleshed out meaningfully. After all, if an author draws from something they blatantly have no experience with, it always shows. Take, for instance, a story where there's a super smart, beautiful, inspiring, gorgeous, just all-around salacious, glasses-wearing girl. Let's call her Megane Ne-san. If the author penning her into existence is not knowledgeable on the same level Megane Ne-san is supposed to be, it's gonna show. Megane Ne-san will act in stupid ways unbefitting of her intellect because the author is drawing from a well that's dry. Toko in the first movie suffers a bit from that. When she spouts her dark wisdom about the states of flying, floating, and falling, it comes off as way more pretentious than I think was intended. As I said back in the first part, I like the message and do understand it. But Toko there is not the same Toko even one story later. Nasu was writing a character out of his realm of understanding during that time, and the effect is that Toko reads as pompous, going on these long, wordy diatribes that fail to reach anywhere near the realm of succinctness and intellect she'd display later on. After Nasu hones his writing abilities and becomes a more worldly person with time, suddenly Toko evolves into a character that's more grounded. No longer is she attempting to sound smart, she just is. The way she speaks after that first movie always immediately clicks and actually feels like sage-esque advice. When she lectures Asuka on magic in Mujin Larazan, it's a good, straightforward explanation. Toko in movie 1 would fail at that. Here's a more personable example of this talk of writing. When I'm penning female characters in my own work, you can probably tell it by my voice, but I don't have the lived experience of being female. But I can listen to other people who have lived that or have written about it and apply it to myself. Taking their ideas, the character I envision, and then passing both through the filter of me, I can write my own Megane-ne-san into believability status. This thought process of taking things in and converting them to your own ideas applies to way more than just characters, by the way. It works with every aspect of making something, be it world building, drawing, composing music, literally anything creative. Hell, this extends to more than just being inspired by other people. As a creator, you can also take inspiration from your past self, seeing how the ideas you had work in a new light and whatnot. And I'm not talking about remakes either. Nasu does what I'm referring to blatantly with Tsukihime. The mystic eyes, Shiki, and Aozaki sister, split personality, just most things. That isn't bad though. Despite those overt similarities, no one would call Kara no Kyoukai and Tsukihime derivative of one another outside of a bad joke. The works are unique to one another because they take those similar concepts and run in all kinds of different directions. Isn't making stuff cool? I love making stuff. I hope you like the stuff I make, dear viewer. I want to be remembered. I think everyone wants that, but I'm talking like 100 years from now. Of course, in the digital age, being remembered is as simple as someone stumbling across an old webpage you posted on, but in the past, it was pretty much impossible. We have so few individual records of people that lived even 500 years ago, when electricity wasn't a thing and wars were still fought on horseback. Those people all lived lives, had their own thoughts and aspirations, yet we'll never know them. We'll only sum them up along with their way of life. When you think of a peasant in medieval terms, you probably think of an idea, not a person. If it is a person, it's a movie or perversion of the way those people actually would have lived. Again, no significant records. All we have is crumbling archaeology and guesswork. It's kind of a bummer, isn't it? Not to mention the nagging feeling that maybe we'll all be like that too one day, not remembered as an individual, but as a collective. It's from that train of thought that I began to appreciate the walking used pad of Kara no Kyoukai, Areya Soren. Someone who, as you might recall if you've seen prior parts, I didn't regard all that highly. In the time since those videos though, I've had a little change of heart, just a little. But still, I think his retroactive inclusion into the story, shoving him into places where he really wasn't needed, well, wasn't needed. Characters like Fujino have plenty of motivation on their own, and his forced involvement in their stories will always feel like a, but it was really me all along moment. A cheap gotcha to make it seem like this was planned from the start when there is no way in hell it was. If Nasu says otherwise or has stated otherwise, you could not convince me that the man isn't lying through his goddamn teeth. To jump ahead a bit, I think this whole thing is a problem Nasu saw as well, because in Kara no Kyoukai 7, Areya's utilized in the way I think he should have always been. After characters like Fujino's respective point of no return, he should have shown up with the promise of making them worse. For example, say Fujino kills all of her rapists, and then Areya shows up when her tensions are at her highest, and pushes her to kill innocents because, as it turns out, pulpifying her assaulters leaves her feeling hollow. It still takes away some urgency from Miss Asagami, mind you, but I think that'd be better than robbing her of the choice to kill in the first place. Maybe that'd work, or maybe it wouldn't. This is all just hypothetical. The point is that Arya up until now has only made me groan and loathe him in a way the story definitely didn't intend. And Kara no Kyoukai 7 is proof that it could have been done so much better. Now, all that said, I think Arya is legitimately good in this movie. I don't find him particularly deep or enthralling, but his plight of wanting people to be remembered is admirable. He wants to exonerate them so that their deaths won't just be another casualty or faceless statistic. That's a good reason to seek out the root. It's also easy to see how such a broad, impossible-seeming goal would drive him to the point he's at in this movie. Utterly lost in the sauce, not even recalling what it is he wanted to do in the first place. To speculate on lore, I think Arya is indicative of a certain proclivity in the Nasuverse. The root, also known as the Akashic Record in Kara no Kyoukai, is a monkey's paw. That is to say, it can 100% be reached. But the reason you never hear about someone doing so successfully is because to get to that point, you essentially have to mind break yourself. Take Arya. He had admirable ambitions to reach the records, but in pursuit of doing so, his perception, both figuratively and quite literally, became warped until it was unrecognizable. We see how he originally was, a functioning normal person with compassion. His endpoint was doomed to be just inches away from his goal because that compassionate impetus gave way to selfish desire. Arya has long since forgotten his initial path, instead caring way more for conducting science experiments for his own kicks and blindly forcing his way to the root. Just as something to do. That's the path I think most magists go down if they do go searching for the records, because unless there's someone like Zeltrick, a character who's more of an enigmatic legend than an actual person, they're just not going to reasonably do it. Pursuing the root can take centuries. For one person to feasibly do it means that they have to unnaturally extend their lifespan, becoming less human and more cut off from society with each passing cycle. Arya threw away his everyday life and got lost in his own mind. He states that he only seeks the truth within himself, and that, frankly, is why he and every other mage who followed a similar path failed. Every human is said to be connected to the records. By becoming the opposite of such, these mages just artificially estrange themselves from the very thing they seek. They essentially just become broken cogs, sticking to what's familiar and spinning indefinitely into oblivion. As for how each magus determines their method of going about the never-ending quest, it all comes down to their origin. The root exists for the world itself, but on a smaller scale, origins exist for individuals. They're essentially the springboard from which a human bases their actions. For example, Arya's origins is quiescence. Quiescence means inactivity or dormancy. Considering his methods in this movie are essentially just waiting around for stuff to happen in a looping death condo, I'd say that makes sense. One can defy their origin, but to give into it makes things flow more naturally. Keeping that in mind makes Arya's actions and overall plan make way more sense. It's why he does things like letting Cornelius take Toko's head. Man has minimal input and is just letting things happen, because that's what speaks to his soul. Arya's actual plan, in the simplest terms I can manage, involves replicas of people who were once alive and are now living their last day on loop. The dead bodies of the actual individuals are on one side of the building. That's why the elevator does the thing where it turns as it goes up, and why the room plates were all switched. The replicas have the exact same memories as their original. Having them go to different rooms would create a discrepancy in their recollection, but having them go to their normal rooms would lead to them seeing their corpses, which would kinda throw the whole thing off. A good bit of the plot is predicated on discussing all this, yet somehow it's only through analyzing it that it finally makes sense to me. The purpose of Arya's little science experiment is to see if things are truly predetermined, or if free will is actually a factor that changes things. That's one reason he does all this. The other, of course, is to reach those savory Akashic records once he adds Shiki to the mix. Yin-yangs are everywhere throughout this movie, down to even the silverware. It's an inescapable part of this movie. Related, ryogi is the term used for the force that keeps a yin-yang perpetually moving. Here's a little theory for you. If the building and residents within it are meant to symbolize a yin-yang, with people alive in the morning and dead at night, wouldn't putting in Ryogi Shiki complete that little puzzle? It's her that'd get this little spiral of death swirling so that Arya can dive into the center of it and grasp the root. Hell, when Shiki uses her mystic eyes on him, she doesn't see lines, but she does see a swirl, hinting towards Arya's goal and how close he is to it. Shiki, as established in the 4th movie, is connected to the root. Once she's bound in Arya's combo of perpetual spiraling death, I'd imagine all Arya would have to do is use her as a springboard to reach it. It's a shame the movie doesn't focus more on this aspect. It's not really important. For the purposes of the story, all we really need to know is that Arya wants the root. But I can't help but feel the whole concept comes across as a little muddled. What I gave is my best approximation of what Arya is doing. Even looking at the TypeMoon wiki and other such analysis of this plot online, there's really nothing concrete. Clear as day, though, is that the tension ramping in this movie is amazing. The film teases just about all the fucky action set pieces right at the start, and once Shiki and Injo get to Arya's complexing complex, those initial glimpses inch ever closer. That makes the following 2 scenes leading up to the violence all the more pensive to the audience. Shiki and Injo go to Tomoe's old apartment, where he believes his parents should be lying dead. But they aren't. Instead, Arya's replicas are performing their actions dutifully. Interesting thing to note about all this is the jarring lack of blood. This was a thing during the hook, too. When Injo stabs his mother, there's practically none of the red stuff. Yet, he still holds her organs in his hands. That extra step that might seem a bit much establishes that the lack of blood is an intentional choice and not the movie shying on violence or some arbitrary reason. It's all just making it clear that every one of them's fake from the get-go. The movie wants you to think about this real deeply too, because Shiki, goddess that she is, verbally points out the lack of blood when she sees Injo's mom killing everyone. So you know, note it, mark it down, really think about it, audience. What does it mean? Speaking of depressingly murderous antics and things leading up to them, the shot where Injo's father abuses his wife before the wife bashes his head in plays out way differently than the first time around. Not in actions, but in framing. Whereas the initial version was played for setting the mood and engaging the viewer immediately with a "what the fuck" moment, this sticks to one singular wide shot. Not moving an inch until everything is played out. There's no dressing it up in pretty shot direction to make it more dramatic. This is an abusive family, and for an entire minute and 20 seconds on the dot, you have to live with them. The shot only changes once Injo's mother switches her thoughts to her son. It's something, again, seen multiple times in this movie, but now it's blocked behind a door, obfuscated. What's happening is obvious, but right now it's not clear why. Why are these actions repeating with replicas? Add to this pot the next scene where Shiki and Injo visit the place where he and his family lie dead, and the snuffing anxiety starts boiling over. The camera focuses in on the bodies of the mother and father real close, before moving to a frame where you can just barely make out the state they're in. They're still in the shot, but it's deliberately avoiding the nitty-gritty. The camera is much more interested in showing how Injo is taking this sight in. He starts to break down. He can accept that his parents are deceased, but confronting the truth dead-on is haunting. Not to mention the lingering thought he has of "what about me?" He and the camera by proxy deliberately ignore confronting that. I think this was done to give the audience a little hope that our lad is the real one. After all, he's been at Shiki's for a long time, so it follows that his folks would be in this kind of state. Whether the viewer accepts that hope or not, the movie has presented all of its puzzle pieces in an orderly fashion. I want to feel like I just might up and kill someone one day, is a line Shiki says after a macabre moment of her murderous intent being visualized. Amazing sequence, leaves me breathless. Shiki has an inclination towards violence, just in general, so seeing her finally act on impulse with reckless abandon is oh so amazing. Ghouls surround Shiki, but she utterly destroys them in a beautifully animated sequence. This film uses the shaky cam technique, something I'm usually not fond of. However, I think it actually works really well here. See, it's usually used to hide the fact that the action is shitty by making it seem more frantic than it really is. Take pretty much any live-action movie with it. But Mujun Razan takes it and uses it in a way that I think benefits the film exponentially. In prior entries, Shiki was usually on top and dominating. Take the rooftop fight in Fukan Fuke. There, the camera movements are swift and agile in step with Shiki. It creates this nice and fluid feeling encounter that leaves most in awe when they see it, myself included. Here, though, while her movements may be fierce, she's in unfamiliar territory. Out of tempo with her surroundings, though she still conducts herself admirably. The camera during the combat is linked to Shiki's control over a fight. In the curb stomp near the stop, she's entirely in her element, so there was barely any jitter. When she's swarmed by ghouls, there's a little shake. Near the end of the movie against Arya, it goes absolutely mental because the fight could go either way so hard that all the camera can do is spasm. It conveys the ferocity of each situation with the gravitas required. Not to mention all the swerving camera movements in the world can't hide the fact that the choreography of these fights is certainly up to snuff. When Shiki acquires her sword, the Kanasada Kuji, she implements the exact same kendo techniques she was practicing in the second movie. She's traditionally trained with the sword, and the animators take great care to show off that fact. Here are some of Shiki's actions that are influenced heavily by traditional kendo. Look, they're on screen right now. I better edit that or I'm going to Arya, by comparison, may not be trained in any real style, but you can feel the force behind his actions. When his bounded fields hit Shiki's blade, she doesn't just cut through it. Arya's powerful, so Shiki has to force her way through, even with her self-suggestion. Which, given Arya's dialogue about Shiki using it to be good with a knife, I had thought for years only meant she was using it to trick herself into being good with a small blade. But it's actually way cooler than that. Or way more contrived, depending on your outlook. Honestly, depends on the day for me. One look at the TypeMoon wiki revealed to me that self-suggestion means that Shiki rewires her entire body, starting with the brain, to be purely for combat. To the point that she doesn't even have to breathe. Once the fight against Arya ramps up, this is all more overt. I mean, she stabs him mid-air in one of the best set pieces in this series, if not just flat out the best one. I think it's the best one, it's fucking amazing. She stabs him so hard it creates a fucking crater. Shiki is powerful. The reason Arya says the katana is Shiki's real weapon isn't out of any training she's had or anything. It's more in line with the philosophy of a blade being an extension of oneself. Add self-suggestion, her training from a young age, and the sheer range of a sword compared to a knife, and Arya's word choice makes way more sense. Here's something cool to note while on the subject. Kanesada Kuji, which again is Shiki's katana, has the ability to instantly dispel a bounded field once it's unsheathed. That's why Shiki can pop out of the elevator to fight Arya. She doesn't just do it because she's cool. I didn't put that together until now, so hopefully I'm not the only one. All in all, the action in this movie is just really well done. Probably the best in the series, though it has been a while since I've watched 7. But then again, Kara no Kyoukai 7 doesn't have any swords, so hefty blowback. Blades, flashy camera movements, tasteful depictions of Shiki's feet. Mujun Razan is stacked with tons of uniquely wondrous elements. There's still one more to talk about though. The eye catchers. They're used to separate the movie into 3 distinct parts. The first act lasts until Shiki gets Vord, the second until Miki is about to meet Enjo, and the last combines the cast of both parts for the final stretch. This movie's structure is like, and again with them being everywhere, a yin-yang. The black and white eye catcher flipping as the film swaps perspectives from Shiki plus Enjo to Mikia plus Toko is plenty indicative of that. Likewise, yin-yangs have a little black in the white and white in the black, something the filmmakers took into account. Mikia and Toko were technically in the first part, but it's a stretch to say that they were involved in that section's plot. Likewise, Shiki and Enjo technically make appearances in this part, but Shiki's never even on screen and Enjo doesn't talk. So did they really? Also, whereas Part A is mostly spent with these contemplative shots or in combat, Mikia and Toko's slice of the plot consists of essentially just dialogue. The conversations are split across 3 different scenes that are all spliced into one another to create simplicity. Now, forcing different conversations together might sound like the antithesis of simplifying something, but the moment you realize that everything is essentially just one very long talk, it becomes way easier to follow. If this were in a novel, guess what K&K originally was? Crazy, I know. These scenes would be explicitly separate and details would simply be repeated to the reader, which is something that works for that medium because the author has way less elements to convey what they want to get across. It's only text, so you have to raise the concepts to the reader a few times because, and especially if you're being a subtle/stubborn writer like our boy Nasu, the average reader may not pick up on things immediately, especially if it's world building, which in my experience seeing people trying and failing to talk about Nasuverse stuff has the tendency to fly over people's heads. This movie very well could have gone the approach of having these scenes separate. Hell, most adaptations of a novel, visual or otherwise, will go that approach to appease the fans who will riot if everything's not one-to-one. I think that approach is flawed like 90% of the time though. If Mujun Razan had gone the talkie way, then a few problems are immediately apparent. First and foremost, this movie is close to 2 hours. I don't think this is an inherent bad, mind you. I think anime should be as long as the story requires, no more, no less. But you have to take the culture of the time into account. This movie came out in 2008. Hey, wanna feel old? That was 14 years ago. I was 7. A 2-hour movie was considered pushing it for any theater back then. But that's just a small, world-relevant issue. Big movies existed back then and will continue to persist. The more pressing issue would be the huge pace breaker now smack dab in the middle of the film. You have this big moment 40 minutes into the film that gets the blood pumping and then immediately have a similar time frame spent on scenes composed only of dialogue. No snappy direction, just talking. Now, you can have interesting conversations in anime. However, K&K ain't Monogatari, and I doubt that you could make the repetitive topics in these scenes work in an interesting manner. You can do something utterly pace-breaky like that in a novel because it's more of a time commitment. It's something your reader will consume over the course of a few days, and in that format, Shiki being Vord serves as a nice mid-story cliffhanger while the plot shifts focus to provide clarity on things. The pacing in a film compared to a written work is typically wildly different because that's how the mediums function. I'm gonna say something that might get ire from the visual novel fans in my audience, but no adaptation should strive to be one-to-one. None of them. You have to work to the qualities inherent to each medium. For instance, the inner monologue of the protagonist is something that doesn't exist in this film while it did in the novels. Monologues exist to flesh out characters in novels, but film has other ways of going about that. It doesn't have to tell you that Enjo is in a severe state of coping, it can just show that. More than anything though, in a film setting where we can see all the stuff that the characters are talking about firsthand, all this exposition back to back would just be incredibly redundant. I said before that all of the scenes in Part B of the movie are secretly just the same conversation. Here's why. Asuka is a student of Toko. Toko starts lecturing Asuka on the basics of magecraft after she uses it callously. Cut mid-conversation to a scene where Toko is talking about the route, a basic magecraft idea, to knock off Kaoru Nagisa. Cut then back to the office where the conversation concludes and Asuka gets transphobic at Shiki. When Shiki blows her off and leaves, it prompts Asuka to then ask if Mikia is bisexual, to which he answers, yeah, probably. Asuka, the girl who wants to bang her own brother 6 ways to Sunday, calls this twisted. You may feel like I'm talking about useless details here, and you're kind of right, but I just found out the other day that there exists a subsect of Asuka incest deniers in the TypeMoon fanbase. I don't know how, I don't know why. I swear people will reach over the dumbest stuff. 1. This is Kanoko Nasu, a man who wrote Akia, Ilya, and yeah, Asuka into existence, all of which fall under the Omoto wants sex oni trope. One of them even succeeds. Good for her, good for her. Why would Asuka be the one time he decides, no, this is strictly platonic, nothing more? It just doesn't follow. But way more importantly, 2, it's funny. More on all that once we get to Karno Kyoukai 6 though. It's probably more, relevant there, but hey. Back to my point, Shiki is brought up. Cut then to Mr. Ode to Joy talking about her and how she's missing, which then cuts to a scene where Mikia and Toko are driving and looking into what happened to her. See how all this stuff flows together? It's very natural, like all of this is the same conversation. Even. The cuts between the scenes are usually slick as hell too. Every time I watch this part of the movie and someone turns a door handle, my brain starts chanting, yes sir! It's so clean. It also lets the viewer know where this plot is headed. Mikia goes to Shiki's apartment twice in this movie. The first time always has Mr. Akitaka there. He gives Shiki's sword to Mikia and then never returns to the series again. The second time, and the end point of this little section of the story, has Mikia at the doorway alone, turning a locked doorknob. It's cut to constantly throughout this part to let you know that the plot hasn't lost the plot. For the impatient in the audience who don't care about all this heady world building, this serves as a carrot on a stick to keep them going in these diatribe-y times. For everyone else, the cut to the door keeps ramping up the anticipation for the plot to converge. After every revelation, like when it said that Shiki is missing, it cuts back to the door. For every instance of Alba being an utter spurglord, it cuts back to the door. Oh, Cornelius Alba, the one thing I've purposefully ignored this entire script. So, you know Yamcha from Dragon Ball? Specifically Dragon Ball, not Z. For those of you out of the loop, Yamcha was introduced as a character of comparable strength to the protagonist, Goku. This is notable because when the next arc rolls around, it's Yamcha who gets his shit kicked in by the next big bad. It's a kind of power measuring thing to get the audience thinking, oh no, if Goku is also about as strong as Yamcha, will he still win against this guy? It builds stakes and all that. I bring this all up to say that Alba isn't really a character, but more of a Yamcha-esque heel, which a heel is wrestling terminology for someone the audience wants to see taken down. Not necessarily the main antagonist, just an asshole. This is the function Alba serves. He's introduced in Part A with the veneer of confidence tailing Shiki without her noticing. Injo, the good boy that he is, spots him, to which Alba looks back and goes, shh, in the rapiest way possible. That on its own would be enough to spark some intrigue, but when the shot flips back to Injo, there's a giant pair of eyes that blend into the background watching him. He and Shiki are being monitored by this man, and his view is all-encompassing. It's the best introduction a character like Alba could ask for. It's also the most intimidating he ever is. Alba's like that kid in 7th grade who'd put a verbal cheese grater against my eardrum by saying in an annoying voice, China, over and over again. This was something he did for months despite me telling him to stop multiple times. The teacher also wouldn't acquiesce to me wanting to sit somewhere else either, so I just quietly ceded. I wish I would have punched that kid. If I could go back in time, I would, as a grown adult, break his knees. Thinking about the lost years off my lifespan from dealing with that shit makes me want to hurl. Alba is that kid. He's annoying, a threat to the joy of everyone around him, and if you heard years later that he got shoved into a locker, you'd just smile silently to yourself. It's okay. This is karma. When it's ultimately Adia who does him in by virtue of stealing his kill and being smarter, it serves the purpose of setting Adia up as someone who's to be reckoned with. Man just tosses Alba, who was somewhat a threat, remember that introduction, aside like trash. As an aside, I find it funny that Cornelius Alba talks about wanting to be the best puppeteer around, yet he was so incompetent that he was the only one of the college trio not to use one. Inferiority complex at its finest. The point of Alba is to hate him though, so good element. You know, Alba included, this film has done some amazing setup for the final act. The first part asks questions, the second provides all the answers, and the third fittingly connects all the dots between the two. It's a beautiful little marriage. I love how when the plots converge with Mikia and Enjo's meeting, the eye-catcher swirls together. Beautiful thematic cohesion, and it brings the whole yin-yang structure all together. It's always a little jarring seeing the boys in the same place, especially knowing they both like Shiki, but they become bros at the end. I adore that. Their dynamic's short, but sweet. Mikia is like an older brother to Enjo. He understands what our lad is going through, but he doesn't coddle him. He knows what Enjo needs, but also is cognizant that Enjo needs to get there by himself or it won't matter. Mikia simply nudges Enjo in the right direction and lets him actualize on his own. What I consider the most underappreciated aspect of Kara no Kyoukai, probably because it's not as pronounced as everything else, is the sheer growth Mikia Kokoto displays. With Shiki in the second movie, he was too assertive and nearly got himself killed in trying to help them. With Fujino, he was far too laissez-faire and she ran off to murder before the night was out. Here though, he helps Enjo through his suicidal tendencies in the best way possible. Movie 2 Mikia would have forced Enjo into his childhood home and talked him through it. Sukaku Zanryu Mikia would have said some words and then drove to the condo immediately. But Mujun Razan Mikia finds that perfect mix to take on the kind of authoritative parent role people need in their lives sometimes. Mikia is a grown man now. He has matured along with the rest of the cast. He just does it so elegantly that it's something most people don't even notice. Mikia is mostly a character people bounce off of. He provides the structure people lacking in it need. I talked earlier about how Shiki and her house provided Enjo with a good environment in which he could actually start to enjoy life, and that's true. But Shiki is very laissez-faire. Which is fine, Shiki is more of a friend than anything, but what Enjo needed is a parent figure. Mikia is daddy, hence why when Mikia and Enjo meet, they work really well together. Enjo gets what he's essentially needed all along in a supportive figure who pushes him to do what he needs. The difference between Mikia and Shiki is best displayed in this. Shiki tells him, hey, you remember your home, your childhood home? Not the one you came from, but the one you grew up in. She talks to him about it. Mikia just takes him there. That is the biggest difference between the two. Shiki is cognizant of these things, Mikia does stuff about them. Which again, that's not to say either one of them is wrong in the way they go about helping Enjo, but one's definitely more effective than the other. Mikia takes Enjo to his childhood home and he learns to be mindful of where his life is at. He goes there, walks in the living room of this decrepit place, and he just starts reminiscing. The first memory he recalls, in a callback to the earlier scene of him getting a key for Shiki, is his own father giving him the key to their home. In doing this, his father hands him both security and responsibility, teaching him that it's important to keep what you love safe. A lesson his father failed to abide by, but one Enjo will live by. This memory influences more than him just getting a key for Shiki. Enjo wants to go and save Shiki because of this moment. Of course, his brainwaves are a little mixed up and he wants to literally give his life to save Shiki, but this clearly is something foundational to him. Shiki is the only thing he loves, so he feels it's his duty to protect and save her in whatever way he can. This moment influenced the rest of his life, for both the positive and the negative. But mostly positive. It's one of those things that's very hard to warp, even though he still does sometimes. And this moment, it's a rare one of his family actually being happy. And again, it clearly means the world to Enjo. It's got all these bright colors, it's very wholesome and just idealish. It's beautiful to look at. It feels like the most warm shot in this entire series. The scenes get progressively dimmer and dimmer in lighting as the family falls apart. His father can't keep a job due to hitting someone while drunk driving, and this causes their living spaces throughout the years to be vandalized. The father, by all means, did cause this downward spiral, but he keeps trying to make things right despite the circumstances. He tries to provide security. He just couldn't stay away from the bottle. Alcoholism is clearly an escape for this man, something he clings to as his insecurities eat up more and more of his life. It's a slow change, and you can see the effect his condition has on the family as they become more disheveled and the frame moves further away. If we consider Enjo as a kind of perspective, since he's not in these shots, it's showing that he's becoming distant. He doesn't want to interact with them because he's being nurtured into an environment where doing so causes harm. People will avoid pain. He will, however, provide the best he can because he still loves his family. This all naturally makes him extremely distant emotionally, which is where he's at the night he died. This family falling apart was the only ending they could have had with how they all were. The dad may be the root cause, but the mother who looks to her son to solve things for her, and the son who shuts them out are also a factor. The reason Enjo blames himself is because he recognizes that. That's not to say that he blames himself for being in an abusive household. He doesn't and shouldn't. But he realizes in this moment that if he opened up a dialogue and confronted his parents or had gotten some kind of professional help, things wouldn't have ended with them all dead. Of course, it's only logical that Enjo acted the way he did in the situation he was in. Nothing could or can change the way things played out. But this scene isn't him blaming himself for not fixing things. This is him blaming himself for not having perspective, for not caring about or considering what someone else might think. Gains the ability to do that after this. It's important to keep what you love safe, but Enjo realizes that he wasn't doing that. Because it's important to love yourself. He realizes that he does love himself. He has value and improves the lives of those around him. Shiki in this movie is unlike how she's ever been seen before. When she talks with Enjo, she's moving her feet in a playful manner and talking about meaningless things. She also starts doing laundry and takes care to note who's in and out of her home. Because of him, Shiki grows to be a person who has things figured out on the inside and on the outside. He had an impact on her. When he meets Mikia, he helps him come up with a way to save Shiki. They become friends and clearly don't mind each other's company. Even in utterly meaningless seeming ways, Enjo has value. His suicidal devotion to Ryogi Shiki was only going to get him killed. It was never going to accomplish anything beyond that. In that state, he was worthless. Worthless because he didn't understand the value he had. His life was small and insignificant on a larger scale, but he gave himself meaning. That's something no one else can give you or ascribe to you or capture for you in retrospect. Gotta do it yourself. It's ironic that Arya cast Enjo aside as a useless pawn. Arya wanted to keep a record of every human so that they wouldn't be forgotten in their meaningless, toiling lives, yet can't see the value people in front of him already have. A person like Enjo is the antithesis to his ideology. Be it even in a small window or for a small time, Enjo will not be forgotten by the ones who cared about him. Arya was haunted by the bloody remnants of a battle. He felt like they all died for no reason and that none of them would be remembered. He was looking at it way too broadly, though. War being something that humanity really needs to get over aside, each person in that battle had value in some small way to themselves. Arya is the type of person who considers Toko corrupt for choosing to live a normal life. He could never hope to understand someone like Enjo, who was just a regular guy. Arya had no perspective. None. Only himself and a goal so masturbatory and self-righteous his high horse was made of concrete and steel. Human connections, self-worth, and appreciating the day-to-day while you got it. That's why Enjo is the one who defeated Arya. That's why Shiki comes to value every aspect of her life. That's why the most powerful words in this entire series are "I was here."
Bokyaku Dokuan is like strawberry Haagen-Dazs. Sweet, but not overly indulgent. From the fairy tale-esque melodies enchanting the ears to a setting that's as whimsical as can be, Oblivion Recorder sets out to and succeeds at being the change in pace Karno Kyoukai needed. If it isn't clear from the past 5 videos, I love this series, but if things were more bleak all the time, it'd get draining. 5 movies of dreary is kinda pushing it, and could you imagine going straight into 7 with a no cushion? It'd be too much. You can't mix that much bitterness and expect a good end result. Even if it's not as #deep as everything else, KNK6 provides that little bit of sweetness to round out the overall taste of Karno Kyoukai. No matter how jarring it might seem at first to the audience, Bokyaku Dokuan's classy carefree nature gives it intrinsic merit. Regarding how strange it can be on a first viewing though, the filmmakers actually took that into account. They purposefully made choices that fly in the face of the past movies. It starts with a monologue that tells you everything about the main character. It practically flaunts its cheery scenery with all the establishing shots too. But most notably, less than 4 minutes in, Asuka, our new protagonist and just the cutest, winks to the camera as the music reaches its peak, saying directly to the audience, "You may not have expected me, but here I am." It shouldn't work. Even throwing out how grounded Karno Kyoukai is, this opening shouldn't make for good anime in general. But that little wink at the end of it all sells everything. I legitimately think it's a stroke of filmmaking genius. It serves to introduce the new laid-back tone. It undoubtedly turned audience expectations on their head too, which made them more receptive of this new Karno Kyoukai. But most importantly, it wraps up Asuka Kokoto in this adorable little bow. Now, Asuka is not by any means the most reviled character, but find someone other than my dumbass who has her as a favorite. She's not very popular, and I mean, looking at what she's done until this story, that does make sense. Her defining moments till now are being transphobic and calling Fujio slurs for offing herself. She literally looks at suicide, and her response is, "She should have just gotten over it, lol." It's not the most darling track record, though it is kind of funny. Like a PR makeover from the heavens themselves, however, the first 4 minutes of Bokyaku Dokuan make Asuka tantalizingly sweet in every way that phrase could be taken. It's not that this movie makes her anything particularly special either. She's still a tsundere, like every other black-haired high society girl in this entire fucking universe. Her main character moments are still yelling and getting into cliche hijinks with her self-proclaimed romantic rival. And yeah, she still has an arc that you can fully grasp before this movie even starts. But I kinda like all that. Asuka isn't the most well-written character in this series by a wide margin, but what's done with her is insanely entertaining. Take for instance the scene where she and Shiki are walking around campus with the dog. Eventually Shiki is like, hey, should this dog
be here with us? In most anime, the Soon character would immediately yell in response despite the good points made. But Asuka does this little thing where she just stares at her for a second like, oh shit, she's kinda right, before she doubles down on her preconceived notions and flips the Soon back on. It's such a small detail, but it changes the entire feel of a scene like that. It makes it go from this cliche bullshit nonsense to something very engaging. All of their interactions in this movie are like that, and yeah, it's expected that she and Shiki get along like sisters at the end. But that kind of stuff makes me smile, especially when it's as well done as it is. Their dynamic is probably my favorite in the entire series. Shiki plays the straight man to Asuka's antics better than anyone else could. It may look like she's disinterested at first glance, but she's just like this movie actually, relaxing and watching over Asuka as she grows. Shiki has finally reached her point C. As such, she's fully indoctrinated into that side character role she had in the last one. She herself doesn't develop any here. Instead, she's the springboard from which other people can bounce off from, namely in this film, Asuka. Which is great in a vacuum for this plot, but Asuka is a minor character in every other movie, and I don't even think she shows up in movie 7. Taking that into account can leave Oblivion Recorder feeling a little lacking. In a larger sense, this movie doesn't progress the story at all. The main character of the series spends the runtime not doing anything but being amused at Asuka's flustered face, and the antagonist, as self-described, is here causing the plot to happen because he was bored. Now, that's funny, yes, but it's not exactly the most engaging thing in the world. Ostensibly, this film just exists to set up the recap movie where Shiki remembers the events of the second film, something that doesn't really matter because she already recalled it during the last movie. So outside of being a little fairy tale respite, what was the point? That's a question many people ask and will continue to ask whenever they watch this movie. As a result, you'll notice a trend if you're like me and have habitually read the only 3, until now baby, Kara no Kyoukai analysi online. That being, no one really has any strong opinions regarding this movie. They mainly just talk about things outside of it, you know, what the film made them think about, or they wrap it up as a fun, but ultimately pointless time with the notion that they'll skip it on rewatches. Honestly, I get that. I really do. But I'm one of the weirdos that like this movie. On my rewatches for this video series, this was the one I watched the most. 4 times in total. I didn't do that to garner any deep analysis. I did it because it was fun. Because Asuka's my favorite character in the series. Because it was uplifting in these trying times. Fuck it, just watch this. You'll understand. I love her. I love her so much that I'm glad the novel was bastardized in adaptation. I'm personally overjoyed this movie mostly focuses on Asuka, and yes, I know the most interesting thing about her is that she wants to copulate with her Nissan, a trait Nasu would sadly never write again. Yes, that's sarcasm, but also, and more importantly, I'm a little freak. I love that stuff. The situations it brings to the table are funny to me. Not necessarily even compelling, just funny. Like, look at this. The incest queen is looking at Shiki like she's the freak. It's not a thoughtful joke, sure, but that facial expression is flawless. Also, total side tangent, but I still don't understand Asuka incest deniers. Did we watch the same movie? Her feelings are not platonic, guys. You all know the author too, right? Nasu is like the most successful siscon of all time, and that's not a diss. All the power to that little mushroom. All the power to the director and the DP respectively for KNK6 too. Takehiro Miura and Yuichi Teraiu. They did an immaculate job translating those hot and sweaty lovey-dovey emotions of Asuka's into a medium that transcends words. The imagery of swirling stars that plays at crucial moments for Asuka's character is a thing of beauty. It encapsulates how her emotions towards her Nissan are all a confusing but precious mess. These counterclockwise turning constellations are also physically turning back time to the moment those feelings began. The imagery is stunning on its own, but as with most things in Kara Kyoukai, it's made complete by Yuki Kajira's score, which, to attempt to put into words, sounds to me like a nearly forgotten childhood lullaby, so distant in your mind now that you can only recall the faintest of notes. The splendid music and scenery brings to mind something I said years ago now, but still holds true today. Nostalgia is blinding, as is love. Regardless of that, both are something we all get swept up into as our lives march towards the future. Asuka is double-blind in that sense. Mikia to her is like an old blanket you used to sleep with as a kid. He is inherently comfortable, and she loves him partially because of that, but also due to what she sees in his emotional strength. He quietly takes things on and is able to help so many people because of it, but he'll never be noticed. It's due to that she wants to compliment him like a puzzle piece clicking into place. She wants to put physicality to his strength and be his voice, so she goes off and does the best she can do in every aspect of her life. That's kinda cute, isn't it? The best example of how she feels about Mikia happens when they talk on the phone. I really like this scene. It is the perfect example of how to do subtle characterization. She may be abrasive vocally to him, but that's because he'll listen to her woes seriously unlike the rest of the cast. That's the typical tsundere stuff, and not what I'm referring to. How Asuka actually feels is all in what she physically does. She leans against the wall, sits on the floor with her knees to her chest, and gives a melancholic look. His voice is calming, but she also wants to see him. Part of her looking this way, though, could also be her realizing through how plainly he's talking to her that her love is one-sided. I'm a sucker for unrequited love. Seeing how one can grow positively or negatively from that affection is infinitely fascinating to see to me, and Asuka's little case is no different. Have you ever been 16 and in love? If you haven't, here's a rundown. Think about the last time you felt really stupid. Now imagine you felt that way all the time, but never had the realization that you were, in fact, being a dumbass. Asuka, being literally that, isn't thinking clearly about Mikia. She's built up the notion in her head that she's done everything for him, and if that's taken away, she's worried she'll fall to pieces. It's definitely very toxic, but that it lets her get to where she is, good education, magic studies, being a social creature and the like, is a good thing, technically. It's a big gray mess that needs the tumor cut for any healing to occur. This affection for her Nissan could be something she grows out of, but that'll never truly happen unless she shoots her shot. If she knows an answer, she could change her focus to something else. But that'd also change her fundamentally as a person. At least, that's how she feels. That's more or less her entire thought process throughout this movie. Will she go for it or spend the rest of her life not knowing? Shiki, being the big sis type she is, actively advocates for Asuka to shoot her shot because she knows firsthand that knowing yourself is better than being in the dark. Asuka clings to Mikia, and that clouds her judgment. Without talking to Shiki about her feelings and clearing things up, Asuka would have never changed. She would have been stuck in that stagnant place forever, her feelings only becoming more jaded with time. Shiki advocates for Asuka to take the leap on her own, but she's not pushing her, nor is she being too passive. As I said, Shiki has completed her arc. That's the reason Asuka both appreciates Shiki and is able to take a chance at her future by the end. Talking things out is crazy, right? Even if it's something simple, it lets you see the truth of things so much easier than you could ever do on your own. Nothing was ruined by Asuka being turned down. In fact, things only got better. Now that she knows, she can move on with her life. She can fall in love with someone else. She can still have a bright future. She can live a life unclouded by her doubts of not knowing. I like that. Just a simple arc of a character following their dream, and though it didn't go as expected, it still turned out wonderfully. Asuka shot for the stars. She might not have made it, but she ended up on the moon, which is still pretty good. From there too, she can shoot out further than she ever thought possible before. What a fun movie. What a happy movie. You see why I like this? It's just a fun time. I like the characters. I like what they do in this movie. It's nothing amazing, but it's just fun. It's uplifting. However, there is, of course, another side to Asuka. She starts to look up to Shiki as an older sister. And, well, you know how Asuka is. Eventually, she starts relying on Shiki as a comrade, a friend, lover. Asuka x Shiki. That's the real ship. The only one that truly matters. They complement each other so well, and the filmmakers know that. Why else, when Asuka is bending over showing off her voluptuous rump, would Shiki then show up holding a ruler extended out 5 inches right next to her crotch? The implications! I can taste them. That's not even the most overt example, I know, crazy. I had to pause the movie when Asuka straddled Shiki while holding up a knife. It was intense. Okay, I'm not taking this seriously anymore. I squeezed about as much positive analysis out of Asuka in this movie as you're gonna feasibly get out of me. I meant it when I said I'm glad the novel was truncated, because I'm here for Asuka, but not Asuka, but the tale of Kurogiri Satsuki and Ogi stems back to Kurogiri using his magic called God's Word to gaslight Ogi into using fairies on people. Yeah, I don't find the villains of this movie compelling. Outside of Kurogiri being here for literal shits and giggles, something I find funny but kind of vapid, Ogi herself is as bland as uncooked rice. Their motivations can't carry a plot, at least I don't think they could, especially since this tale is framed as a mystery, with Asuka and Shiki sleuthing around to Scooby-Dooby-Doo this crap. The notion of any mystery kind of falls apart though when you can understand everything after the first appearance of the antagonist. In that scene where our dynamic duo come face to face with the soggy cardboard, Kurogiri is said to be from Europe. In specific, he's reading a book about Wales, his country of origin. And as they get into the nitty-gritty about the fairies and what happened to this girl Tachibana, Ogi comes in to say, "Stop that. There's no mystery because the scene spells out everything. Fairies have their origin in Wales, something made clear beforehand by Toko. Kurogiri, just to stop real quick, he came from Wales. That's in the UK. Like, Kurogiri Satsuki, the name of a European. Now, I know that's not impossible, but like, you know. But anyways, he came from Wales, so he was definitely the one who brought the fairies. On the other side, we have Ogi cutting in at the mention of Tachibana. She clearly has a vested interest in our protags not getting to the truth. Obviously, she's connected to it in some way. The specifics aren't given, sure, but that's literally everything. There's no setup across multiple scenes, and there's no doing the smart thing and using this as a red herring either. It's all meant to be taken at face value, and I find it hard to believe that the novel would fix that issue. Even beyond all that though, this is the most magic-focused entry in Kara no Kyoukai. For that reason alone am I glad the novel was truncated, because Nasu's magic systems have never been something I've liked all too much. How lightly this movie deals with concepts like God's Word and fairies is a blessing to me when I hear about how it was the main focus of the novel. I'm not gonna leave you all high and dry with that hot take though. What follows is a little rant I've been meaning to give for a long time. I can appreciate Nasuverse lore for the sole reason that I don't take it all that seriously. You'll notice that in these videos of mine, not once have I ever gone into analysis of the magic systems. And honestly, that's because whenever they pop up, I always go through the same little process. First, I start reading things aloud in a sarcastic voice. Then I start skimming, and then I ultimately skip the scene if it goes on too long. Now, this doesn't mean I haven't given it a chance. I read Fate's Stay Night in its entirety, never skipping a single thing, just trying to absorb it all like a sponge. I took it as seriously as I take writing these videos now, But that was my first dive into this universe, and my patience for Nasu's world building is pretty much gone at my stage of L5 TypeMooner brain rot. I find it extremely difficult to go back to things like FSN when I know I'm in store for 20 scenes where Ren will explain how something works, then Shiro will ask a dumb question, then Ren will clarify, followed promptly by actually seeing the thing in action, and then another explanation from Ren about how it actually works. Yes, just feed me the plot from your tiny breast, Rin-chan. Critical thinking is too hard. That approach to exposition is the bane of my existence, and no, that's not a visual novel problem. That's a writing problem. A writing problem I don't understand because Nasu didn't used to be like this. Tsukihime, from a lore exposition standpoint, blows FSN out of the water. Arcwade gives monologues, yeah, but they're either explaining things after the fact or setting up plot beats that we'll see later. Plot beats where the info given was either faulty or twisted in some way the reader and Shiki realize on their own. In Tsukihime, how Arcwade, CL, or even Akiya give you the same exact basic info can vary drastically because it's colored by their different worldviews. What makes this work even more is that Tono is not lectured after shit happens. He has the thought process of, oh, it's like this actually, I guess, himself. An approach abandoned in Stay Night, probably because things can be misinterpreted or messy, but I find that sad because it's far more engaging to me. To wrap it back around, however, the Kara no Kyoukai films, yes, this very series I'm analyzing, caters to me to an almost idealistic level. See, they never go into concepts like the mystic eyes of death perception beyond an incredibly basic understanding. We see how they work with these positively stunning point of view shots, and then also get the reasoning that Shiki can use them because she's connected to the root. The root is an unexplainable force. It's basically God. I don't need to know why the root is a thing or have Toko spoon feed me like I'm Lil Wiki Baby fresh off the teat. To me, works like Fate Stay Night are like getting a puzzle book with all of the answers already filled in. It's not satisfying. You read it, think to yourself, well, that's neat I guess, and move on. Compare this to the approach of Kara no Kyoukai. It's a puzzle book with all of the answers in the back. Instead of being handed everything, you have the chance to fill it in yourself. That choice might seem small, but it is extremely important when writing anything compelling. Even in a story as basic as Bokyaku Rokuan, inviting your audience to piece things together can be the difference between snooze fest and real shit. Imagine if this movie opened not with the nostalgic glitter freeze, but with a detailed explanation of God's word. Wouldn't that take away the feeling of curiosity whenever Kurogiri Satsuki starts speaking in the monastery, his words warping the world around him? Even though Kurogiri doing this makes it so on the nose that his power is connected to what he says, you get to have that thought yourself. You get to be involved, even if only subconsciously, with figuring out how this world works. When you get the answer later, no longer is it met with an okay, but it's like the clink of two magnets coming together. I don't even really like Kurogiri as a character or what his magic does, but how his powers are explained to the audience is by all means perfect. It makes it engaging, it makes you invested when you see him fighting Shiki and he goes, "You are blind now." You know, it's a simple use of his powers, but now that you know what they are, you get how dangerous he could be. Honestly, part of me has to wonder how much of the reason K&K and Suki not having that overly expository laser focus on their magic systems is due to Mahoyo being written first. K&K and Suki both have Mahoyo characters, and as known by all the L3 and above type mooners, Mahoyo was also written before anything else. Nasu just couldn't get anyone to publish it. I'd be willing to bet Mahoyo had a lot of that exposition embedded into it. At least, that's how I feel as a writer myself. If I get something across in a work that's then scrapped, I feel way less inclined to go and reiterate myself unless it's very important to the new thing I'm making. For example, this very video you're watching has an hour and 10-minute long scrapped version that I didn't like. But I got a lot of the ideas that were bogging the script down in that iteration out now. Now that they've been excised from my brain, this video got to shine like it was meant to. Also, if you're curious, that scrapped version is on the Sleepy After Dark channel. Link below. Spoilers though, it's not good. But anyhow, I think my little pet theory regarding Nasu's magic systems makes a lot of sense once you take things like Stay Night into account. When it rolled in and introduced new concepts, Nasu went absolutely ballistic hammering in the points. Truly, we'll never know unless that OG 97 Mahoyo gets released, which, as much as I'd like it to, isn't likely. Also, don't harass the mushroom. Despite how much I criticize his work, we like the mushroom. The mushroom's good. Treat him good, treat him good. As an aside, it's also possible that Kara no Kyoukai had a lot of that exposition in the novels, too. But I didn't read those. The translation apparently sucks ass, and until I know enough JP, they're not getting peeped. Though granted what I've heard about the novelization of Bokyaku Dokuan, that actually might be a blessing. Seriously, a savior-esque character comes in and gaslights someone into getting retribution for her now defiled classmate, in the end concocting a plan to kill everyone in class and herself because they all stood back and did nothing to help. That's just the plot of Tsubihebe. Or if you want to be more relevant to the date, Sui no Sora. But yeah, that's Oblivion Recorder. A nice little fairy tale respite from the oppressive nature of the rest of K&K. I really like this one, and I hope after watching this, I have influenced even one of you to see it in a new light. It's just a fun movie, and I think we can all agree that Asuka's ass is the best thing that's ever happened to Kara no Kyoukai.
Hypotheticals are usually stupid, but hear me out. If you could see the future, what form would it take? Of course, this already goes by the presumption that the future takes the shape you envision and isn't set in place like fate. But that's semantical pish-posh you have to lend me for this thought experiment, okay? So the future you envision, would it be bright and bustling, or a more bleak nightmare? If you're of the Mikia Kokoto variety, you might see the future as uncertain, but overall headed towards splendor. However, if you lean towards the other side of the spectrum, as a disaffected Mitsuru Kamekura does, you're likely to shape it with a view more askew. Kamekura leans more towards the fringe of even that side though, as he views the future as something he can control, that he can do what he wants, when he wants. Such vain beliefs are reinforced by him doing things like this effortlessly. Which is a cool clip, but it's clear that his future sight, the literal personification of the hypothetical I opened with, is going to his head a bit. Honestly, I'm kinda convinced that if this were written in a modern context, Kamekura would be a 4chan using incel who thinks everyone but he are the powerless sheeple. He has these notions that the world around him is lesser and deserves his scorn. As for why that is, well, his surroundings inform him. He may not have the information superhighway, but he has the streets, yo. I'm so sorry. The grimy, depressing streets and abandoned buildings of Kara no Kyoukai. Though this movie's shiny coat of paint might fool you, seriously, the back alleys look like PS2 textures now, you'd rightfully recall that grungy aesthetic. Kamekura uses his ability and artificially inflates his ego to be above that muck. That aside, I think Kamekura is a pretty interesting insight into the world in which K&K is set. Maybe even the worldview Nasu had at the time of writing, but let's not be presumptuous. Nothing is especially wrong with Kamekura. No traumatic past or anything, no. He's just f***ed up naturally. Until Shiki puts him in his place and literally alters his perception. With intervention, he realizes the folly of his actions and he seeks some sort of redemption for what he's done, even if only in the small way of writing unsuccessful children's books. Essentially, the world of K&K is from the perspective that unless it's a very special case, i.e. Mikia, people are born sinful and have to gain redemption later on. Be it a product of inert nature or how the world molded them doesn't matter. People are just like that. Kamekura is just a normal kid who abuses the power they're given. Most people in the world of Kara no Kyoukai would do the same if given the chance. There's one last thing to note about Kamekura though. He's 14, barely even 18. As kids, most of us have like dreams, right? At that age, I thought I'd be the one to discover Atlantis. A dream I never told anyone, but really wanted to come to light one day. It was a childish fantasy. Not inherently evil, but still naive. Regardless of morality, though, I still think it's the same as Kamekura. I had these dreams, and I thought I could see a perfect path towards them. The difference is, besides me being debatably real, Kamekura had the power to bring his future to life with absolute certainty. He just eventually fell into the power trip of being able to do that. And why focus on the big picture if you're already better than everyone now? When he loses his perception that the future has the absolute shape he wants it to, he more or less grows up from such delusions. Which isn't a bad thing. Mitsuru Kamekura is way cooler when he can't throw a can into a bin to save his life. That the story actually explores the outcomes of such people, ones that drank a bit of their own Kool-Aid, is a nice change of pace from the open-endedness Kyoukai tends to lean into. Kamekura goes from the shut-in recluse who views others as objects to just a normal dude, and I think that's awesome. It's a nice arc, it really is. So, you guys know the term compliment sandwich? It's a writing or conversational method used to make critiques go down smoother to an audience that may not be super receptive to said criticisms. See, I have discovered in my time working on this video that I am in a world filled with crazy people. Everyone seems to like this movie but me, and now I have to be a contrarian about it. Not because it's cool or because it'll get me all the view, but because it's how I feel in my soul. While it's true I think I might have been too harsh on this film in my past few vids, I don't think I was off the mark at all. I'm not about to start waxing philosophical about every little plot detail and confess my sins of having the wrong anime opinions. This is gonna be a layered sandwich though. I don't think this movie is all good or all bad. There is substance here, I just think it's explored really poorly. Not even the media of all time, just media. Plot-wise, I concede that it was wrong of me to say that this was a lesser version of the Tsukihime side story, Alliance of the Illusionary Eyes. It's actually a few rungs worse than that. This story, as opposed to being a direct copy, is instead more akin to someone copying the answers and then changing a few so it doesn't look like cheating. Maybe they even shoveled up the pages a bit so it'd be submitted in a different order. I think this might be the most disjointed thing I've witnessed for this channel, which is saying a lot. See, this isn't an actual film. This is a 3-episode OVA where the only truly good episode is the last one. The first episode, the 14-year-old Kamekura one, is hardly substantial in the slightest. Seriously, did you notice how the foundation of my opening analysis is founded wholly on conclusions made from the last episode? To be honest, this hour-and-a-half movie could just be Mana and Mitsuru antics with flashbacks to his past. A 30-minute OVA. Boom. Much better story. I am getting ahead of myself, however. The second episode, Shizune Akira's, is alright on its own, but I feel like this movie is edited the way it is, ricocheting back and forth between Shizune and Kamekura to give the illusion of depth. This certainly ain't no K&K5 where the wacky direction is additive. It's just disjointed and it feels like it doesn't trust its audience to not fall asleep. See, we got Tomori Sudo in the director's chair for this one, and, well, let's just say he makes some choices and leave it at that. Also, side tangent, but holy my anime list sucks. I had it open to remember the names of the characters because for some reason Google search results are anemic to AniList. And I noticed this. Why is Sudo credited for all the Karano Kyoukai movies? He only directed this one in 8, aka the worst of the bunch. But nah, he's the most prolific. Put him up there, I guess. Jeez, why do people still use this fucking site? But anyways, looking at the overall plot and connecting each thread together, as you would think would be intentional given the editing, Mirai Fukuin starts out with our clearly evil protag seeing a future that is vapidly grimdark. He brings said future to life because what you gonna do? Then we cut to another introduction, this time of discount Akira Seo, actual name Shizune Seo. If you look closely, you can see they changed. She also sees a future, but hers is an ordinary one that she hazily wanders towards because
what you gonna do? One is passive, the other active, but both tire of the sameness of what they see. These two are set up to be opposite sides of a coin. They could easily learn from one another, and it'd be super engaging in a way I honestly think AOTIE could never hope to reach. Hell, when the bomb went off and Shizune's side of the story, I was really excited at the prospect of that happening. But there's a problem here. These two characters in their respective sections. Not only do they never interact, but their stories are resolved in the most dreadfully boring manner possible. In Kamekura's case, his story starts with him successfully taking out Shiki, which really fucking cheap way to drum up intrigue, not gonna lie, but it's at least kinda cool that the story starts at the end and then cuts back to the start in a tale about future sight. I hope I don't have to explain to you why. See though, the issue is that Kamekura's entire slice of the plot is just him incel monologuing, having one antagonistic phone call with Shiki where nothing of substance is said, and then he loses pathetically. Which he should lose pathetically, don't get me wrong, but also hear me out. Shiki should be schooling this guy with some facts and logic. But nah, she waltzes up in her second ascension and says, "Heh, Bomberman, you see a certain future?" More like, it's called
Bad.
It's just another Tuesday for our little Vemby, which leaves me wondering about many things. 1. Why not utilize Shiki to deconstruct Kamekura's worldview? Her fight with Fujino, for instance, is only as compelling as it is because she also takes Fujino to task over what she's done. Shiki beats her opponents mentally and physically. That's what makes her so interesting to me. God, I want her to. Especially because, let's face it, she is literally not going to lose to anything. She has stuff to do in every other movie where like she's challenged in some way, be it physically challenged in the case of Fujino or sexually challenged in the case of Asuka in movie 6. But in this movie, she's a Mary Sue. She's not challenged on any level and only exists to win and be cool. She borrows Tono Shiki's role from AOTIE, but has none of the honeyed words to go along with it because they gave that job to Mikia. And look, you can have clashes for no reason. Not everything needs to be bombastic, but like, if this is the climax of your story, then there needs to be some kind of through line to make it engaging. I realize that some folks might say, well, Shiki doesn't need to do anything because Kamekura was so heady that his outlook gets dismantled just by losing here. But I find that argument shaky at best. People don't just change their outlook built up over years because of one L. It's a process, a long one, and there's not really anything presented in the story that I think would legitimately change Kamekura from being a spiteful cynic. I'm not saying that this tale should have Shiki sit down and explain to Kameket that he's wrong and give a 12-point demonstration on why, but he should have something to chew on. Hell, it could even explore his life now that he doesn't have the future sight. That'd be actually interesting. But as the story is, Shiki might as well just show up, flip a switch, and immediately Kamekura changes. To throw it back to Fujino, a character I keep bringing up because she did similar antics but way better, you can get away with her immediately changing at the end because she grappled with her actions literally the entire movie. She knew killing those guys was wrong, but she did it anyways to fill the void. Kamekura literally doesn't know that he's in the wrong, or at least he never displays that. Again, 4chaner type. I get how he arrives at his conclusion in the third part of the film, but I'd like it if there was some more basis for that change. Shiki doesn't even have to say anything. Kamekura could just acknowledge some kind of guilt at some point. But nah. Second point, however, that I was wondering about after her little skirmish with Kamekura, and I realize this is a slightly semantical one, but why isn't this kid like in jail or something? He's a juvenile, sure, but he did like multiple terrorist attacks in the same fashion. I find it hard to believe that he gets away with the stunt in the parking lot when he's sitting clutching his eyes next to a broken detonator and the cops are already investigating. Also, did he kill people in those bombings? He seemingly does it a lot, so one would have to assume. Like, I'm all for reform and all that, but I don't know, a serial killer with no motive but for funsies is pretty Also 3, why did his bomb not go off immediately? In the parking lot against Shiki. I'm not losing my mind, am I? There was literally no reason for that other than Shiki being so cool that the bomb waited to explode. It was even before she cut the funny future line too, so why? Explain, Nasu. You hack. To be frank though, none of this is how the story should have played out in the first place. I'm currently basing all my suggestions around the framework presented to me. If I could fundamentally change the story, it'd be, well, a story. Have Shizune and Kamikura meet in some way. They clash, but Shizune has Mikia and Shiki on her side because she's not afraid to rely on others after her talk with Mr. Kokuto. One learns that the future can be changed for the better, so she should work towards that, and the other finds solace in the comfortable everyday despite not being able to see the future anymore. And, works to amend his misdeeds and all that. Side tangent, but you could even explain away the bomb in the parking lot not going off right away as Seo's future sight ability, seeing that it'd be a dud or something. That is an incredibly basic rundown, but seeing their outlooks on the future clash heads would be legitimately interesting to me. The doomer nihilist versus the based optimist. I don't know, call me crazy, but that seems like a much cooler story than Shiki slapping Kamikura and him saying, "Oh, I never thought of it like that before." And it sounds much better than Shizune's actual story, which is just a conversation in a cafe. Well, mostly. First, it starts out with everyone relevant to the plot of Karano Kyoukai 6 in the same room, minus Asuka, all ready to go on break. Quick note, I have to question how this one religious school consolidates so many magi or people with special powers. Especially considering the church considers such things blasphemy in the Nasuverse to the point of being the natural enemy of them. The church in the Nasuverse as a whole has a big case of falling on the wrong side of show don't tell. I have to bring this up because it actually kind of bothers me and I've never really noticed it until now. In every story they're in, the will of the church that is directly stated is contradicted almost immediately. The church hates magi, but in Fate Zero they're cooperative with them. In Karano Kyoukai, they actively house them. In Tsuki, magi aren't really around, sure, but the main rep CL sure is lax in her duties surrounding everyone magically inclined. Be that magic or beast blood, again, Tsukihime's lore is a little I'm just saying, it's weird for this holy organization to never properly get explored when it's going to be such a vital part of the verse, and multiple characters in this series attend an organization run by them. There's no real reason this school couldn't have been Asagami Academy, save for the sole shock value of having, ironically, Asagami Fujino being a murdery rape victim in a nun outfit. Speaking of, I love the clingy uniforms, don't get me wrong, but it's a tad fanservice-y for, a religious place. You'd think the uniforms would all fit in the same manner they do on the girl who comes up to Seo, so we can learn that Seo has shaky familial relations and nothing more. Kinda baggy fitting, but I guess that just means she's not a main character worth ogling or something. Semantics aside, Shizune's story on its own, as I said, is actually pretty alright. I appreciate the scene of her listlessly riding a bus towards a home she feels unattached to. Relatable, IMO. I wish this was how we learned that she had bad familial relations instead of, us just being told that directly. Her design, though literally being a reskin of Akira Seo, is really good too. I like the summary outfit too, though I'd be lying if I said it held a candle to what Akira wore. Also, this is kind of a small detail, I only noticed this viewing, but her not reaching out to the dog initially because she's not over the death of hers, but being able to do so after she's accepted it, it's a pretty cool detail. I'm really glad that the film respected me enough to put that together and didn't flash back to the scene of her dog dying. Restraint, pseudo, thank you. You just get this little facial movement from Seo, which is perfect. Shizune experiencing double the sadness a normal human is such a good takeaway from her future sight ability too. It's not all fun and cheating on test. It's something that would bring you down, and that Shizune views it as mundane and not a curse is a testament to her character. I like that her side of the story isn't so serious. I harp on how lazy it is, but I do love cozy little chats in anime, cafe or not. The exploration of her form of future sight is told mainly in visuals, which, as as you know if you've watched this channel, I'm kind of a fan of that. The initial dose we get with her hopping off the bus, her reality shifting from one timeline to the other, is the perfect way to show off the ability. The color changes slightly, she wears this mortified expression, and especially that it only lasts for but a moment and doesn't linger. Literal perfection. Makes me kinda sad that Kamikura's variant was mostly delivered as an exposition dump. If it sounds like I'm glossing over Sio's part of the story, it's because I kinda am. Her story is, again, just kind of alright. It's a low-key, straightforward tale of her learning to view her future sight in a more positive light. That's all you need sometimes. In terms of Shizune's character, well, I'd go more into that like I did with Bomberman, but I feel like I'd be repeating myself because I am not going to gaslight myself into thinking Shizune is anything but a slightly more fleshed out Akira Sio. Link to that vid up top. Also, hey, if you like K&K and haven't already, you should check out Tsukihime. It's like K&K, but Asuka wins, so it's way better. As for what I take issue with in Sio's story though, other than it not connecting at all to anything else, it feels like the plot is kind of working in reverse. She already worked to change the future before her Nothing Burger conversation. And speaking of, in that conversation, she said that she has changed the future before. She would have put 2 and 2 together eventually to realize that she kinda did save that guy and change the future. Her conversation with Mikia is essentially pointless outside of it being a quick therapy sesh for Sio. A sesh that could have been just her listlessly pondering on the bus or something. Again, I really like this shot. However, the arguable main purpose of their convo, other than the therapy sesh stuff, is something I really don't care about and drags this section down for me, I'm not gonna lie to you. An in-depth explanation on the increasingly more frustrating Nasuverse magic system. A thing I can only stomach because Miki is just so endearing. But him aside, as this is the latest K&K thing written and animated, it certainly has that later Nasu flavor to it. Mystigize a death perception, you see lines, cut 'em die. Future sight, however. Well, actually, there are 2 kinds of future sight. One is akin to a hunch, the other actually shapes the future. Though they might be similar, they are different because one gives tangible form to the future. Although both can be changed, one cannot be cut, and some other stuff I can't be bothered to remember. It's understandable, sure, but it's about as heady as the floating, flying, falling stuff in the first movie, except this time I don't have the type of autism to think that it's cool. Whereas, I find philosophical meanderings like Miss Toko's whimsy more enticing than the old Karno Kyokai's art style, which you gotta understand, I really like the old K&K's art style. This might be the worst transition I've ever done, Jesus Christ. I don't care about the Nasuverse magic system so much that I don't even want to talk about it. I'm just gonna fucking swipe that to the side. It's annoying, it's bad, it's cringe. You want me to sit here and tell you that it's bad? I'll do it if you want me to. It's bad. This movie doesn't look bad, but it also doesn't hold a candle. K&K has a certain aesthetic, and this film, released years later, doesn't even attempt to emulate it. Granted, if this film had a lighter tone, it could work, as it does for Extra Chorus, but it really doesn't in the first hour, aka the majority of the movie. This is a story about a guy who bombs people and a girl who foresees a gruesome death. I praise the scene where Sio foresaw the bus smashy smash, but I'd be lying if a part of me didn't want to see that scene in the old art style. I legit think this is a worst fit for Karno Kyoukai in almost every way, and I promise I'm not just nostalgia baiting. Look at Shiki's face in this film compared to earlier ones which tonally fit in with this kind of story. I hope I'm not insane in saying that one fits the mindset of being borderline sexually into murder than the other. Like, yeah, in this film Shiki is more visually appealing, but that's not always a good thing. Shiki is meant to be a fucking character, for lack of better words. Her appearance being off-putting in the earlier films is excellent because it fits in with that nature of hers. Shiki is not a stereotypical run-of-the-mill waifu. This is something the earlier films understood excellently, but with Kumar Sudo in the seat, I guess a little of this was inevitable. Honestly, I'm kinda more sad than anything else that he didn't just go the full 9 yards and fix Shiki's pancake ass too. I know, judging by his future works, that must have taken so much restraint on his part. Okay, enough dumping, back to the point. Look at these eyes. You get the feeling she could kill you if she wanted to.
but she doesn't. It's mortifying. It's also kinda hot. You can truly understand Mikia Kokoto's proclivities once you get to know her. The Shiki in Mirai Fuken just looks like a hero though. You don't expect her to do anything but save the day, which she does. I mean, she does that in most other tales, sure, but the art style and tone sells you on her being there by happenstance, even if that's not the case, i.e. movie 5. Another thing, Shiki's eyes showing so much emotion only when death is literally in them is so vital to her character, and this style didn't get the memo. She's so strangely cutesy here. Outside of Shiki, this animation tangent applies to most things in the story. The backgrounds are brighter, the side characters are more generic, and if it wasn't for the music and Mayo Sakamoto saving the day, this wouldn't feel very K&K to me. This applies to everything but the last third of the story, the best part of the story, in which the lighter tone and new characters actually benefit from the art style change. It holistically ties into the main plot too because, you know, the future is brighter, it's more vibrant. You know, PS2 backgrounds in the future are cool. As for this section, Mana is cool. I don't know what it is with Mikia's bloodline and having incest literally running in the veins, but like, go off, girly. I have literally nothing to say other than that. Do you want me to sit here for 5 minutes and tell you that she's cute and I like her being enthralled with Future Scene because it reminds me of Amy Rose from Sonic 2 on the Sega Game Gear? Her dynamic with Kamekura is cool too. Makes me go all Ushiromiya Kenzo whenever she speaks, but yeah, I got nothing else. Wait, Madame Mifune is a literal caricature who I didn't bring up at all in this video because she's just kind of there. She's cool though. She's doing her best. I kind of shot myself in the foot talking point wise by using up all my main points for this part in the intro. Hey, it's kind of like this video had future sight because I talked about the last thing first. Isn't that cool?
September 28th, 2013. Roughly 11 years ago as of when this video goes up. That date marks the release of the last Karno Kyoukai / Garden of Sinners animated adaptation. Future Gospel, or Mirai Fukuin, was a movie adapting this neat little short story Nasu had penned well after the original run of Karno Kyoukai. Around 2008 to be precise. Funnily enough, right around the time the film adaptation started kicking off. This short story was a nice addition to the series, not necessarily building upon the greater K&K narrative, but a fun gathering of characters we've come to know in a new style. Some people call it a sort of epilogue considering it ends at the furthest point in the timeline, but I still think I'd call it the same thing I did back when I made a video on it. It's a DLC episode. I found the story pretty interesting, you know, at least the adaptation of it that I covered. The denotation of DLC was by no means a detraction to it, but just to indicate that it felt a tad fluffy. But fluff is good. Sometimes you just want to have a chill time, and in the grand stretch of K&K material, Mirai Fukuin definitely delivered on that much needed niche. But what I covered in that video, truth be told, was only a half-finished job. I intended to get back to this way sooner, but life lifed, and here we are now. Sorry about the wait to the brave few of you who actively commented about this series coming back. This one's for you. See, while Mirai Fukuin was the main event released to the silver screen on September 28th, the home video market also got some love. Love in the form of Mirai Fukuin Extra Chorus, a follow-up OVA going over various shorter short stories involving more benign situations not befitting of the illustrious Future Gospel film proper. Bit odd not to save this as incentive for a home release of the movie, methinks, but I guess you do make more money selling tickets and a DVD to enthusiasts. God knows if this double whammy came out today in my area, I'd be eating sleep for a bit. But I do feel like I'm part of the minority on that front. The only market I can think of who'd buy Extra Chorus are way too deep in that cream of mushroom soup as is, if you know what I mean. Via basic synopsis, the 3 stories contained within Extra Chorus don't inspire much intrigue. Keyword there, of course, being synopsis. There is interesting stuff contained within, a prize in the cereal box as it were, but I know I myself had a hard time finding the time to watch this initially. I always thought I'd get to it eventually, just after other stuff. Basically, just another thing doomed to the backlog. That is, until I was talking to MP one innocuous sunny day like 2 years ago, and he told me about the section in Extra Course that centered on Fujino. Specifically that this story of hers was really fucking good. So, at the recommendation of MP, I watched the OVA. And the Fujino stuff was amazing, we'll get into it in a bit. But the first time watching this, I remember sitting through the first short and thinking something along the lines of, maybe this should have been a manga instead of an OVA. Don't get me wrong, a New Year's celebration and Ryogi Shiki taking care of a cat are fun ideas, but in a one-off manga chapter kinda way. A quick 13-page spread and then out with some funky quirky antics. Which is basically what happens in the OVA, but I don't know. These kind of feel more tailored to a manga for me. I'm more than happy with what's here, mind you, but I just get the feeling I should be reading the first and last segments of the OVA instead of watching them. Specifically the first one about the cat more than anything. Maybe it's because it's the closest thing to an anime original story KNK ever got, but the pacing feels slightly off. I'll get more into what I mean as we get into the individual parts, but if you'll indulge me for just a bit longer, I want to go down a rabbit hole real quick. If you want to get into the analysis/review of the specific parts of this OVA and skip this incredibly important side quest, then good luck finding where it starts because I'm not putting chapters in this video, nerd. Okay, so the sense that I got that some of this would work better as a grouping of one-shot manga is not exactly unfounded. Did you know that Karno Kyoukai Extra Chorus was based on, according to Wikipedia, the world's most reliable source, a manga by Takashi Takeuchi, the main artist for Notes/TypeMoon stuff? You know, that one very well-known Karno Kyoukai manga he did that one time. Almost as big as the movies, I'd say. Is what I wish I could say, but in reality the manga doesn't exist. See, this claim was seemingly just thrown out into the ether for no reason. The only source cited on Wikipedia is someone named Citation Needed, and I gotta say, I hate to judge someone based off of names, but that guy doesn't sound trustworthy at all. As Takeuchi is primarily an artist and not a writer, and some interviews even balking at some of his first attempts at manga, I found it hard to believe, but not impossible, that he'd do a funny little cat one-shot. That story in particular sounds like something he'd come up with. Takeuchi is known, at least to me, as a good ideas guy. The one who takes a look upon a work like Fate's Stay Night and boldly proclaims to his confidant, co-founder, and lover, "Put maids in this or I quit." If you look at the history of interviews with the man, he's constantly spitballing strange ideas that turn out to be gold. He's quirked up enough to ask something like, what if Shiki took care of a cat and kind of was a cat if you thought about it? And even mayhaps he'd write and draw a little something for it. Hell, similar things exist in the back of the Tsukihime Plus period art book. These are short gags, not particularly fleshed out stories, I know. But still, the precedent is there for a similar Karno Kyoukai thing to exist and for it to be adapted. So, I searched for it. I went on a grand quest, cutting through the awfulness of modern-day search engines in pursuit of my proverbial city of gold. It could be argued that finding this obscure Takeuchi Takeshi 4-koma gag that I can't even read would be the most important thing I've ever done in my life. But there was nothing. Pages and pages of Google search and forums led me nowhere. And as all seemed hopeless, on a whim I searched up for AniList reviews of Extra Chorus in hopes that someone had some obscure knowledge that I wasn't privy to. Forum culture is dead, but niche knowledge known only by the small anime reviewer is forever. Lo and behold, I found this one review. It stated that this alleged manga was included in the back of the Mirai Fukuin light novel. Of course, I thought. Why did I not think of this beforehand? Just like with the comas on the back of the plus period art book, it would be the perfect place to include these. It'd even be synergized with the later movie release that way, as a complete story chased with the frivolously fun OVAs. Though I don't know how to read, I can still look at the art in the back of the LN to confirm if it is indeed what I'm looking for. So I procured a legal copy of the LN and nope. Nothing. Just nothing. Either someone's not doing their due diligence in fact-checking an incredibly niche subsect of a semi-popular company better known for Fate, and Fate, or this manga has been scrubbed in a conspiracy to hide something probably evil. I mean, have you seen Takeuchi's comments about Ilya from Fate's Stay Night? Absolutely vile. Who knows what he put into that Ryogi cat story that the OVA oh so conveniently left out. Or, you know, it's just a lie someone made up that sounds vaguely true. I can't believe someone would get on the internet and lie, though. On Wikipedia and AniList, no less, not even my anime list, that I'd get, but AniList, the world's leading source of reliable info on today and yesteryear's anime classics. Taking a look beyond that little rat tail I've spent way too long chasing, however, we can see that Takeuchi's list of works here, which is extensive and includes things even I've never heard about as an L5 typehead, doesn't include this alleged Karno Kyoukai manga. The only acknowledgements I can find are, again, these two uncredited sources. I'd buy a Japanese print of the Mirai Fukuman novel to make doubly sure, but I work for minimum wage. Every first of the month is like rolling a gacha to see if I'm making rent. So, I shouldn't be throwing my money around willy-nilly like that. If one of you wants to look into this conspiracy, rabbit hole, lost media, other buzzword here, be my guest. But as for me, I think it's time we get into this OVA properly. Update! So I've been editing this video for a while now, you know, going through various amounts of footage, going through interviews, you know, just looking stuff up, make sure the video looks nice and pretty. And in that process, as you've seen with this last segment, sometimes I'll go through art books to either illustrate a point or just because I think it makes for pretty looking video footage. So I was scrolling through this Karno Kyoukai art book. So as a thing to go through, it is the Karno Kyoukai complete art book, I think released around the time Extra Chorus was also released. And I bring this up because what do I find at the end of this art book but the Extra Chorus manga? Just there, it exists, it's here. And this floored me. Now, I had written this section of the video the earliest, a couple months back. It was really the only section I had written out, but it was just here. I wrote this entire section of the video without knowing this thing existed. And way back when I was doing the initial info gathering for this video, I could not find this manga anywhere. Couldn't find it in the back of the Mirai Fukuin novel, couldn't find it on any manga sharing sites. Reading on comes to mind, or legal manga sites also come to mind. I don't know the names of them, but they exist probably. And I couldn't find this thing anywhere. But lo and behold, it's in the back of the art book, and now, as I was scrolling through Google to find images for this video, what do I find but an English translation of this manga? Totally wacky, but I wanted to put this in the video so no one has to comment about the manga actually existing. But I kept the last section in the video despite, you know, the manga existing, because I just thought it was fun. Hopefully y'all agree. Update out, back to the video, for real this time, see ya. Much like Mirai Fukuin, Extra Chorus takes characters we've seen for 8 fretful scenarios and sees what they've been up to. This time, however, in a departure from even Mirai Fukuin without the grandiose centerpieces. These center instead around the cast as they live their day-to-day. 30 minutes of high-octane pure chillin'. While I imagine that must sound boring to some people, weirdos as I call them, I actually really like that Extra Chorus focuses largely on that aspect. Yeah, despite originally thinking that this OVA sounded a little sloggy myself, I've really come around on it. It kinda made me rethink how I see Karno Kyoukai as a whole, because looking at the series now, I think that downtime is sorely missing as it is. This might be a problem specific to the film versions. After all, I know Nasu loves his mealtime scenes and his other written works, but again, just talking about the movies. It's an exhilarating watch, but Karno Kyoukai has a proclivity to jolt you from beat to beat while only offering cryptic, brief explanations. Post Extra Chorus, I feel like I've truly gotten to know some of these fiends via how they spend their time off, and I appreciate that. That extra bit of clarity, though not needed to enjoy Karno Kyoukai by any stretch, is a nice little addition. Karno Kyoukai as a series has always appealed to me more with its theming and ideas, as evident with my other videos on it. But as for the character side of things, I've always found it a little lacking. For an example drenched in a little hyperbole, I know now what it means for Kirei Fujo to fly, float, or fall in Karno Kyoukai 1, but for all she's characterized in that movie, she could have been a sack of famine potatoes. The story puts forth an interesting idea, but Fujo is more a vessel for that instead of a character. Save for a few diamonds in the rough, I mean, it certainly got better as Nasu wrote more in this universe, most of my opinions on Karno Kyoukai follow suit. That idea-centric approach to writing makes for a fun time, don't get me wrong, I love picking my brain at some of the eclectic shit Toko in particular spews out, but as a professional character writing appreciator, I did think it was sad we didn't get to spend more time on the nitty-gritty. Even in scenes of silence, like the myriad ones of Shiki laying in bed thinking to herself, the tension of the runtime is palpable. Everything serves a function to junction the story forward. It, again, makes for a really engaging watch, especially considering the medium of film, but I do feel there's some truth in stopping to smell the roses. Hell, that's one of the reasons I liked the 6 Karno Kyoukai movie so much. The first half of that is just Shiki and Asuka looking for stuff, and it's really good because of that. A little SOL can add a lot to basically any narrative. Heck, even something simpler than Karno Kyoukai, like Dragon Ball. Some of my favorite moments watching that show growing up were the laid-back ones at Capsule Corp. Learning how characters choose to spend free time sometimes speaks volumes louder than overcoming the latest hardship the story pitches out. It holds true for Dragon Ball, and it holds especially true for Karno Kyoukai Mirai Fukuin Extra Chorus. Something which is most prominently seen in the first story in the OVA, known as Feline. I've hinted as to its basic plot a time or two, but to quickly go over it in more detail. Due to Mikia having to leave town for a few days due to some job, Shiki is left to take care of this stray cat he just kind of found by the wayside. It's a task Shiki doesn't even have time to say no to before Mikia says, "I'll be seeing ya." Though slightly peeved, Shiki resigns herself to caring for the cat as best she can in her own eclectic way. There's also some stuff about her used new arm, but it's not important. What's important is Cat. Her being able to even care for this kitty is a pretty good insight as to where her character currently is in the story. A fun thing I get to break down real quick because Karno Kyoukai is quirked up like that. Here's the release order of the films, and here's where they take place in the timeline. And here's where this short falls into place. There's reasons Karno Kyoukai does this disjointed timeline as you're watching the movies proper, but Extra Chorus is different by virtue of being the last thing released. Writing-wise, Extra Chorus assumes you have all of the knowledge orbs from the rest of the series, and expects you to use them a little bit. For example, looking closely at this short's placement in mid-1998, we see that it's right after Film 3, Su Kakuzanryu, basically a week or so after Shiki's kerfuffle with Fujino, and Shiki is still very visibly recovering. Using the key item of context helps us frame where things are with characters like Shiki and where they will go. If you look closely at the story on offer here, then to that ever so useful key item, you might notice a bit of subtle storytelling. As Takeuchi-san once said, What if Shiki was the cat as well, if you kinda think about it? A cat who itself is recovering from a rough life on the streets. Now, I realize this isn't exactly groundbreaking stuff I'm saying here. When Asuka shows up later, she flat out says that Shiki is like the cat while basically looking at the camera. It's incredibly brazen in presentation, but it's kind of the point. Extra chorus after a saga filled with indirect statements telling you to figure it out yourself, cleanly states the things it wants to get out there. One last clarification before Karno Kyoukai ends its run. As a sort of last piece or guiding key for people literally going out of their way to watch it, it's kinda granted Jester's privilege to state things outright without it being shoddy storytelling. We already have all those knowledge orbs from the main series. This is just nudging the audience in the right direction towards connecting them together. As for what that connection process looks like, well, let's answer two of the questions put forth in this cat tale. 1. Why is this cat so important for Shiki to take care of? And 2. How are Ryogi and a cat the same? The first question is clear with the ever-recurring key item of context. This is a Shiki just 2 years out from trouncing about to ogle murder victims. A hobby still somehow not the weirdest thing someone in the series does. Shiki is years removed from being this weird loner with messed up proclivities. She talks to people now and doesn't immediately shut them out. That she's developed enough to take care of something all on her own when, hell, even in the story right before this one, she was on the fence about helping Fujino, shows some growth on her part. And I know, you can kinda gather as much from the end of Fujino's movie with Shiki talking like Mikia that Shiki has grown, but her doing something benign like taking care of a pet shows that the change goes down to her core. A Shiki 2 years removed would have simply abandoned the cat instead of caring for it. Hell, the Shiki from 2 years prior could barely take care of herself. By seeing Shiki in the middle of her arc showing tender love and care for a cat, it recontextualizes what we know about her both up to and after this point. Case in point, I certainly know I found Shiki's almost jokey nature in the 6th film even funnier after watching this OVA. As for the second question, how are Shiki and the cat similar? Well, again, we return to that funny word, context. Specifically the context of the second Karno Kyoukai movie, wherein Mikia watched over Shiki, much like Shiki is doing for the cat now, making sure it doesn't get into trouble or get itself hurt. This cat until now, much like Shiki, was a loner who flitted between whatever it found amusing or nourishing, living, but not necessarily thriving. Upon being given care, eventually even the once stray cat will learn to take care of other creatures who were just like it. Of course, there's gonna be some learning pangs along the way. I mean, the story even alludes to that with the whole Shiki having a false arm she can't get used to subplot, but someday they'll get there. Okay, so the arm. I can't just ignore it forever. Originally, I had a whole few paragraphs about the whole Shiki arm thing, but it really is just another metaphor for Shiki learning to accept things that come from outside herself. When she sits there contemplating it or actively making an effort to use it, it's her overcoming her own mental barriers. As, again, literally stated by a character in the story, this time Toko. The better she gets at using the arm or accepting those outside things, the better she gets at caring for the cat and caring for herself and so on and so forth, and I hope you're starting to see what I mean about the whole arm thing not being super important. The stuff with the arm feels like padding for time to me. I mean, the whole subplot isn't telling us anything that the main plot of cat sitting doesn't already get across better. Not only that, but it's reusing a point from the first film as well. It was in a different kind of context, but Shiki getting used to life without an arm and adapting to it was a really cool part of that movie. This is just the same thing, but now she's getting used to life with an arm now. It's playing the greatest hits, and it's kinda lame whenever the short focuses on it. But without that arm subplot, the short would be about as long and as paced as a Carnival Phantasm skit. And that doesn't work if it's going to be a third of a 30-minute OVA. Carnival Phantasm skits, though obviously being far more comedic in nature, were based on manga one-shots. One-shots where the jokes don't linger for 15 seconds too long or needlessly repeat themselves or, really become draining to watch. I think what I'm trying to say is that I wish this feline short was a cute one-shot of Shiki taking care of a cat. Again, editing Sleepy here, breaking the video to provide an update, because, again, the manga does exist, and, scrolling through it, reading through it. Not only is the cat stuff there and great, but something I thought wouldn't be there is the arm stuff. The arm stuff is still here, and, it definitely flows a lot faster in the art book. It definitely, it doesn't take up as much time as it does in the OVA, but I still feel my criticisms hold up about this being flagrantly unnecessary, even in the manga where it does go a lot smoother. The arm stuff in the manga is literally 3 pages. 2 pages. Literally 2 pages. It's very succinct. It doesn't take up a good chunk of the OVA. It definitely got some fluffing. So again, just breaking in, making sure no stone was left unturned in this project. Let's get back to it. Pacing issues aside, it should be clear that I still really like this short as is. It was really fun to go through and watch again. And if you haven't seen it, I'd honestly recommend, checking it out. I didn't even mention the best part of the short, which is Shiki being absolutely livid at Mikia by the end of it. I mean, just look at this, her emotions are literally boiling over. It's so fucking good, dude. Though, if you don't watch this OVA for the feline short, you should absolutely watch it for the next one. See, Shiki, as the main character of Karno Kyoukai, already gets plenty of development. Whereas anyone could pick up on the themes already put down here in Feline, the next story, Daylight, is a little different. It follows Fujino, a character I again love, but one that's easy to misunderstand if you don't go analyzing her tale in depth. Daylight not only clears up some point of confusion a viewer might have about Sukaku Zanryu, but goes a step beyond and provides one of the most heartfelt conclusions about a character arc Karno Kyoukai has ever had. While I myself love Fujino's character and would normally cover this next part with gusto, there's someone I want to bring in to talk about this section. Someone whose collaboration in this video has been literally like a year in the making, and I thank him so much for putting up with my chicanery in the process. If you've been around the TypeMoon sphere, especially around enough to be watching my channel, you already know this man. He has almost double my sub count for a reason, be it from his passionate character spotlights, visual novel reviews, or even the ever-popular FGO servant recommendations he throws out from time to time. It's MP. As one of my initial inspirations to even make videos about these funny little TypeMoon works, I am very happy to be working together with him on this video. He'll be taking the reins for the analysis of the Daylight section, better known as the Fujino story in Extra Chorus.
I'm a girly girl with a girly secret. If I tell it to you, promise that you'll keep it. I'll tell you now. My little secret is I accidentally killed a man.
To begin the following segment of this video, I want to ask all of you a question. What should be the fate of a sinner? The question is a vague one, I realize. But consider it as a sinner. What is a sin? What do you constitute as one? And mainly, what do you think can or cannot be forgiven? What effect should the sin have on your life? How would the event change you? How should it change you? What kind of existence would you lead from then on out? Because when it comes to this question, there are many answers. After all, a sin can range from something as little as a white lie to permanently silencing another's voice. But I want you to think about all this while we talk about this chapter of the world from Kara no Kyoukai. Let us begin by recapping a certain chapter of another story. Kara no Kyoukai Chapter 3, Remaining Sense of Pain. One can easily recall this earlier chapter from Kara no Kyoukai being the story that focuses on Asagami Fujino, a gorgeous dark-haired beauty who we now know as a woman not able to sense any form of pain. Because of this, she has developed a rather detached state of mind in regards to herself, with neutered emotion in regards to everyday life. In case you forgot, the story of Chapter 3 essentially stems from one particular unpleasant event, where after feeling the sensation of pain for the first time through her appendicitis, Fujino took the lives of an entire local gang who, to be fair, weren't exactly chivalrous with her. And while these individuals were unquestionably despicable, the fact is Fujino Asagami committed murder. And these addictive feelings she had never felt before made her unable to stop herself from killing once those abilities awakened. The story ultimately resulted in Shiki confronting Fujino for her actions, cornering her in both battle and the truth to her own self, and only in the end did Fujino realize the state of mind she was in and the severity of her actions, leading to her ultimate defeat. The aftermath of the events were unknown to us, with both Mikia and Shiki stating that Fujino could continue to live, but she must do so eternally carrying the weight of her own sin. That was the state we left her by the end of that movie, and the next time we see her, we learned that she had been blinded by the event and the use of her eyes, almost as if it were divine punishment. However, we never see beyond that, and how she's ticking inside. So let's move to the present. We open a new chapter, following the perspective of a young woman named Risu Miyazaki, and her first meeting with Asagami Fujino. Both women are students from the same Reian's Girls Academy, as some of the characters from this work attend, but Risu had never personally met Fujino until now. Their encounter was on the side of a particular building, one which we viewers know as the same building that was the setting of the very first film, Overlooking View. Fujino was coming home from the hospital for her routine checkup, while Risu had come to the building holding a beautiful bouquet of flowers. Fujino notes the flowers were white lilies, the favorite of a student named Ryuko, which, interestingly enough, sparks immediate aggression from Risu. Fujino advises her not to linger too much on the girl named Yuko, causing Risu to leave in a rather angered state. It turns out that Yuko was Risu's best friend in school, a gentle soul who, unfortunately, ended up as one of Kiri Fujo's victims in the events of the first film, which adds the context that Risu was simply mourning the loss of her dear friend. First off, it's interesting to see how this story links back to a relatively unexplored aspect of the original Overlooking View film, the victims of the suicide. We as the viewers knew that Kiri had taken the lives of multiple people to join her in the sky, however, we never really focused on the victims of that incident. Linking our current tale to those events was a really nice way of tying everything together in a way that we never thought about, adding another layer of satisfying payoff to those who kept those events of the story in mind. We soon learned the truth about Risu, in that compared to your average layman, she is horribly pessimistic, an individual who feels adamant about the common world, claiming that there is absolutely nothing of value to the future, that tomorrow may be horribly bleak and ugly. Because of this, she requested to her best friend to commit suicide with her, so that instead of face the inevitable disappointment of the next day, they can cut their ties with whatever fate has in store for them, and bring their lives to an ending on their own terms. That was their very last conversation, before Yuko would ultimately fall victim to the events of the first film, the reason being unknown to anyone but those directly involved. Risu blamed herself for this. While the truth of the event didn't relate to her, Risu decided to take her own life to accompany the deceased Yuko, not wanting to live in the world without her. However, she ended up stuck at a crossroads between how she wanted to die, and it is while she was pondering this decision where she encounters Fujino for a second time, this time carrying a different aura. Fujino confronts Risu on her actions directly, calling out her indecisiveness, saying that Risu was only playing at the thought of suicide, never actually intending to go through with it. When Risu retorts, Fujino unveils her mystic eyes, confessing her identity as a murderer. After all, if Risu was really serious, then Fujino's abilities would guarantee her death. An extravagant, a legendary one. In face of that truth, Risu loses all of their courage, revealing she was actually just afraid. The reason she wanted to die was more guilt of thinking that she had murdered her best friend. We get more context to their conversation. Apparently, Yuko had decided to decline Risu's offer, saying that the world was beautiful as is. As a result, Risu felt betrayed and lashed out in anger, saying that Yuko could just die alone if she preferred. These words, which Risu didn't truly mean, were the very last words that she spat out at her best friend before the events of the first film killed her off for real. It was only after this loss that Risu was made aware about Yuko's home life and how it was a tumultuous struggle. Her mother was dead and her family had abandoned her, and after being saddled with tremendous debt was when Risu gave her that offer. It was a struggle that Yuko had kept hidden all to herself, and even those close to her, such as Risu, had no idea about this, and they had never realized how cruel those words are until they discovered the truth. Guilty for what she said, Risu had wanted to end her own life. But as she wallows in guilt, Fujino closes her eyes and recites a phrase that, no matter how much it may hurt at times, she would like to believe the world was beautiful. Risu immediately recognizes those words as the same words that her best friend Yuko said to her when Risu offered to commit suicide. When Fujino was troubled with the events that conspired in her own film, Yuko gave those same words to her as well. At the time when Fujino first heard them, she couldn't comprehend what Yuko was trying to tell her. But after some time had passed, she eventually understood. Yuko was reciting words of optimism for those around her, simply praying for a better future for everyone, a more beautiful tomorrow, and that in spite of all the ugly things that life dealt, Yuko believed the world was beautiful nonetheless. And after hearing this, Risu finally gives up on committing suicide, breaking into tears as she mourned the loss of her friend. Fujino, seemingly satisfied with this outcome, watches the gleaming sunlight rise from the horizon, signaling the arrival of a brand new day. That is the story of Fujino Asagami during Kara no Kyoukai Future Gospel Extra Chorus, giving us the long-awaited insight into the fate of Asagami Fujino after the events of her own film. After watching this, it's not hard to see that Fujino had changed a lot since we last saw her. What was once a broken, twisted individual that took pleasure in murder and was unable to see the atrocities of her own actions had now been humbled. She was no longer to see the world properly, and despite having her power, avoids using it. It's quite a different impression, but then again it had been a few years. A few years since she felt that pain. A few years since she committed her first murder, and a few years since she realized the horrors that she committed. Kara no Kyoukai, from beginning to end, is a story about sinners, about people, and the mistakes they made. A study of broken individuals who are fictionalized yet still feel oddly human. Fujino is not an exception. In fact, the story goes into great length to explain, in spite of her incredibly messed up circumstances, despite the fact that she was a complete victim that deserved some justice, the things she did was also that of a sin. Murder itself is still a sin. The moment she killed, she was no longer innocent. The fact that she continued to kill made her an offender herself. And when she took an innocent life unrelated to her, that was when she herself became a villain. Even if initially accidental, even if she was justified, one must never get used to committing a sin. Once done, it becomes infinitely easier to repeat that again and again. And that doesn't just apply to killing. Let's say you love cookies, you can't get enough of them, and your mom had just brought some cookies and put them in the pantry, but you were specifically asked not to steal those cookies from the pantry as a kid, and so you listened to your parents. And you just never did. For a long time, you never stole those cookies. Until one night, you became hungry, your parents were asleep, and with no other food available other than the cookies in those pantries, you decided to just this one time steal a cookie from the pantry that your parents had asked you not to steal from. Once you do that, it becomes so much easier to relapse and repeat again and again. Even if you initially just did it because you had no other choice, or if your reasons were justifiable, it just becomes that much easier to repeat a mistake for even more trivial reasons, and eventually you just do it just because. I would know, because I fell victim to this same syndrome in the past as well. Fujino's story in Remaining Sense of Pain is a cautionary one, about how easy it is to fall into the addiction of a sin. How these emotions can drive you to do things that you would never normally do, all because of one singular exception. And after that, Fujino was punished. For all the misdeeds and lies she took, her vision was permanently taken from her, and now she has to navigate the world blind, a retribution of sorts. but more importantly, she was made to realize the gravity of her mistakes. Once she realized the monster she had become, she could no longer take back her actions. What she did was done, and that she had to live the rest of her life carrying that regret, burden, and responsibility for every next moment. But the most important thing is what you choose to do afterwards. Fujino never denies that she committed atrocities. In fact, she was willing to confess if necessary. She doesn't shy away from her own truth. She accepts her actions and her punishment of blindness. She lives with the burden, knowing that she was a murderer and monster who took the lives of multiple people for the sake of herself. However, she does not spend her time lamenting those past actions. Instead, she lives life as honestly as she did before those incidents, but with a minor difference. Like Yuko beforehand, she now lives humbly, but hopeful for the future, and is now able to look out for and remind others to do the same. She may never be forgiven for her mistakes, but she was able to grow from her experience, and now she comforts others instead of destroying them. While we have never seen Yuko Ando before this story, the fact is, thanks to this person giving Fujino the guidance she needed, Fujino is able to guide others in her stead as well. She is not defined by her mistakes, but rather, she takes on everything she had experienced and learned, and uses those experiences to become someone that others can rely on instead. You are not defined by your past. Remember the question I posed at the beginning of this segment? What should be the fate of a sinner? For me, this answer depends on the weight of the sin, but more importantly, what the sinner chooses to do afterwards. Because if they live like Fujino, if they understand the gravity of their actions, express the desire to change, and use their experience to save others from practicing similar mistakes, I think those sinners should be respected.
Again, many thanks to MP. It took a while to get all this together, and he has truly been a saint along the way. Anything I could have said about Fujifu here, I think he put 1,000,000 times better than I could. I hope you all go check him out if you haven't already, and show some love and support for his writing. He's working on a rendition of the cancelled TypeMoon story, Girls' Work, and while it's not out to the public yet, as someone privy to the first few chapters, it's good stuff, let me tell ya. Again, go check out my boy. And all that said, let's get to the last part of this OVA and video.
Now, I got a message for all you liberals out there. You want my gun, my firearm? Come take it from me. Just walk through my door, come into my home, and take it from me. With your weak, soft, liberal, girlish hands. Just try to put those hands on me. Those soft, liberal hands. Put them on me, on my body. Just slowly, gently dragging your fingers up and down my arm, giving me goosebumps. You want my gun? Come kiss me for it.
Prayers are things we fill with hope for the future's blessing. That one line more or less sums up the last section of Extra Chorus, dubbed Say Grace. I really like this quote. I don't feel you gotta be religious to appreciate the sentiment. I mean, I'm certainly not after all. It's just a sweet message. A wonderful cap not only to the stories we've delved into today, but all of Karno Kyoukai. As I've said, this was the last animated piece the series ever got, and this, being the final story in Extra Chorus, carries that sentiment with pride. Each character gets their own moment to shine, from Shiki to Fujino to Mikia to Seo, and even to new faces like Rizu. Everyone important in this sprawling garden of sinners gets a second to say goodbye. It'd almost feel cheesy if the story weren't set during New Year's. New Year's of '99 to be exact. Something worth pointing out, since I haven't explicitly stated it till now, is that all the stories in Extra Chorus take place in '98. Even more, Mirai Fukuin takes place in '98. To be blunt, most of Karno Kyoukai takes place in 1998. Point in bringing that up being is that the characters are saying goodbye to what has probably been the most hectic year of their lives. In cases like Shiki and Fujino, literally parting with old toxic parts of themselves that ran rampant earlier in the year. These two specifically stand out to me because having gone through essentially hell and back, they look by far the most content during the celebration. Shiki shows more genuine curiosity than she ever has with her proclamation, "Why would a cat lick me? Do I taste good?" She also displays some real tasteful gap moe in wanting to hold Mikia's hand. I drew comparisons to this in the first section, so I won't harp on it too much, but it cannot be overstated how much Shiki would not do any of this if she hadn't grown so much over the course of 1998. Literally going from comatose to this after countless trials and none of it feeling ham-fisted to get here. To pull out a $5 word real quick, it really is some serendipitous writing. Even if K&K doesn't do characterization as well as future works, I feel, in cases like Shiki here, you can still vividly tell that it's a Nasu work. But as for the other I brought up, Fujino, well, just look at her. That sweater looks cozy as heaven, and she truly looks happy spending the new year with her friends. There's a little moment between her and Seo that I love. Remember that Fujino is basically blind after the events of Kakuzanryu. So at the end of the section, when the narration starts getting all wistful, she just sits there, not knowing that the snow is falling. While Asuka and Seo are bedazzled at the sight, Fujino doesn't know. She's just sitting in her chair, happily taking in the atmosphere of friendly company. Noticing this, Seo takes a step backwards and starts describing the snowfall to Fujino so they can all enjoy it together. There's not even any dialogue, and it's basically something that happens in the background, but I really love this moment. The first time I saw it, I teared up. NP touched on it a good bit in the daylight section, but Fujino's character growth was really well executed here. At the end of the long and winding path she's been on, instead of wandering around aimlessly further with spiraling thoughts, she can relax for once. Be cozy and content as the new year rings in and life goes on. Another small moment I want to mention is Rizu praying at the site of Yuko's grave. No longer is she lingering around the site her best friend passed away at, no, she's at her grave, showing that she's truly started to move on and take the words of Yuko to heart. Rizu is finally seeing how beautiful the world is. It's a really sweet moment. You know, normally when stories add new entries way later on and introduce new characters into the narrative, it can feel contrived, but as for Seo and Rizu, I really do love them. They take an already great world and make it feel fuller. There's one last thing I want to talk about with this section, and it's Mikia wishing for Shiki's happiness. A notion that loops all the way back around to the quote I opened this part with. Prayers are things we fill with hope for the future's blessing. Everyone in Say Grace has a prayer for the new year. For some, it's just prosperity in the time to come. For others, to keep seeing the beautiful world their friend once did. But for Mikia, his wish is for Shiki. Boy has his own ambitions on the side, but K&K makes one thing clear to the audience about Mikia. He cares deeply for Shiki. Regardless of Shiki's gender, presentation, or what she's done, Mikia loves her. So he's really praying for the future's blessing with this one. A future that, though it may seem uncertain in some moments, is one he clings to always. We've talked about some of what comes later in K&K with movie 6 and the like, but there is one tale in particular that stretches that prayer almost to its breaking point. One that I've purposely saved for the end of this K&K series because of this one moment in Extra Chorus. Something I promised to really dive into in the next video. May it not be so long between this and the next part as it has been with the former. All in all though, I think that the short was a beautiful way to wrap up Extra Chorus. It leads and leaves on the same contented note and similarly leaves me feeling the same. Extra Chorus as a whole, though not necessarily for truly enjoying Kar no Kyoukai in the same way Mirai Fukuin wasn't, is still something I'm incredibly glad exists. It provides so much context for where the characters are by the end of the hectic year of 1998, and reframes how they move forward from it. In the case of someone like Fujino, I find it sees her character out to her logical conclusion, a much stronger person than she was. I want to thank MP again for covering that section of the video. I know I'm repeating myself, but he did an amazing job with it. I think, more than any other thing in Kar no Kyoukai, Extra Chorus is the sleeper hit. The majority of people are gonna watch the 8 main films in dip, and I feel that's kinda sad because there really is some awesome stuff here. Feline was just a fun short showing off a befuddled Shiki. Daylight, though definitely not as slice of life as the other two, was by far one of the strongest pieces of writing Car no Kyoukai has put forward. I mean, not only for what it did with Fujino and Rizu, but for taking a sorely overlooked element in the first and arguably weakest Car no Kyoukai story and doing something really special with it. Then there's Say Grace, which I would argue is the best epilogue Car no Kyoukai really got. I mean, our other contender is Movie 8, and we'll get to that when we get to that, trust me. But Say Grace is such a thoughtful goodbye for the characters and world. Everyone moves forward with hope for the future, and they keep it in spades even though we know as the audience how fretful that path is gonna be. It really is a lovely message. This was my /MP's review and analysis of Extra Chorus. I will see you all in the next one. Welcome, Ryogi, to my garden of sinners! What? What are you laughing at? What's so funny? Garden of Sinners. That is the most pretentious shit I've ever heard. Ooh, Garden of Sinners. What, because we're in a pot house? Because you're evil? What are you, 14? It's not that deep, bro. Shut up! As a heads up, this video is going to make a lot more sense if you've actually seen the movie I'm talking about, as well as the prior videos in this ongoing series. This is an analysis channel. I try not to summarize. But if you're pure of heart and haven't seen either of those things, this video will still make perfect sense to you, because you're special. Okay, warning out of the way, real video starts here. I'm gonna level with all of you at the very start. I think this is the worst Car no Kyoukai film. I know that's a very unpopular opinion, but as someone who's analyzed these movies for, about 4 years now on and off, I am staunch in that stance. Visually, while on par with the rest, it has the most dull locales and colors. Seriously, I think I'll throw up if I see another dimly lit reddish-brown back alley. Thematically, it does nothing we haven't seen before, and structurally, it's a bloated mess that likes to linger in a bad way. It's the film equivalent of hanging around a party once the vibes have gone downhill. Fun before, sure, but now all the cool people are gone or passed out on the couch, the speaker's playing Hinder at max volume, and the only person who's chatty is the off-putting guy who's been killing the mood all night. He talks about his ex-wife, and you have to listen because it'll cause a scene and wake everyone if you don't. Weird metaphor, but I'll get into what I mean and why I hold the position I do in due time. I mean, you see the runtime of this video, I presume. It's not all just abridged bits, though. There is a lot of those. Let me know if you like those. It's a new thing I'm trying, and if it's received well, I'd like to do it again in the future. I wanted to front load with this spiel because 1, engagement, but more importantly 2, if you've watched the prior videos in this series, I have been exceptionally giving to these films. Sometimes in places I shouldn't have, but was because I didn't want to bog down said videos. In a sense, this is that veil coming off. Don't get me wrong, I love movies 1 through 6. Flawed though they may be, they offer intriguing themes and exposit upon them in different ways, all of which are unique to this world Kanoku Nasu crafted in a shitty late 90s apartment. To dig a proper foundation, let's go through them one by one. You got what it means to fly and fall through life in Fukan Fuke, recognizing inner turmoil in Satsujin Kozatsu, learning to live with indelible pain in Sukaku Zanryu, confronting your own demons in Garen no Do, choosing your own path despite your shitty circumstances in Mujin Rasen, and thriving through the new mysteries life throws at you in Bo Kakurokyuan. All very enjoyable explorations, and even moving forward to the future films, I find the messaging of enjoying the little moments in Extra Chorus and the exploration of the future and future gospel bountiful additions to the story of K&K. But this movie, Satsujin Kozatsu Ko, or Murder Speculation Part B if you aren't a fucking weeb, makes me wonder if all that wasn't a fluke of some sort. For all its posturing, runtime, and flashy action, the grand conclusion to Car no Kyoukai feels so lacking to me. It, in tandem with the 8th, are the reasons I both skipped ahead to cover Future Gospel and why there was such a large gap in coverage of the series. No shit, years ago I sat down to review and analyze these films with the intention of completing them within a year or so. If you look at the uploads, while obviously that plan took a little longer than I thought, they're pretty consistent until after the 6th movie. I got to this one and I couldn't put into words the impression it made on me. It was a vacuum of emptiness absorbing all thought and goodwill towards Kara no Kyoukai within me. I took a laundry list of notes for the series when I watched it for the first time, but those dutiful notes die out at this film. I didn't know how to put what I felt into words, and every time I went to go watch it with the intention of covering it, thinking time would reveal the words to put thought to pen, that hazy mess became more unclear. I tried to lock my knowledge of this film away in my coverage of those prior movies, save for the broadest of strokes. Like Leo. I like Leo. But I felt that approach of sealing the 7th away would make for the best series of videos to watch. Why bog down the script on movie 3 to talk about how 7 retroactively makes it worse? That would add nothing but a dredged out, needly side tangent. Same goes for the rest of the series, that's just the most obvious example. But now, we're here. With a project I've low-key dreaded and looked forward to for literal years now. I knew it'd be fun to make, but I also knew this would be a hell of an undertaking, which, boy, was it. All said though, and preamble over soon, I promise, I've watched Satsujin Kozatsu Ko at least 4 times in the long making of this video. If you count the number of times I fell asleep mid-movie, I couldn't tell you the number. This film, and the one after to a lesser extent, are a sour note in an otherwise fine composition, an off-key singer in a choir performance, if you will. It may seem odd to end such a long-running series on this negativity, but it may not be as negative as you think based on the past few paragraphs. There are good parts to this movie, and I'm gonna give those their due. We'll go positive, negative, positive. Kind of a compliment sandwich of critique. No promises I won't go off on tangents, though. This is the final Kara no Kyoukai video in the traditional style. There will be one more next week in the form of a supercut of all the videos with a post-mortem on the series and a Kara no Kyoukai 8 discussion, but this is the last vestige of me spending a bajillion hours analyzing these films. Why am I not doing the same for 8, I hear you asking? Well, if Nasu and the staff at Ufotable didn't put care into it, neither am I. Literally a glorified screensaver explaining the plot. That one's more of a wrap-up of the series anyhow, so it makes sense to do it that way if you think about it. Also, if you're watching that video now and I forgot to cut this part out, hi! Go watch the individual videos too. I love number go up. Also, happy holidays! Anyways, I'm rambling. Let's get into murder speculation B proper. Starting with something good.
Hey. Bet you can't finish that.
If there's one clearly defined fire starter in this otherwise damp movie, it's Leo Shirazume. The way he's drawn is electric. He always has tons of smear frames, like the camera can never seem to capture him being still. It makes him visually appear as insane as he is on the inside. Just look at his introduction antagonizing Shiki here, bobbing back and forth between footholds, just prattling off some shit about, "We're very similar, you and I." It's got that je ne sais quoi, you know what I mean? His performance by Soichiro Hoshi is arguably the best vocal performance in the entire series too, which makes sense based on his resume. If you're watching this, you probably know him better as the voice of Goro Akechi from Persona Fraud Royal, or more notably to those with good taste, Keiichi Maebara, protagonist of Higurashi, aka a better work than anything the slothful mushrooms ever put out. Soichiro Koshi brings his A game here. If I can get away with it, I'm gonna put a clip of him here going ham in Leo's voice. Hear that lack of sanity? Koshi wasn't even reading lines, he just started doing that in the studio, freaked everybody the f*** out. Pair that voice with this design, this discount Shiki from Mar-a-Lago look he's got going, it's immaculate. You hear him and see him, and cannibalistic drug dealer is the only description that makes sense, even without all the actual shenanigans he gets up to. Koshi does the softer spoken flashback scenes wonderfully too, illustrating that Leo didn't always used to be this whacked out crackhead yapping about some concoction. Yet in those flashbacks, it's clear there's something missing, a hollowness to the voice that's filled out once he starts eating out Dahmer style. But outside of the voice acting and general vibes he puts out, I find Leo to be a beautifully crafted addition to the world of Karano Kyoukai. All our antagonists so far have been these brooding, woe is me types, always with a clear method and reasoning to their misdeeds. What they do is righting what they view as wrongs to themselves. Leo is not that. He's freaky with it. He makes Lunchables out of people's entrails for S&Gs. Fun fact, it's a 90% less lead content that way. He takes sardonic joy in his actions, and because of that, he's the perfect foil to Shiki. He talks about how similar they are multiple points throughout the movie, and while he's framed as crazy at the moment, he's right. He is a Shiki without hesitation to murder. Or, to put it another way, he's more or less the male personality of Shiki presented in Murder Speculation A personified. Her murderous side given a vessel and left to fester while the other half grows into something beautiful. I know there's some people out there who would hang me from the gallows for saying that, but let's reflect on what we know about that male personality to really get into the heart of what I mean. Pitchforks down, I swear this makes sense. All caps, as I'm going to call the male personality lest we get bogged down in diction, is always described and shown as impulsive, direct, and jiggy with it. Always wanting to go off on whims, even if it's a stabbingly bad idea. Yeah, that one hurt me more than it hurt you, shut up. Truly the yin to Femme Shiki's yang, or the evil to the Knievel if you prefer. If there was a killer within Shiki, it would be him, as much as stated plainly by Toko and Garen no Do. With his disappearance, the urge to outright kill within Ryogi Shiki is gone. She still has an interest in the macabre, but outright on the edge about to murk Kokoto is a thing lost to the void. The personality that drove Shiki to actively seek out murder scenes and paint her lips with fresh blood is gone. But should it have been given a vessel to continue on, to live alone like Shiki had been doing for years until Mikia broke the stasis, I think that he would take a very similar form to Leo here. From that angle, I find Leo as an extension of All Caps very interesting thematically. Leo has some of the same traits exhibited by All Caps. He's outgoing, impulse control is a foreign concept, and he's fundamentally lacking something human. The only difference is whereas All Caps had a void there, Leo has the urge to consume things. Every party's a Donner party at his place. As for the other half of the coin, Shiki, it explains why she has such a vested interest in tracking Leo down. She sees what she could have turned into in Leo, and that's a mistake she has to correct. She's done similar things before, mind you. The biggest example of that is Fujino. Once she killed some rando, it was only then Shiki stepped in to stop her, even saying that she could finally identify with her after that as a monster. Leo knows to an extent that Shiki feels that way about killers in general and absolutely plays into it. I mean, we see the surveillance he's done on Shiki for years. He knows how close she was to becoming like him, which is why he has the fascination he does with her. In the past, he saw what he could be in her, and now in the present, he sees what she can be in himself. Which is why he does everything he does in this film, down to the way he dresses. It's all to be a distorted funhouse mirror of Ryogi Shiki, to show her how she could be living and killing with greater gusto than he ever could. He doesn't care if he lives or dies if he can awaken her inner killer like he has. It's some sick form of companionship. What better way, in his mind, to attract someone to you than by being just like them? Don't know why he dyed his hair blonde though, he kinda had the color down beforehand. Though, I guess blonde does make him look more like a delinquent and more trustworthy to drug dealers or some shit. But yeah, that's why Shiki wants him gone, even if it means going against what she's done for years now and outright killing him. She struggles with how that might make her more like him, of course. I mean, she barely speaks to Mikia the entire movie because of it, but it's still something she has to do. He's the one person she can't let get away because he's a bloodthirsty killer just like she could have been. Speaking of bloodthirsty, I'd hate to get into semantics in the middle of a section, but... See the news? They're calling this perp a bloodthirsty killer. Jeez, no standard for journalism these days, huh, Mikia? Yeah, I mean, he or she is slaughtering innocent people for seemingly no reason and also taking bites out of them. Bloodthirsty killer seems accurate to me. Maybe a little sensationalized, sure, but a proper label. No, you don't get it, so let me explain it in a succinct manner. This killer isn't a murderer. There's no rhyme or reason. It's more accurate to call him a butcher or a slaughterer. Not a golden one, though. See, murder and slaughter are two entirely different things. Murder you do for personal reasons, like someone taking the last slice of pecan pie without asking, or suggesting to play Monopoly at a party night. Slaughter is indiscriminate, like with the livestock. Now, really looking at this guy's work, there's no pattern, ergo we have a butcher. Maybe this is something that makes more sense in Japanese, but I really don't care for the semantical wordplay on display throughout the early sections of this movie. Does it make sense? Yeah, if you put your mind to it, indiscriminate slaughter and murder with a manifesto does have a difference, but in the grand scheme of things, it feels like trying to tell someone the difference between pedophilia and ebophilia. Either way, it's still pedo shit, and either way, it's still murder. I feel like it's a distraction to the overall story this movie's trying to tell. Shiki has been known to go off her rocker on tangents like this before, but those were valid and felt like a natural extension of her character. And in general, the movie series has been known to do this type of thing. I could excuse it to pick from a movie in more similar tasting bullshittery for Flying vs. Falling, because in the first movie it was at least an interesting philosophical rabbit hole. But this, again, just feels like Shiki trying to flex a degree in linguistics. It's out of pocket for her. Not to comment on the murder, I mean, but to get caught up in the words she does. If I were to write it, I'd take out all the semantical bullshittery, but I would leave in all the stuff about comparing the killings to livestock slaughter, especially because Leo is taking bites out of the victims. It just makes more sense like that. Speaking of Leo, though, I want to make this video somewhat easy to follow, so let's get back to him. Shirazume Leo. This crazy son of a gun. What's his background? How did he become this slaughterer? Not a golden one, but just a slaughterer. Cast your gaze back to the second film, Satsujin Kozatsu Zen, or Murder Speculation A, if you're not a fucking weeb. In that movie, Home Dude Leo only has one scene, one of stopping Shiki in the hallway and fumbling his way through an interaction with her. He's talking like he has a crush on her and doesn't know how to put what he feels into words. Thus, it's just a quaint interaction with nothing more to it than the off-putting personality of Leo. Also, notably, just this random scene existing in the movie with no connection to seemingly anything else. One of the few instances of Nasu setting stuff up early that comes back way later. Or, you know, a scene added in for the sake of continuity in later films. Either way, pretty cool callback 5 movies later. The next time we see him, he's munching on a corpse in some back alley. Good to see him taking rejection well. Apparently, he accidentally stumbled his way into killing someone, and pushed by impulse, he started cannibalizing the evidence. He's disgusted with himself in the moment, but he can't stop chomping. It's here where the only good Araya Soren handwave moment happens. What do I mean by that, you might be asking? Well, we've seen this man, Araya, pop up a number of times throughout Karno Kyoukai, most notably in the 5th film Mugen Rasen as the main antagonist. There, I thought he was well written, though obviously I viewed him at the time as Nasu's self-insert, a character who makes the plot happen at his beck and call. This works for Mugen Rasen as he was orchestrating the whole ordeal, but that trait of his pops up later on in various annoying ways, specifically through what I call the Araya handwave moments. Retroactively, we've seen him show up and take credit for all of the other antagonist actions. Sometimes these are spliced in at random throughout the series, usually after credits teasers like with Leo here, but all of them show up in the recap film Gate of Seventh Heaven. Now, I didn't cover it because it's a recap movie for 97% of the thing in the vein of Evangelion Death, but like Eva Death to the Second Power, there were a few additional scenes implemented to flesh things out a little more, such as Araya showing up and influencing both Fujo and Fujino into committing the murders they do. I'm gonna go on another tangent here, and I'm pretty sure I've gotten into this in a prior video, but I don't care. It bears repeating. I hate this. Flat out. I'm pretty sure this was done because with characters like Fujino and Fujo, you're supposed to view them sympathetically. You can't hate them, they don't have full responsibility for their actions. Araya made them do it. But I think it steals from their characters that Araya shows up and takes that agency away from them. Call me crazy, a character can do bad things and still be sympathetic. In the case of Fujino, this takes her from someone who is pushed over the edge by the pain she had inflicted on her and turns her into a pawn. Just another piece in Araya's grand vision to fuck with Shiki because something root. It implies Fujino wouldn't have committed any of the acts she did if not for Mr. Saren showing up and hand-waving her hesitation. It's supposed to make her someone who really wouldn't have done any murders had she not had that tempting hand on her shoulder. It's a retcon intended as a double ploy to simultaneously paint Araya as the biggest bad of the series and reassure the audience that they're not a bad person for liking bad people. On the second point, again, I despise that notion. It's fiction. Keiichi batters his friends to death in the first arc of Higurashi, but people still love him because he's well written. Fujino and Fujo were written like this. Both had reasons for going off the deep end and coming back, but that's cheapened by Nasu's self-insert popping in and moving the plot along. Also, from the notion of this making Araya out as the overarching threat, I don't buy it. He doesn't need to be involved in every plot thread. It cheapens the narrative significantly to have no one move of their own accord. That's like Roa popping up in the Tsukihime Farsight routes and saying, I made Kahoku do all that, by the way, lol. I think we could all agree, that doesn't work and makes the experience worse. Now all that said, in this case with Leo, I do actually like his inclusion. A lot. It's a natural extension of both characters. Leo here is clearly struggling with his decisions. He's munching with hesitation. Without Araya, he'd probably go home and off himself because he's still behaving like a normal person. Well, not normal, but you know, he has morals that conflict with what he's doing right now. But with Araya stepping in, he's more or less given the push over the edge to go full Dahmer. Araya takes away Leo's human inhibition and gives way to his full origin as someone who consumes. Something Leo agrees to because if that voice within him telling him how vile he is doesn't die, he will. Araya isn't doing this to f with Shiki or take credit for another character's arc. He's doing this out of genuine curiosity. He wants to see what Leo's unleashed origin will do. He literally says something like, "Bet you can't eat that whole body," during the exchange. It f***ing with Shiki years later as well is pure happenstance. Likewise, this turns Leo into what he was always meant to be, a psychopathic cannibal. He's living his truth and he's never been happier. A single letter off, but still a lion in his own right. Though that does come with its downsides, as seen when he meets with Mikia in the middle of the movie. Come on, Mikia! I'll bite it off right as you finish. It'll be hot. He's struggling to hold on to some semblance of humanity in that scene because Mikia was always someone who was kind to him, even when he was that awkward kid struggling to speak. This is why the semantic game was played with Shiki earlier. Leo isn't killing with a purpose. It's something he does out of happenstance. Something, I eat people like you people eat cattle. Thank you, Yumizuka Satsuki. Here with Mikia though, he fights that compulsion out of a want to treat Mikia with the same humanity Mikia's treated him with. It's kinda like when Shiki was arguing with herself over whether or not to slit his throat in the second movie. Her impulse said yes, but her heart said no. Leo's humanity also wins out here, though not without letting a few things slip. Leo the person is slowly eroding away. only kept around at this point via copious amounts of drugs, something shown very well through his obsession with Shiki both here and in the opening. In the introductory montage, the film shows all his developing pictures and journals throughout the years, all of which we see the developed versions of here in his apartment. I know it smells crazy in there. He's been doing this since his first blood, and it's spilled over into every aspect of his life. It's like as he fades away, he fills what remains with Shiki, with what he views as the natural extension of her bloodied lipstick visage, the one he chases with all his fervor but can never catch because that Shiki doesn't exist anymore. They'd make some interesting yaoi though. Theory time! I think even his first murder stems from his fascination with Shiki. Again, what better way to attract someone you're obsessed with than becoming just like them? He knows she's out looking for crime scenes, so causing one is a surefire way to invite her out. All he gets, though, is instant regret, hunger pangs, and a weird old dude evaporating his reason away. You want to get real esoteric with it, even treating Mikia with kindness like he does is something Shiki would do. Ergo, just another ploy in his act. Everything with Leo is done phenomenally well, and he is the highlight of this movie. He's the closest I think I'm ever gonna get to a fully animated, fully voiced Tsukihime all-cap skin, and for that, I'm grateful. Seriously, Tsukihime all caps is like top 3 characters in that visual novel. Whenever he's not on screen, I'm asking where he is, and that goes the same for Leo. Because when he's not on screen, this thing drags. When he's not animated with his roughed, unfinished, pain from Naruto looking ass animation, I miss him. As f***ed up as his character is, he's just so intriguing. We'll get back to him when we get to the ending of the film. I more or less just wanted to talk about why he's so neat for a bit. He is the highlight of the movie. But with every bright shining light comes a shadow, and it's here where I'm gonna shift focus and talk about a negative with the film, specifically the one that's the biggest for me, and that's the pacing. This movie has no business being 2 hours long. Keep in mind, Kano Kyoukai flicks up to this point usually run for less than an hour, save for movie 5, which is a fringe case. 5 was doing novel things with its direction that earned that runtime. But this isn't another fringe case. It's more in the vein of those other films, just stretched out. Imagine if Toko kept yapping about what it means to fly for double the time, and you get the picture. Presumably, this was done to make 7 a big bombastic conclusion to the series. We have the epilogue in the form of 8, but this is more or less it for the story proper. I get wanting to make the film like they did, to tie up every loose ends and really flex the budget. I mean, what better way to show all that off than doubling the runtime? But that choice has so many negative side effects, including but not limited to spitting in the face of how succinct the series has been up till now. That restricted runtime meant getting the point across in interesting ways, i.e. Shiki struggling to eat Haagen-Dazs with one arm in the first film, or the trippy inner world from the fourth. Here though, instead of storytelling through visuals or subtle cues you have to actually engage with, characters will just flat out state the meaning of a given scene. In addition, scenes linger for minutes over their welcome, dialogue repeats itself ad nauseum, and the weird moral posturing and faux philosophical meandering of K&K is at its most glaring here because of all that. For an example of what I'm yapping about, let's look at the section of the movie where Mikia is looking for the blood chip, a concoction that's supposedly making the youth get a little too jiggy with it and die, usually in relation to the killings going around at the same time. The detectives find it in the system of the corpses or something. With the string of murders that have been occurring, Mikia makes a link to the drug and the killer and seeks both out. A fine plot point. Mikia wants to get to the bottom of things before Shiki, who is also looking for Mr. Game Natural Silver, does something she'll regret. To the movie's credit, I do love how the dark back alleys of K&K look from the perspective of Mikia. There's a scene with Shiki walking down a very similar street, and while it's dimly lit, she can still see her way. The folks populating the alley look, to her, like mooks. She doesn't have a care in the world as she haunts the night looking for her mark. To Mikia, however, he can barely see anything. The demons in the street look to him monstrous, like they might reach out at any moment. It shows that while Mikia and Shiki clearly occupy the same world, they see it very differently. Mikia, for his part, is far more naive in these types of situations. No one's gonna harm him, but he feels like he barely gets out by the skin of his teeth, chugging water and breathing deep after he escapes. By the time he gets out, he has what he went looking for. If that were all Shroom wrote, I think it'd be perfectly fine. But that's not all of it. There's a whole section where he meets an alco-looking drug dealer, and she wants nothing to do with him because he's looking for the blood chip, but then she comes around when she realizes he's not using. She then later helps him find it to better locate the supplier and get it off the streets. A whole exchange which feels superfluous because this Git never shows up again, and nothing brought up here wasn't already made clear earlier. Then there's also the moment when, after finding the concoction, it melts in Mikia's pocket, and he starts going on a trip. I don't think Nasu knows how acid works. You gotta put that under your tongue for it to do anything, allegedly. It's not gonna send you on an accidental trip if it gets rainy out, unless we're implying that the inclusion of Leo's blood on the thing makes it more potent. But if that's the case and the drug did enter Mikia's system, why didn't he go kooky like everyone else who did it? Also, when meeting that alco-looking dealer, she explains how the blood chip works in detail, that it's a stronger variant of the weed acid concoction meant for those not satisfied with the strength of the normal kind. Also, it makes the user go insane and start hurting themselves if they don't pass Leo's vibe check or some shit. Which is all fine and dandy, but makes for a very strange exposition when 5 minutes later, Mikia explains what it does in just as much detail to his friend Gakuto. I get he's sharing info, but the incessant repeating is annoying. Not to get all boomer on you, but past K&K films wouldn't do this. Would it not make for a better flow if it just cut to Gakuto saying, "Wow, that's crazy. You alright, man?" Not to mention, Mikia's uncle is looking into the case as well. Akemi is a detective who, being that he's around the crime scenes, would already know this information. And for a second thing, there's literally no reason he wouldn't share that info with Mikia in the first place. They literally talk about the murders earlier in the film. Why not get more into the drug angle there? Akemi is already accosting him about Shiki's whereabouts. Why wouldn't Mikia bring up the drug part in her defense? Shiki gets stabby with it, but she's not one to get greened out. I don't know, maybe there weren't enough tangerines for Akemi to stick around for a longer talk. No, instead the concoction stuff is brought up but not expanded upon, even though it could and probably should have. This whole Alco-looking character is a nothing burger, man. Would it not be better for Mikia to get this info from his uncle than go out to find the thing and search for the main supplier? He's still getting out of his comfort zone like that. You can even have him buy the stuff and keep the tripping scene to build trust with the dealers who then lead him to Leo. I don't know, maybe this character exists to be a mouthpiece for Nasu to say, "Hey kids, not all drug dealers are bad. Not everyone's gonna lace your shit with Finn." Bold stance for the movie to take, but go off, I guess. Look better in blue. Maybe with a knife, too. It could say 7 nights, you know? Something cool. You should take off your glasses. Threaten to cut me up. You know, you really remind me of this kid I was grooming. Wonder what happened to him. So, this blood chip. You think I can find it if I go looking? I want to get to the supplier and get that stuff off the streets, so no worries. I'm not using that filth. Craziest thing I've ever done is drink coffee. You deal in the funny stuff, right? I mean, the large trench coat and you standing in the middle of the street at 3 in the morning means you gotta be selling something sketch. Or you have gender dysphoria. I don't judge. Anyways, any ideas? Oh yeah, I got plenty of stuff. Mushrooms, black barrels, herbal teas that make you kill people in your sleep, dickworms, mud, fancy cups, succubus cats who look like they're 9 years old. I got all kinds of stuff. Just about everything. Have you considered changing your eye color? I got these colored contacts that'll make your eyes look like snakes. I think that'd make you look real cool. You could get the worst shirt ever to go with it too. You could even call me sensei and then like stab me and stuff. So, down the street that way? Cool, thanks, bye. But the pacing of the whole blood chip affair is just one example of a much broader problem. I talked before about Shiki going off on a semantic tangent, and while that is absolutely relevant to this whole pacing discussion, that semantic nonsense plays into my next example as well, and that is Toko. I like Toko in some of the earlier films. I think her mentor role in the 4th movie is wonderful. I think the exploration of her roots in the 5th movie is well handled as well. But by the by, Toko is one of the more egregious examples of K&K's tendencies to get into faux philosophical meandering. I got into this a little before, but I could largely ignore it in the earlier movies because her tangents did offer interesting conversations to be had about life, or in some cases, the deep inner workings of some characters like Shiki. If anyone truly understands how Shiki ticks, it's Toko. However, some of the stuff she fires off in this movie is frustrating. For example, when Shiki wanders off to find Leo early in the movie, and Toko starts talking about how she used to be. How Shiki doesn't have an alibi for the times the murders happen. Specifically though, she gets into how the male personality, or all caps, perished within her. She notes that though everyone thought that all caps was the murderous personality, what if they were wrong? What if Shiki's been holding it in for years, but now the dam's breaking, and blood's figuratively and literally gushing out? Or perhaps, with all caps gone, Shiki's compensating for that loss now and lashing out. This is all well and good, but my problem stems from how shallow of a line of questioning it actually is, and from a character who is usually the logistical authority of any given scene. Toko is the one who knows how Shiki ticks, like I said, but it's such a face-level interpretation she dredges up here. Think about it for a moment. Shiki had both these personalities within for a time. All caps the impulsive and Ryogi the complacent, content to just sit with those thoughts. Thoughts which she had regardless of all caps' proclivity to just go out and do stuff. I think the more interesting question to ask isn't whether or not Femme Shiki was the real murderous personality, it is to ask if there was even a point in the distinction in the first place. We've seen Shiki grow slowly over the course of these films into more and more of a fusion of what her two halves used to be. She has her moments of holding back, but as the timeline progresses, she does more or less compensate for the behaviors all caps used to have. She starts doing stuff of her own volition, like taking care of Enjo and going out to beat up thugs at night. She doesn't walk the streets because she wants to feel alone anymore. She walks them because she has shit to do. Not as crazy as what all caps got up to, but still stuff she does because she wants to. Both Shikis had a fascination with death, with the void of nothing that death sends people to, the redness of blood and all the other nasty things that go along with it. When she's fighting Fujino, she's relieved to have someone to cut up on equal footing. She still takes joy in the morbid. Therefore, the more interesting question to ask is whether or not Shiki truly wants to kill in the first place. Those personalities which sprouted up as a defense mechanism or shell for the nothing that was there originally are not but a vessel for the real whims of the real Shiki underneath. One took the more murderous proclivities, sure, but the desire, should it have existed in the first place, is still there. Getting rid of one aspect of yourself doesn't negate the subconscious reasons that aspect existed to begin with. So it's more a question of whether or not Shiki has that dog in her. A question of, even if that dog's in her, will her remaining aspect, or personality if you will, overpower that innate will and live a happier life for it. From that purview, I think the characters genuinely worrying about if Shiki is the one doing the killings, even for a time, is far more interesting. But Toko doesn't ask that, nor exposit upon her inner workings. She asks a face value question of, shit bro, what if we got the wrong one? And the movie lingers on that question like it's something poignant, despite it going against what we know of Shiki and what's blatantly said to her face in the 8th movie by that real Ryogi underneath the shell. I get Mikia not getting this. It's all extremely heady, and I can legit only hope my explanation made sense here. But Toko, this truth teller we've seen throughout all the films, doesn't get it either, and that doesn't track. Not only does she not get it, but the film treats her as if she's right, and has her explain herself over and over again, to the point that it makes me wonder if her character is meant to just pull shit out of her ass to distract Mikia from the fact that he's not getting paid that month. I think they might be onto the fact that I've just been bullshitting them all these years. I haven't paid Mikia in like 3 months, and I feel like he's starting to see through the pseudo-intellectual bullshit. I mean, it's not like I don't want to pay him. It's just... Is that another fake Grail? Am I not getting paid? Again? Toko, we talked about this. I am going to die if I keep eating instant ramen. Hey, chill out, man. I know you think it's fake, but I heard this one calling to me. It found me, you know? Have you considered... What if, like, the female personality within Shiki was the real killer? And that's why she's not returning your calls. Too busy living causing the dying, you know? That'd be crazy. As the foremost understander of Shiki, I think you should really look into that right now and stop asking me about your paycheck. You are the most pretentious person, I swear. I know you're messing with me to get my mind off you not paying me, but you win. But this isn't over. You are paying me. It did find me, though. Such a nice cup. I can't sell it off. That's like bad vibes to do. Sorry, Mikia, but I'd rather lose you than Mama's new wine glass. Still, I gotta split before Shiki's family makes me take a dive with concrete shoes. Just after this episode, though. Actually, Aspel is how I describe a lot of the logic in this plot. For instance, Leo makes the blood chips supposedly to make slaves or people just like him. If they don't pass the vibe check, his AIDS blood kills them. But if they do, their origin is unlocked and they become just like him, but doped up and servile because he sells that good shit. But that's never, ever dived into past the surface level, as if Leo simply sells those things because he's evil and has to make a living. Which I would buy, but that's not ever stated. Also, that ignores the fact that he could just as easily be robbing the people he murks to keep up rent. That's not even mentioning the extremely misinformed nature of the way narcotics are written in this story. For all the needless deep dives into random Psych 101 terms, research on the funny stuff is lacking in droves. Then we got Shiki never explaining to Mikia what she's doing until the very end when he's almost dead. The whole middle section is just Mikia chasing after her and Leo, lost in the fog of what's even going on outside the broadest of strokes. And like, I'm not saying Shiki can't be conflicted. She clearly doesn't want Mikia involved because Leo's extremely dangerous. I think if they had a little more conversation in a way natural to them, however, it'd be done better. All she can muster is a pithy little, "Don't tell me what to do. Don't come looking for me." Which she should know will make him do exactly the opposite. I'd get it if the story took place in, say, like early 1998, the time when Shiki was freshly out of the ward and Mikia had just started his job with Toko, and they weren't as familiar with each other. In that scenario, it makes sense for Shiki to give vague warnings to protect Mikia, but this story is the furthest into Kara Kyoukai we've seen in that original set. February 1999. By this point, Shiki should know how Mikia is, how his moral compass will compel him to get into stupid and dangerous situations. She's seen as much in the first film set in late 98, where Mikia is comatose the entire time because he felt it was his duty to go out and solve the murders that were happening with the Fujo incident. Hell, she should have seen it before when he went out and helped Keita during the third film set mid-98. A stupid thing that could have gotten him killed by Fujino, but he did it anyway because he was compelled to by his disturbed sense of justice. If she wants Mikia to stay away from this incident, she should know far better by now to be blunt and transparent. Even if that won't keep him away, it would keep him from going out and doing stupid shit like buying drugs. If she told him Leo was behind things, as she finds out way before him, he could have skipped that whole adventure. But she doesn't. Instead, we have this soap opera drama drudging the runtime along. It's crazy, because I think there's a good movie within the bones of this one. The start, for all its semantical fun times, is still really good. The intrigue of the opening showing shots of Shiki clearly taken by a stalker, and the murders going on in the same fashion they were back in the day stir up a very interesting notion, especially with how invested Shiki seems to be from the get-go. Her death eyes literally light up looking at the investigation footage on TV. A perfect contrast to Mikia's look of, oh God, not this again. Mikia, throughout this story, wants to prove Shiki's innocence like he did years ago, and she wants to stop what's going on because this town ain't big enough for two psychopaths. The miscommunication that stems from that could be good if they actually talk to each other. In the same way, the ending of this movie, with the confrontation with Leo and the Garden of Sinners, is also quite cool. Shiki thinking back to what her Gam once said with, "You can only kill one person in your life," along with Mikia being her Jiminy Cricket, makes for an interesting confrontation when repeatedly the only option seems to be to kill Leo. Something bad because she views the death of the all-caps persona within her as her one and only kill. The harm Leo's caused and the way he's hurt the people she loves, pushing Shiki into doing what she's only flirted with till now, is so f***ing good. The way she's gotten so close to what she thought would be the ultimate release so many times throughout the series, only to get here and have it be hollow and empty, just like old Gam and Mikia said it would be, just hits. Shiki being crushed by the weight of taking a life, no matter how much of a scumbag that life was, and then Mikia saying he'll carry that weight for her, is an incredibly poignant end to Karno Kyoukai. Shiki completes her arc and takes her first steps into the light unburdened, and Mikia, taking on the weight of her kill, finally stops being a suicidal moral compass. They essentially trade the more insane parts of the other's personalities and become more complete people for it, albeit in an extremely f***ed and messy way. A way that's perfect for the story of Karno Kyoukai, however. In a vacuum, that whole ending section makes me want to cry. The problem is the middle section. That hour of screen time which wanders around spouting fake deep tangents and irking plot contrivances drives down the whole thing tremendously. To draw comparisons to another Nasu work, this movie shares so much in common with the CL route and the original Tsukihime. I made a video about it years ago, which I still think holds up for the most part, so go check that out if you want a more in-depth explanation, but to surmise here, in the CL route, the introductory portion is one of the best parts of the visual novel. It has our main protag, Tono Shiki, I know, Nasu really loves that name, confront the reality of his actions. Against his own reasoning, he took the life of some stranger he met on the street. That act, what compelled him to do it, with him heavily, to the point of laying down comatose style on a park bench for hours while it's raining, genuinely thinking about killing himself. He thinks that if he has a side like that inside him, the world would be a better place without him. Then he meets, surprise, CL. She takes him back to her place to get some sleep, dry off, and talk. They talk about how no sin can't be forgiven, that if he really did something that bad, he should commit his life to atoning. Offing himself would only be depriving the world of all the good he can offer. Falling asleep as he makes a vow to right his wrongs, he then wakes to see CL with strange tribal tattoos, suiting up like she's about to go to war, a dead look in her eyes. Emotionally gripping, insanely intriguing, and makes you wonder what's gonna come next. Like with Karno Kyoukai 7, it's arguably one of the best starts to a story Nasu's ever written. But then, something happens. As if the story is padding for runtime, we see repeated bits from other routes done somehow worse. We get the characters acting in contrived ways they shouldn't based on what we know of them thus far. There are good bits here and there, but for the most part, it's tough to sit through, as every road the story takes seems to just want to get to that ending while providing enough of a roadmap that it doesn't feel stunted. It's boring. Makes me wonder if what came before was just a fluke. Then you hit the ending, and it's like the lights come back on in Nasu's head. Everything comes together to create a really beautiful ending where there's questions to ask about the characters, sure, but it all feels resolved. Again, it's one of those things that, in a vacuum, makes me want to cry. But then I remember that middle portion, and it becomes depressing how shaky a foundation that metaphorical castle is built on. Kara no Kyoukai 7 suffers from exactly the same thing. Characters acting out in ways they shouldn't, the plot meanders from one contrivance to another, and it feels padded for time with repeated explanations of stuff we already know. It sucks because this could easily be the best Kara no Kyoukai movie. If you cut out some stuff and rewrite the characters to behave in a more naturalistic way, it would be a finale so good Nasu could hang it up on his wall as his magnum opus. But it's not. And by virtue of it not being a one-off story and a collection of various routes, but the conclusion to an arc which took literally 7 films to get to, it sours the whole thing. The CL route in the original Tsukihime is unfortunate, but the rest of the visual novel can exist without it and be a wonderful read. Kara no Kyoukai 7 is the ending to 6 films which came before. You see how that's different, right? If this were a disconnected one-off like Future Gospel, it could exist as its own thing without dampening the overall experience. But it's not that, which drags down the entire story. Makes me look into my past experiences and poke holes into those earlier films. If what's included in this film and its ancillary material, Gate of Heaven, is framed as canonical, the rest of the series suffers for it. The characters could have acted this out of line the whole time were it not for a fluke of writing. Fujino in the 3rd movie didn't overcome her pain. She listened to one guy, but he was wrong, so she listened to another guy who was right. Fujo in the 1st movie didn't lash out because she was dying, bedridden, and lonely. She just did what the big man told her to. These other people told her that was wrong though, so she listened to them instead. Shiki didn't realize at the last minute, holding a knife to Mikia's throat, that this isn't what she wanted. Some dumb big guy came in and made that choice for her. I've been holding off on this not only all video, but for years now. The worst scene in this entire series is this fucking Araya Soren moment in the middle. To explain why in full detail requires me to explain the scene as we first saw it in the 2nd film, Murder Speculation A. This was actually the ending of the movie, and man, what an impression it made. After a whole plot of Mikia staking out by Shiki's house to prove that she isn't the murderer, she can't take it anymore and chases him down, knife in hand, to commit the ultimate unforgivable act. To kill someone you love, in the mind of Ryogi, would be the perfect kill. She stabs at him, lunges, and gets some pretty deep cuts in there, until finally she has him pinned down and is holding a knife to his throat. The moment she's been waiting for. Not only will she fulfill her innate desire to off someone, but she'll be rid of the guy who's making her think too much about her vacuous inner world. But as she holds that knife, moving ever closer, something in her snaps. Nikia was right, Shiki isn't the killer, and is in fact incapable of following through. It's a moment of realization for her, but the fact that she can't do it also breaks something in Shiki. Part of her really wants to drive the knife down and sever ties, but the other part is swelling up with all the times she and Mikia spent together. How nice those new emotions felt, confusing as they were. The two sides of her, split into all caps and Ryogi's personas, are out of alignment for the first time, and Shiki looks for a way out lest her mind fragment more and she loses her other self. All caps can't exist as a contradiction. If she can't kill Mikia, in other words, all caps literally gets logic errored out of existence, which is something Shiki fears deeply. Living alone, to someone who's always had another, would be hell, she thinks. So, instead of living in that lonely world, she runs away from the scene and finds the first thing that can kill her, a truck driving along the highway. She jumps in front of it, and the film ends. Later on, we see how that act, her not killing Mikia and trying to off herself, leads to the male personality dying and Shiki becoming who she is today. It's messy, but it's the most pivotal moment for her character. Stuck between two sides of herself, she can't cope and is then forced into the lonely hell she never wanted. But it was a choice she made, so she learns to live with it and grow into a complete person after it all. I go into more in the videos on the 2nd and 4th movies, but I think it's an incredibly done scene on its own. Again, with these characters making pivotal choices that alter their lives and the lives of those around them. It's good stuff. But of course, we can't have anyone making a decision for themselves in Kara no Kyoukai, so here comes in the Araya retcon to ruin my enjoyment of the entire fucking series. Cut back to when Shiki has a knife held to Mikia's throat, and who comes in but Araya Soren to say some shit like, "It's not time yet. I condone murder in self-defense. but you can't even kill me. Clearly, you are not a murderer. He throws her around for a bit, then disappears. Then Mikia starts chasing Shiki again and runs into the truck like before. Why, oh why, does Late Karno Kyoukai have to rob all its characters of any urgency in their pivotal moments? The choice to not have Shiki realize she can't do it, but instead have Araya tell her point blank is infuriating. Again, as if the audience couldn't understand this whole plot point without Nasu's mouthpiece directly telling it to the camera. It takes all the intrigue of, oh, well, I know Shiki didn't kill Mikia back then, but she got pretty close. Also, those past murders were never explained. Maybe she could. And replaces it with the author saying, don't think for yourself, this is my ride and you're on it. Here's how it actually went down. Don't think for a second that anyone here's morally gray. Don't ponder anything except the weird shit Toko says that I thought sounded cool 7 cigarettes deep into my 4th beer. Here's the point of the series in black and white. Go f*** yourself. It's really crazy how one change makes this whole series feel like a joke. Of course Shiki can't be direct with Mikia in this film. No one told her to do that. Why have the characters act naturally when it's far more convenient to have Araya pigeonhole them into their roles? This reeks of lack of confidence in both the writer and the audience, and the writer in himself. The audience, because of course the incessant need to outright say every plot point directly with no room to think, not only gets worse with the fucking plot synopsis that is Karno Kyoukai 8, and incompetence in Nasu himself because clearly he couldn't let sleeping dogs lie. Clearly, he didn't think he conveyed himself properly in the prior stories, and so added this shit to really nail it in. Araya really is like an omniscient narrator in the way he's handled in K&K. Even long after he's gone, he still has his fingers in every single plot line. It's so bizarre because the whole telling characters what to do thing can work, as I noted with Leo earlier, but also in the 5th film with Enjo. Boy's whole existence was orchestrated by Araya in an experiment he had cooked up, and for that plot, it worked exceptionally well. It's like Nasu had that written up and said, damn, that's good. What if I did that every time? Even retroactively? Seriously, his inclusion makes Fujino and Fujo weaker, sure, but at least they aren't main characters. Shiki is one of the most strong-willed protagonists in TypeMoon, to a damn fault in some cases. Yet, the first time she made a real choice and stepped into what she would later become, wasn't even a choice made by her. It was decided by Araya coming in and making it for her. Fuck this series. This is what I've spent years analyzing, only for the author to tell me point blank that it was all a futile effort. Oh, don't waste your time, Sleepy. I'm going to explain it all through my mouthpieces. Nasu really is a hack of an author. Either he's just gotten worse in old age, or everything before was a fluke. Tsukihime is one of the best visual novels I've ever read, for instance, but it was clearly rushed. Plot points go nowhere, contrivances abound, and it's so edgy it hurts at times. When given the chance to do it again, the Archer-Wade route 1-to-1 basically rips off the manga, and while the CL route is an improvement, structurally it abandons a lot of the shit that I thought made it cool originally. Not to mention, the Farside routes are never coming out. With Mahoyo, you have one extremely good VN with promises of what's to come that will never be fulfilled. Do I even need to get into Fate? Another rushed but good VN that's grotesquely morphed into the Saya-like creature we have now. And then there's Karno Kyoukai. It has some rough points early on, but it was amateur writing at first. Literally the first thing Nasu ever published. Those blemishes gave it charm. But in his insistence to never let anything go, every plot has been rewritten to make it crystal clear exactly what the character's every whim is. Don't think, this is what happened, go fuck yourself. To enjoy this series, let alone any other series out there in TypeMoon, I have to actively ignore the parts I don't like. I love Karno Kyoukai, if you ignore anything to do with Araya outside of Leo and Movie 5. Also, if you ignore the 8th movie and the entire middle hour of Movie 7. But if you do that, you erase the whole picture. You can't just pick your veggies off the plate forever. You have to eat them at some point or you'll just have a sickly anemic enjoyment of stories. That said, I will give you that maybe this is all a trick of adaptation. Maybe those Araya scenes were in the original novels, but the film added them later on as a reveal. Be that as it may, they're still poorly written moments. They still actively ruin the plot. And that doesn't take away from the entire middle portion of this story, dragging to no fucking end. I know I went pretty hard into it there, but as humans are filled with contradictions, I do have to say I still love this series, and TypeMoon as a whole. Oh, were it to be everything I dreamt up in my head when I first experienced Fate, Suki, and Karno Kyoukai. But it's not. That's okay, I guess. It's still some of the most inspiring stuff I've ever seen. I talk about this often in the Sleepy Time podcast, but I've written so many drafts for stories that take heavy influence from this mushroom's work because I love them. Even here, with the myriad problems I have with Karno Kyoukai 7, I still find enjoyment in it. Leo's a lightning bolt, like I said, but beyond that, I think this is the Karno Kyoukai movie with the best action. The fights between Shiki and Leo, and even Shiki and some of the goons, have this beautifully rotoscoped look to them, yet I know they aren't because they do things humans can't do, like Leo dancing around cutting up Shiki because she won't fight back, tormenting her with his twisted logic all the while. Don't know what was up with the scene where he slobbered on her, but by the by, pretty good fight. When Leo says he killed Mikia and you see a little Ashiki die on the inside, I felt so hyped about what was to come. And what came was a swift killing of Leo that the whole movie had built up to, and it was one of the best flourishes to finish in the entire series. One of the best endings then follows swiftly after, and though it's so painfully flawed, it's still a valued part to this painfully flawed yet beautiful series. There's a documentary done on the production of Karno Kyoukai 7. I think it's only included on that expensive-ass collector's box set, so if you haven't seen it, I wouldn't be surprised. I only stumbled across it by pure happenstance myself. I definitely don't have enough funds to buy that box set, patreon.com/sleepycrest by the way, but I bring it up to say that throughout this documentary, you get a real sense for how the people working on this thing felt. It's the longest movie yet! We're so excited for people to see it! The folks at Ufotable were as gassed about this film as they were about evading taxes. But with all that ambition comes over-ambition. Now, the movie didn't face any deadlines, nor was it shrouded by a budget, but there's a specific scene in this documentary where an animator is talking about a scene he's working on. He's jazzed as hell to be on the project, and to cut anything he's done wounds him. He knows some stuff has to be cut for the sake of film, but he'd rather not. He talks about his work as if every frame's a painting. Even though the shot he's talking about did eventually get cut for the benefit of the film, you can tell how hurt he is by the prospect. He wanted to do the most faithful adaptation of Nasu's work possible, yet because it was a film, what he was working on had to go for consistency's sake. That scene he was so cut up about? Literally a longer version of Mikia opening the door at the beginning. You get a sense that this mentality pervaded a lot of the movie. They wanted to include everything they could to make this the last hurrah and go out on a bang. But in that overambition, I think they overshot their goal. The earlier films clearly cut out a lot of stuff, but a lot of that is for pacing reasons. Stuff that makes sense to do in a book, like re-explaining a concept brought up 2 chapters ago, doesn't make sense in a movie when that was only 5 minutes of runtime. Yet it's done anyhow for the sake of being faithful. That mentality holds not only for the movie, but the story itself, however, as I've gotten into in many a tirade throughout this video. I think Nasu, in writing this story, wanted to make it seem grand. I don't actually think he thinks so little of his audience or his own writing that he feels the need to clarify every nitty-gritty. I was being facetious, and I hope it made for a good bit. But Nasu's writing absolutely does suffer from an overambitious mentality of make cool first, make sense later. On paper, Araya coming in and being behind even more than we thought, to the point of him stopping Shiki at a pivotal moment, is cool. On paper, that idea makes Araya sound like a damn supervillain with backup plan after backup plan. It makes him sound like a mage who's been doing what he does for centuries. But in its implementation, as I've said so many times, it just falls flat. On paper, Mikia going out into the world and getting tangled up in drugs and the criminal underbelly, only to find out that there are still lights in the darkest pits of hell, is cool. It humbles our protagonist to cross over into Shiki's world for a bit and test his sensibilities. In practice, it comes across as him zigzagging about for 20 minutes only to attain knowledge he could have gotten from people he already knew. I can go on, but you see what I mean. That documentary changed my whole outlook on this series. Karno Kyoukai is cool because it's what Nasu thought was cool at the time. He may write longer stories and occasionally ask people to keep him straight, but ultimately, he's kinda writing by the seat of his pants. For instance, the magic system only got fleshed out in Fate's Stay Night because that's what he was into at the time. It's existed for all of his stories, but it only got fleshed out there because that's what he was into. We have stories like Karno Kyoukai and Tsukihime as well, because Nasu was into dark urban fantasy in a similar way. In that light, I do admire his ability to turn what he thinks is cool into these grand works. Flawed though they may be, they're still fun. Karno Kyoukai 7 might be my least favorite of the bunch. That doesn't mean it's bad. I'm sorry, Mikia. I didn't see another way, and I killed him. You were right. I feel that weight crushing me. No. Are you kidding? You did the right thing. But I thought, yeah, Shiki, not gonna lie, I've seen some shit the past few days, and I've reevaluated my whole moral compass. Sometimes killing is okay, actually. Are you sure? What about the moral implications? He gouged my fucking eye out, drugged me, and slaughtered dozens of people. I think you can have a clear conscience on that one. But tell you what, my darling, I'll carry any burden you have. Just promise me you won't go off for days on end and not return my calls again. I promise. Wow, I feel better already. So, you gonna get a haircut, or are you just gonna let it... No, I'm good. Karno Kyoukai 7 frustrates me to no end sometimes, but its bright spots I appreciate regardless. Thank you for joining me on this long-ass journey. I do hope it was enjoyable. Now we arrive at the end, with Karno Kyoukai 8 Shusho, or the epilogue chapter. I know I dogged on it a lot in the last video especially, but this is an interesting viewing experience. The whole plot revolves around Mikia and Shiki, the void Shiki underneath the other two personalities, meeting again for the second time. The first time they met we see in the second movie. That's why Shiki was looking at Mikia all kinds of weird in that one. And why when they finally went to school, Shiki didn't recognize him, even though they had met before. And this movie is interesting because it essentially serves as a character analysis of Ryogi Shiki. It involves this void Shiki essentially describing every facet of her character, really hammering it home that if there was a real murderer within Ryogi, it would be her. Because the void Shiki doesn't have a care in the world, it is embodying nothingness. And to fill that nothingness, it conjured up these other two personalities, one of which Mikia has come to know and love. But if there were a real personality there, a real person, or god underneath it all, it would be this void Shiki we're seeing now. Literally even says at one point, if you have a wish, I'll grant it. And obviously Mikia doesn't have a wish, but it's interesting and frustrating at the same time because it leaves basically no room for discussion on Karno Kyoukai. Well, not Karno Kyoukai, but specifically Ryogi Shiki. If you'll notice in these videos, except for a couple of times, I largely focused on not Shiki. And that's because in this film, it goes into every facet about her character. It tells you, basically, everything you could want to know about how Shiki functions. You know, I've said it before, and I hate to keep hammering it in, but it is more or less a character analysis of Ryogi Shiki. And while that can make for a, I guess, sort of satisfying experience watching, I do think it overall weakens the series. You know what I mean? Like, I think having an air of mystery with regards to Shiki's character can make some of those earlier films more interesting. Specifically the second one, which has a larger focus on those personalities within her. It basically all but points out that there is a third personality within Shiki, but that Shiki's not aware of it herself. the personality we meet at the very beginning, yet is so distinctly different from the other two. Just a vacant stare. And sure, Shiki still has vacant eyes in that second movie, but it's very clearly different than the way we're first introduced to her. And I think if it kept playing with that, and maybe there were more hints about it throughout the series, I think that could have made for a more engaging story time. More engaging plot, rather, right? As it is now, the series will play with the concepts and ideas, a couple of times throughout. Nothing ever too committal or serious, though, because they knew they'd be doing this epilogue chapter at the end. The one that is, again, just a character analysis for Ryogi Shiki. This is gonna sound weird. I don't really have much to say about this movie outside of that. It's a very base level observation, I realize, but it's kind of, there is no subtext to dive into for movie 8. It's a very beautiful screensaver, but again, it placidly just tells you everything you need to know about the story in the story. There is no real room for discussion with this one. It sets to tell you what that funny little saber Shiki from Fate Grand Order is all about, and my god, does it do it. Yeah. I guess I'll start pivoting into overall thoughts on Kara no Kyoukai at this point. So this is the end of the series, and, it's kind of monumental in a sense. I have a lot of disagreements with how the story's structured, right? I've made those very clear, maybe not always phrased the best in prior videos, and hell, probably even this one right here where I harped on 8 a little bit, but I've had disagreements with the series. I take issue with some of the ways it handles its plot, but let it not be said that I dislike Kara no Kyoukai. I very much think this is a good and even, dare I say, great series. Well, not my favorite of Nasu's works. It's definitely like my second favorite. It's the one I feel the most likely to go back to and just like watch a random movie from, right? Probably not 7 or 8, but like I'll go back and watch a movie from time to time. And I think that speaks to its quality as a work. It being an anthology series also likely aids in this, because like you can just pick out a random part for a day, watch it, get to know it, experience it, and it's a fun time. I think it is quite a shame that Nasu doesn't write more stuff in that anthology type sense. Like, I feel like even though Kara no Kyoukai clearly struggled at points because of the amateurish writing it had, I do think there was something in Nasu writing those shorter, more self-contained works, but yet still contribute to an overarching narrative. I think when he does that, it comes out to be some of his strongest writings. You can see that especially in something like Fate Hollow Ataraxia, where it is a bunch of these little self-contained stories, but if you look at the individual segments, you can garner more things about the overarching plot, and it all culminates in this big, phenomenal finale, which just leaves you stunned, right? I feel like Kara no Kyoukai was the first vestiges of that, and though I'd wish he'd do it more, so I think that's where Nasu's writing really shines. I'm also a big fan of Kagetsu Toya, for instance. It is at least nice to see it done here, While maybe not performed in the best ways, I do still really, really appreciate Kara no Kyoukai for what it is. It is a fun series, and, making these videos about it was fun. They were entertaining to do, I suppose. It took me a long time, right? It took me years even, and I still have fond memories of making every video. Though I do gotta say, there was a comment that pointed it out on the 7 video, and it was some of the stuff I take harpage with is like, I thought the abridged segments were at least fun. I knew nobody was going to like them, because when I posted them to social media, or my other socials, nobody engaged with them whatsoever, but I thought they were fun to make. You know, the little one for me, one for y'all type shit. But, the comment did point it out that I'm clearly burnt out with TypeMoon. Which, yeah, is absolutely the case. I am very burnt out on TypeMoon. Of course, I love the works. I liked making videos about them, but I looked at my output for the past year or so, right? And while there were deviations here or there, it's all TypeMoon content, and it's all just slowly, you can sense a malaise in the videos. Like, there isn't as much passion put into them. There isn't as much soul put into them. And I feel like you could really see that with the Karno Kyoukai 7 video, which specifically, I will agree, was lacking. You know, I'm proud of basically every video in this series, but I will admit there were parts of that one that as I was watching it back for the final upload, I was just like, I could have done this better. Specifically with the structure of it, because the intention was to, you know, really harp on the movie for the first half of the video, right? Like, really play up my feelings towards it, you know, play a little character, do a little bit, you know, and then come across or swap into, you know, more reflective tones of like, well, you know, I have my disagreements with it, but it's not terrible. I do still like it. And, you know, I kind of did that in the video. The execution was absolutely off because, like, I'm just not super engaged, or wasn't super engaged in the writing or editing process, especially. I even admitted it, like, at some point I just started editing some shit together to get the video out. And even in a way, this video you're watching right now is all but a formality, because I want to get the series completed, and I want to announce that specifically I'm moving on to things other than TypeMoon. Like, there might be a one-off every now and again, but I can't keep making videos about this damn company and its works. I realized, especially because I started writing a video for a new project, which if you follow me on Twitter, you know what it is, and I'm gonna save it. I'm gonna save it and let it be a surprise to anyone who doesn't follow me on there. I started writing for this new project, right? And it was just, it clicked instantly. I didn't have to get up and like type it out and force myself, right? No, I started writing on it, and I already have thousands of words for a script and notes. I kind of do script writing and notes at the same time, then go back and revise it. It's a very scatterbrained and weird process, but like, it works, trust. Yeah, and it just clicked instantly. Every time I open up the document, I end up writing on it. And, you know, just the words don't stop flowing. Whereas, especially with this last Karno Kyoukai project, right? It was kind of a struggle, and I was doing it out of a formality because, like, I have a lot of ongoing series on this channel, especially if you watch the stuff all the stuff I put out. I have a lot of ongoing series that I haven't finished, and I just wanted to finish one of them, right? I wanted to finish one of them before the big 2.5 ended, and I didn't achieve that goal, but like, I was really pushing for it, you know? And as a result of that, I made a pretty lousy video. Like, I think parts of it are good, but I definitely know it could be better. There is a better Karno Kyoukai analysis out there than the one I have done. The one I did's pretty good, but like, there's a better one out there that could be made, in my opinion. I will definitely say mine's better than Trixie's, which is one of the other goals I set out originally to do, so good job, me. But, what the fuck was I? I'm so fucking scatterbrained. I'm sick as hell, so I do apologize if this is meandering as fuck. Yeah, I'm gonna be moving on to bigger and better things, Now, I was doing the TypeMoon videos and trying to like really focus on them because I thought it's what people wanted, right? I wanted to keep my main base of fans because like I've been doing videos for almost 5 years, right? And the main thing I've done, the main thing that's built up my audience is doing TypeMoon videos. And, you know, I even get Patreon requests to do more TypeMoon videos. And one of my fears with venturing out and doing anything else was that I was going to alienate people, right? And that nobody would watch anything else I do. You know, anytime I ventured out, right? Anytime I ventured out and tried something else, it usually either was a fluke accident, it felt like, or it would just like be a dud, like the Tayatama video, which I know I technically got, you know, a pseudo sponsorship for that one. Like I was really interested in that project. I had fun doing it. You should all go watch that video. You know, I was having a good time making that video, but nobody was interested in it. But I've come to learn, you know, if I'm not having fun making videos on this channel, what's even the point to begin with? You know what I mean? Like, you gotta enjoy what you do to some extent. So even though the content might be a little different, I do hope you all will stick around for non-TypeMoon related stuff. So it's gonna get fun. It's gonna get fun. We're gonna cover all kinds of stuff. Still visual novels, but we're gonna be covering all kinds of stuff. It's gonna be great. It's gonna be great. I got another series I can't wait to start and hopefully actually finish. Unlike that fucking TypeMoon iceberg series, yeah, that's probably never ever getting finished, and I do apologize for that. You know, I started it, was kind of into it, never really got anywhere. It was fun for a bit, but like, let me know in the comments if you guys would like a video on the second channel, Nanai is Sleepy, hashtag always be plugging, where I just go through and don't write a script, but still just record for the rest of those TypeMoon iceberg entries. I think I could manage doing that, but actually writing a script is not a prospect that sounds interesting to me. Especially like I was doing. I put a lot of work into those vids. And on one hand, it was kind of satisfying, but it wasn't as satisfying as like the time that would have been spent on another project, you know? So it turns out iceberg videos are soul-crushing. Soul-crushing to make. Explains why there's a whole genre of it on YouTube. Why people will eat up that schlock. You know, it's fun to take genres like that and do little spins on them, like I did for Subahibi back in the day. But that TypeMoon one was just straightforwardly an iceberg video I was doing, and it was kind of no fun to make, so apologies, that one's probably not coming back. But better things on the horizon. I'm tired and sick as fuck. I hope you all enjoyed the series. I hope you all have a wonderful night. Like, subscribe. Patreon.com/sleepy_crest for videos early. The next series I'm doing, for instance, will be uploaded there first, and it will actually have 2 parts before a single part comes to YouTube. So I'm gonna do the thing where you upload a part, swap it out. The first, I'm confusing myself. It'll be coming to Patreon first, so check it out. It's gonna be a pretty cool series. I've put a lot of research into this one. It's actually a proper analysis, unlike, you know, that last Karno Kyoukai video. So I hope you all enjoy it. Let's read the Patreon names. Woo! Let's see here. Thank you to Matthew Goodman, also Charles, Brandon Aguilar Banda, Draconic, Butchlich, Lotus, Aubrey Phantasm, Midbrow, Amber, Summer, Sunshine, Salty, Cybolt, Crispit, Nameless Protag, Zero, McRayley, Dark Requiem, Wayne Disc, and Axel. Apologies if I mispronounced any of that. These people are saints, and if you would like to join their illustrious remarks and see videos early and get the occasionally updated Sleepy Time podcast, which is supposed to be monthly, but the editor just never gets around to it, check out patreon.com/sleepycrest, link in the description, and you can click that little button on your screen right now. I will see you all next time with a project that has way more passion behind it. Bye. I'm gonna take some Tylenol, man.